back to Blunt Politics. I'm Boston Brian. I really do appreciate you coming back. Hit that like button on the way in if you enjoy what you're seeing, if you enjoy what you're hearing, if you like the chat. Hit that subscribe button. It really helps a lot. We're on our way to 20,000 subscribers here. Welcome to everybody on this space as well. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Matt over there. And thank you to the fabulous chat and to the fabulous mods over here on Blunt Politics as well. Lots to get into, lots to talk about. Another crazy day, more revelations in terms of Venezuela. We're going to be talking about the momentum or at least the overperformance that the Democrats continue to see in different elections around the country, which is a good sign, a good sign. Now we just need the Democratic politicians to, wake the fuck up, realize what the momentum and how pissed off the American people are, so we can utilize that going into midterms and we can make the correct decisions and put out the correct policies to help the working class people in this country, to help the people that have been, most stepped on by the billionaire class, by the 1%. So please, like I said, hit that like button on the way in. We got a lot to talk about. The MAGA civil war continues. Like I said, as the momentum shifts, as we see Democrats picking up, if not outright winning the elections in all of these places, but definitely picking up a vast majority of points, a vast amount of points compared to past elections, compared to how they've done, how they've performed in past elections. So we'll be talking about the Gary Clemens win in Kentucky, which is, again, another good sign. Put this along the lines of with the November elections. It's really a good sign, but we need to utilize some of this stuff. We'll also be taking a look at, while that's going on, you got Nick Fuentes and Roseanne Barr are now going at it. I shit you not. I know, sounds crazy, but this is along the lines of Nick Fuentes against Candace Owens, Candace Owens against Steven Crowder against Piers Morgan against every, you know what I mean? It's like they're so concentrated and focused on the infighting that the Democratic wins, such as Gary Clemens winning 70, I think he said 73% of the vote in his I think it's the 37th Senate district in Kentucky. I mean, that's a huge performance by a Democrat in an area like that. So, as the infighting continues with the Republicans, like I said, we need to continue to hammer away, slip through those cracks that are being left wide open by the people that continuously and normally suck up all of the views and the clicks and the money that goes into political commentary, political podcasts and stuff like that. So it's good. We also have the I've Had It podcast ladies have their reaction to the Vanity Fair bombshell kind of article. We also have a reaction from Vanity Fair to what's her face now? I can't even think of her name now. The Trump's chief of staff. What the hell's her name? Susie Wiles, crying out loud. Susie Wiles. Concussions are not a joke, ladies and gentlemen. Concussions are no joke. But yes, Vanity Fair has responded to what Susie Wiles has said about the quote-unquote hit piece. Apparently, it's all on tape. It was all recorded, so she can't wiggle out of it. She's got no wiggle room whatsoever, unless, of course, it comes out that, some of this stuff was somehow wildly taken out of context, which we went over in the show yesterday. A lot of these points, a lot of what she said, it's almost impossible to add context to it and have it, turn around and be like, oh yeah, it doesn't mean what I said it meant, what I said. It's crazy. There's no way to add context to it. So like I said, hit that like button, lots to discuss. What else we got going on? Oh yeah, we'll be talking about is the secret bunker below the ballroom there and what's going on with that. What else we got going on? Oh yeah, the Trump blockade, obviously, with Venezuela. So, lots to get to. All right, let's dive into it. Let's pop into, let me throw this on your screen now. And again, just really quickly about the, momentum, at least, how this shows how frustrated people are in this country. That's what I'll put it down to. This is showing how frustrated people are in this country. And then again, this is about the Democratic victory by Gary Clemens in the Kentucky special election for the Senate down there. And this is just a really quick recap of, how much of the vote he got. Some of his statements, some of the things like that. So why don't we take a look again? Good signs. Again, you got to put this with the wins in Georgia, the wins in Mississippi. Mamdani with the here in California with the with the things that they were voting on here. You know what I mean? So let me play this. Let me put this on the screen. Excuse me as I get distracted while I try to put this. There we go, full screen. All right, here we go. Check this out.
Also happening tonight.
Check this out. Listen to what he says. Listen to what he says here. Ready?
Let's just be honest. Those numbers, we just kick some ass.
he says, let's be honest, with those numbers, we just kick some ass, right? And again, with 73% of the vote coming in for the Democratic candidate here, I mean, it's pretty overwhelming. I think it was like plus 40 points compared to, the number of votes that they got, but, points that the margin basically of victory between the Republican and the Democrat last. I think they picked up something like plus 40 points. So again, the momentum, this is a scene carried out no matter where we're talking about in and around the country, whether we're talking about Kentucky, a red state, whether we're talking about a purple state, blue states, red counties, districts, whatever you want to say. We've seen the Democrats outperform and overperform comparatively to, compared to past elections, compared to what everybody thought was going to happen. And again, even if they aren't taking these elections outright, just the switch, just the change in momentum, just the change in the voting pattern, the voting numbers has a huge impact again. And it's something that we need to continuously hammer home, focus on, continuously change whatever upcoming elections we can, focus on the Democratic politician in there, focus on the Democratic candidate, highlight them, put them up, you know what I mean? So we gotta keep hammering this stuff home, because it's good to see. It's good to see that we, it's not a fluke. The November elections weren't a fluke. It wasn't just that one-time thing, and that, the more Donald Trump in the Republican Party piss off the American people, the more we have to harness that anger, the more we have to harness that frustration and utilize that going into midterms. So here we go.
Also happening tonight, election night, the special election for one large district in southwest Jefferson County. Low voter turnout on this cold December Tuesday, but a decisive victory for Democrat Gary Clemens. The race for Kentucky's vacant 37th Senate district seat was called for Clemens just an hour after the polls closed at 6 o'clock tonight. Clemens, an Army veteran and local labor union president, defeated.
That is an ass whooping. Here, let me get out of the way. You can see the whole full screen. That is an ass whooping, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. An ass whooping in Kentucky. Let's not try to sugarcoat this. Let's not breeze past where this election is, right? We're talking about Kentucky, ladies and gentlemen. Kentucky. I'll repeat that. Kentucky, Democrats, 73% of the vote. And you could hear they tried to put in there that it was a cold day and that, it was low voter turnout, which probably, which very well could have been the case. But still, for the people that did show up, 73% of them voted for the Democrat. Again, and every single one of them, I guarantee if you ask them the questions on the way out, if you take the exit polling on why they voted the way they voted, it was affordability. It was, Donald Trump, the way he's handling our foreign affairs. You can see ICE, cost of living, obviously the affordability crisis, but that Donald Trump loves to call a hoax and stuff. The Epstein files. All of the major things that we continuously hammer home here are the things that are working. So again, this is incredible to see. I like to see it. I want to continue to see it. We need to continue to praise and highlight and show people just what momentum looks like. And again, even if it's not behind the Democratic politicians, even at this point, even if it's just because of frustration and anger and, just the resentment you have towards this regime and what they're doing right now, then that still can be utilized, can be harnessed for our benefit, right? And that's what we're trying to do. So let's just continue.
Republican Calvin Leach and the Libertarian Wendy Higdon. Clemens winning 73% of the vote, Leach with 25%, Higdon with 2% tonight. Now, here's a look at Kentucky's 37th Senate district. You can see from the map, we're talking about a pretty large area of southwest Jefferson County, which includes Shively, PRP, Valley Station, and even some part of Fairdale. Well, the special election drew a low 7% turnout with cold weather and Christmas just days away. Just about 5,200 voters casting their ballots. Regardless, this seat matters, with 2026 being a budget year for Kentucky. WHAS 11's political reporter Isaiah Kim Martinez and photojournalist Levi Hammer are reporting from Louisville's South End.
And again, we don't need to get into the ins and outs of what that means for, localized Kentucky politics. But for the overall look, for the overall momentum for Democrats to continuously prove to people and show people, hey, what happened in November, what happened after that is not a fluke. Like this is a showing. This is a good representation, a good example of how the American people are feeling and exactly how they're willing to vote to show the current administration that they don't agree with basically anything that they're currently doing. The corruption, again, the way that they're treating our allies, again, the way that they're calling the affordability crisis a hoax, job crisis, homeless crisis, layoffs, unemployment on the rise, inflation. I mean, you know what I mean? It's a lot of these things that they were promised were going to be fixed. They were promised by Donald Trump. Everything was going to change and he was going to make it all better and everything was going to be cheap a week into a week into his presidency. People are now beginning to show their resentment, even if you weren't a Democrat or a progressive or a liberal, right? We're seeing more and more. A lot of the MAGA folks call Donald Trump out. The MAGA folks just straight up leaving MAGA, looking for another party or another wing of the Republican Party to latch onto, whether it's Nick Fuentes or Candace Owens or whatever it may be. They're steadily and rapidly right now flocking away from Donald Trump, and they're trying to leech onto and attach themselves to other areas of the, other gross areas of the Republican Party. But I just wanted to make sure that everybody is pointing this stuff out. We continue to highlight this stuff wherever the victories come, whatever county they may be in, and especially if they're in red states, especially if it's in the deep South, where it's hugely beneficial and hugely meaningful, right? And something not against the norm, basically where Democrats are outperforming where they should be or where they have been. In terms of elections in these areas. And this is, again, just to show you how upset the people are about what's going on in this country. So I appreciate you guys bearing with me as we talk about kind of different politics around the, around the country. But these different elections need to be highlighted, need to be talked about. Even, upcoming elections too. We need to continuously highlight the Democratic candidates in it. We need to stop this bullshit about, I don't know what you want to call it, the bad talk or the, these ridiculous videos going around, about what's going on in Texas and kind of trying to throw Jasmine Crockett under the bus. Meanwhile, not recognizing what we're facing as an opponent on the other end. You know what I mean? Like, that's for another show, but, we don't have to get into that today. But I mean, again, that's another thing that pisses me off. People just not recognizing the lesser of two evils aspect of what we have to face today. And again, what we're facing on the other side is far more egregious than any complaints and kind of policy disagreements you have with people that are on the overwhelming majority, for the overwhelming majority, for the same things that we're for. But again, like I said, for a different show. But let me throw this up on the screen because this is, again, along the lines of a Democratic momentum and then the Republicans right now being so distracted with the infighting, so distracted with trying to call out their own, so distracted with trying to, keep and hold that cult together. That's what one side of it's trying to hold the cult together, and the other side of it is trying to just blow it apart, right? I think Candace Owens is on the side of just trying to blow everything apart, and then there's a few people on the other side, trying to hold it together. Whether you're the Ben Shapiro's, or the other faction of the crowd there, but it's kind of spreading. This whole thing is spreading. Again, we'll probably have to report on this later tonight, but apparently there was a secret 4-hour meeting between Erica Kirk and Candace Owens. And right now, Candace Owens fans are kind of losing their shit. I don't know if she's actually put out a show since. I'll have to check it out. But people were, let's just say the Candace fans were, anxiously awaiting her response to this meeting, because if she kind of comes out and is all of a sudden in agreement with Erica Kirk, if she's all of a sudden going to, toe the official establishment line to the death of Charlie Kirk, which she has been hammering conspiracy theories. She has been just at every turn calling out every one of the, the things that the government has said they have as evidence. So her fans are now kind of questioning whether or not she's just going to roll over. And all of a sudden, what happened in this meeting if she does roll over? So there's a lot of infighting. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot of people just literally primarily focused on their friends or, their, fellow podcasters and what happens with the infighting, and not focused on politics, not focused on what the government is doing, not focused on combating Democrats, not focused on calling out Democratic politics, whatever they're good at, when they were good at it, when they were together and doing the same thing. They are in total disarray. And I don't know if anything really proves that more than this clip. Check this out, because these are two people that I just didn't have on my bingo card that were going to be feuding in 2025. I didn't see it coming. I didn't have Roseanne Barr, her son, and Nick Fuentes, calling each other motherfuckers. I didn't have it. I didn't have it. But apparently Roseanne Barr has entered the fight. She now wants a piece of Nick Fuentes, just like everybody else does. And Nick Fuentes kind of has a response, but this is all in one here. This is the clip from Roseanne Barr attacking Nick Fuentes, and also Nick Fuentes' response to Roseanne Barr. So let's just dive into a little bit of this madness, please. If we can just kind of gloat and smile and laugh at a little bit of the madness that is going on. And these are the two people. Like, just imagine watching this as a Republican and be like, all right, whose side am I on this? Am I on the side of fucking Roseanne Barr, who honestly has probably taken more pills and drugs at this point to kill like a stable of horses? Or do I want to, represent and defend Nick Fuentes, the I love Adolf Hitler guy? Like, what are your choices in this? You're fucking damned if you do and damned if you don't. Talk about being caught between a rock and a fucking hard place. All right. And again, this is just a couple minutes long, but it's funny as hell. Listen to these two go after each other. And again, it's Nick Fuentes. What does the headline say? I don't know who posted this. Snipe the hype. Not sure who that is. Nick Fuentes' response to Roseanne Barr, pure evil. Who will condemn this Christian hate? Or do we only notice anti-Semitism versus the Jews? I'm not sure whose side that guy's on. It's so hard to tell now with these people. You don't know who's rooting for who wants who to win. It's crazy. All right, check this out. You might have to turn the volume up on your old devices a little bit, because Twitter tends to be a little bit low on volume for some reason, but I'll let it play for as long as I can. But check this nonsense out.
What are you going to do about it, Nick Fuentes?
Oh, I can't. I didn't make it 2 seconds. I didn't make it 2 seconds. What is she wearing? What is she wearing? Oh my God. What is she wearing? Is that a real, like, I'm wearing this for real wig, or is this like, I know it kind of looks horrendous and I'm wearing it for that reason? And is she got her cigarette backwards? It's not lit. All right. Sorry. I literally made it 1 second. All right. Sorry. All right. Here we go. One more time.
What are you going to do about it, Nick Fuentes? What you going to do about it when I tell you, you little bastard, you're going to be begging the Jews to give you, I don't know what.
Medicine for his Kalman syndrome.
Everyone really got him on that one. You're going to be begging the Jews to give you something. Give me a second and I'll think of something. Pass it over to my son.
You're going to be begging the Jews to help you down on your knees and repent like Kanye West, motherfucker. Keep it up. Are you going to go against the God of Abraham? You're going to shit talk the God of the Torah? Keep it up, motherfucker.
Not just the Torah, the Bible, Jesus.
We'll see what happens when you try to overthrow the Constitution of the United States, the Republic of the United States of America.
I quit smoking a long time ago, but I do know that if you light it, it works a little better. It's a little bit more effective if you light the cigarette. I don't know. I mean, definitely more healthy this way, but I don't know if she just enjoyed holding it in her hand or whatnot. But I love that these two are going at it right now.
Shit about that, saying it ain't good, that we got to have some Catholic theology to replace it. You can kiss my motherfucking rich Jew American ass motherfucker.
Yeah.
I saw.
Oh, how does anybody take them seriously? How do you take them seriously? How? I don't understand how. I don't understand how. And Nick actually gave it like a serious response. He saw this and was like, you know what? This deserves a serious Nick Fuentes response. If anything deserves a response, it's this. The lady with the fake blonde wig on, who's clearly out of her tits on some fucking psychedelics right now, holding the upside down cigarette that's not even lit. Like, that's who I'm going to respond to. But he does. He goes on.
Roseanne Barr. Roseanne Barr said he's going to be on his knees begging the Jews. Roseanne Barr, you need to be put in your fucking place. Okay? You're a guest here. Newsflash, you're a guest here.
She's not a guest here. She's an American citizen born in the United States of America. How the fuck is she a guest here? And again, I'm not here to defend fucking Roseanne Barr, but it's pretty self-evident as to what I'm saying is the fact.
This isn't a Jewish country. This is a Christian country.
Nope. See, it's not a Christian country. It's just not a Christian country. That whole separation of church and state thing, and the way that the founding fathers actually drew it up, was for a specific reason, right? And weren't most of them like actually like deists, where they just didn't they believed in a god, just not a specific or any one god, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that. I haven't done much I haven't done much deep diving into the the mindset of the founding fathers recently. But it's ridiculous to say that it's a Christian. It's not a Christian nation. It's just not. Hence, again, the separation of church and state and the way that was written. We could get into it, but we don't have enough time. But I think you guys understand how that's just a dumb statement, right? That's what they want it to be. They want it to be a white Christian nationalist nation. That's what they're trying to turn it into. That's what their end goal is, to get rid of all the brown people, get rid of all the black people, get rid of the LGBTQIA community, get rid of the transgenders, right? That's what they really want. They want it to be this white, dedicated white society of all whites that go to church every single day for hours and hours a day, probably multiple times on Sunday. That's what they want. They don't want to look over and see a Mexican living next to them. They don't want to look over and see somebody from Guatemala living next to them. They don't want to look over and see an African American next to them, right? That's not what they're looking for. That's not their ideal society. So to say that it's a Christian nation, especially the way he's going to speak not long later in this clip, right, is pretty hypocritical. And I think we all know that's the same thing as well. You can pull up any number of videos of people online claiming to be Christians while calling for harm for other people, or hoping for the worst for other people, or actively calling for the death of other people. Not very Christian-like, right? Not very Jesus-like. Not what Jesus would necessarily do if he was kind of teleported down to 2025 right now. I think he'd act probably and say a little bit of he'd probably be a little bit different. Let's put it that way.
This country was not founded by Jews. Jews didn't write the Constitution. Jews didn't write the Declaration. Jews didn't fight in the American Revolutionary War. Europeans did. Christians did. You're a guest. You need to be put in your place. You disgusting fat bitch. No one is going to be begging Jews for anything, because Americans would rather die on their feet than live on their knees begging to anybody. She goes, you're messing with the God of Abraham. You're messing with God. His name is Jesus Christ. That's who you're messing with. She goes, you're messing with the God of Abraham. You're messing with Yahweh. God's name is Jesus Christ, actually. That's the God of this nation. That's the God of your nation. That's your king, too. As a matter of fact, he's especially your king. He's the king of you people. He's the king of the Jews. Christ is king over everybody, especially you, Roseanne Barr, and that's who you're messing with. She goes, he's messing with the God of Abraham. We're like Daniel. We can predict the future. We know everything. It isn't right. And everybody can see what they're doing. All it takes is one person that isn't ashamed. That's why they hate me. Because you can't guilt me. You can't shame me. I'm shameless. I'm guiltless. Absolutely. They go, you're racist. You're anti-Semitic. You're a Holocaust denier. Yeah. You said Hitler. Cool. Yeah, he is cool. Fuck you.
So they blocked it out there, but he's saying Hitler, right? Just to kind of, I want to get to this part at least, but this is where he's saying, yes, I am a racist. Yes, I am a bigot. Yes, I do love Hitler, right? And again, to be the hypocrisy, let's just point this out for a second. And I'm sure everybody probably recognizes this to a certain extent, but the hypocrisy, right, of being quote unquote America first, but also loving Adolf Hitler and Joseph Stalin. Again, two people that the United States went to war with, two people that the U.S. soldiers died to fight against, right? That Adolf Hitler actively killed, and ordered his military to kill, just like Joseph Stalin did, U.S. military soldiers, U.S. military members. But you're America first. How do you put that on both hands and wear it at the same time, right? It makes absolutely no sense. You can't put those two things together. You can't idolize Adolf Hitler, a man that clearly and almost single-handedly defines, the modern history of the United States and why we are where we are and why we have to act the way we act on the world stage. Right, where hundreds of thousands of U.S. servicemen and women died to fight, right, risked their lives, millions risked their lives and gave up everything they had in this country to go to a foreign country to fight a war for democracy so that we now can live the life that we live here in this country, while at the same time putting on an America First hat. I mean, I think the only thing you say to that is 2 words, right? Fuck you. I think that works.
You.
And he does this, right? This is his, like, I don't even know how you'd kind of come up with it. Like, so, you know how they say online, like, I don't know, like, we try to basically he's trying to get ahead of the curve here. If he can say he's already a racist, if he can say he's a bigot, and he can say he loves Hitler, right? Then you basically have nowhere else to go. Like the 3 tenets of shame, right? That we try to, say you're in an online battle, you try to, expose somebody as the racist. If they're saying something racist, you expose them, or you try to shame them, right, into realizing what they said is racist and realizing what they said is not acceptable in today's society. But if they combat that, if they're already coming out and saying, yes, I'm a racist, I don't care. Yes, I love Hitler, I don't care. Like, he tries to kind of head off your argument. He tries to stop that. And as he says, he's shameless. He can't be shamed, right? So he tries to kind of take away your angle, take away your weapon that he sees that people try to use against him and his kind by calling them racist, by calling them bigoted, by saying they're Nazis and they love Hitler. He's just going to say it about himself, and that way he's taking your actions that you typically use or would typically use to shame somebody in public. He's taking that tool away, saying that I don't really care, right? That's his fucking ploy. That's his plan that he has. That's why he comes out and he admits all this stuff. And again, this is on his podcast, right? This is on his podcast. And again, look at how differently he talks and speaks. Clearly anti-Semitic, right? 100 I don't know. It could be more anti-Semitic, the shit that he's saying. Clearly talking about, more specifically talking about his love for Hitler. When he was on Piers Morgan, may have alluded to these things, may have admitted to the overall premise of these things, but doesn't do the deep dive like he does on his Rumble podcast, where he definitely opens up and shows the real Nick Fuentes.
At least Hitler isn't replacing me in my own country. That's the difference.
Right. At least Hitler isn't replacing me in my own country. I mean, sounds almost exactly like the Jews will not replace us. Remember that? Remember the Charlottesville rally? Jews will not replace us? That's what he just said right there. The exact same statement. I feel like at least Hitler is not replacing me in my own country. And again, this is the guy here, Nick Fuentes, the people that some people at least flocking away from Donald Trump, flocking away from the MAGA cult, are now latching onto and now attaching themselves to, looking for, a new leader. And as we can see here, if this becomes the new leader, we have a hell of a fight on our hands, because he's much more fucking talented. I have no problem admitting he's much more talented than Donald Trump rhetorically. Right? Speaking to people, getting people behind him, getting crowds, speaking to crowds. And we all know how dangerous, your history, how dangerous people can be if they, can in any way be seen as having an advantage in public speaking, or having that aura, for lack of a better term, in their public speaking. Right? As much as, and as egregious as the things that they say are, as hateful and spiteful he is, as much as you dislike it, inevitably the people that follow this type of thing, it gets sucked up and wrapped up in it. So we need to make sure that we continuously call this out. Same thing with Candace Owens. The more that they gain in popularity, the more that people are trying to flock away from Donald Trump and find, again, another faction of the Republican Party that they, belong to. We need to continuously call those, factions out as well. We can't just sit back and say, okay, once Donald Trump takes his last breath, where, the war is done, the fight has been won. That's just not going to be the case. Unfortunately, this is going to be a long-standing fight, even when Donald Trump is out of the political picture. All right, let's dive into this next. Speaking of Donald Trump, we'll talk about this blockade, the total and complete blockade of the Venezuelan oil tankers. Again, as we know, blockade being an act of war. Here, let me throw this on the screen for you guys, for anybody that's curious. And, for anybody that's seen the movie 13 Days, I believe is the name of it, the movie reenacting and depicting the Cuban Missile Crisis, JFK, I think Kevin Costner, it's Kevin Costner, a few other great actors in that. But if you've seen 13 Days, then you can, I wish I could show it to you. I wish I wasn't too scared about copyright, because I'd show you the clip in which it shows how seriously, obviously in this movie, kind of reenacting what happened, how seriously they take the act of a blockade. right? How it's not a light decision, how it is not undertaken in a second. Like it is thought about. You got to think about what the hell it means, what it's going to mean to the people of the country, right? But I'll skip right to the bottom here, because according to modern international law, blockades are an act of war. In that sense, a blockade can be legal only if applied in self-defense, but never as a part of war or aggression. Blockades are illegal when used to starve or collectively punish the civilian population. In such case, they are a war crime and potentially crimes against humanity. At this case, we're not stopping food, as far as I know, food from getting to the shores of Venezuela. So that hasn't come into effect just yet. But don't rule that part out either. Right now, we're just kind of enacting a blockade on their sanctioned oil tankers, which kind of brings up, I guess, a gray area in this whole thing too, which is what I believe they're kind of playing in this administration that lives, that feeds, that thrives in the gray, shadowy areas where loopholes and people don't, uncertainties, lies. I think that's what's going on here. Right, because we talk about how they're sanctioned oil tankers. So does that give them a little more right or justification in stopping these? I'm not 100% sure how the law goes and the legalities of it are. But again, just the word blockade, just enacting any sort of blockade here is an outright act of war, even though Congress, once again, hasn't signed off on anything like that. Doesn't matter. As soon as you start, employing your Navy to stop the shipments of supplies getting to a certain country, whether it's a blockade on sanctioned vessels, whether it's a blockade on food, whether it's a blockade overall. I mean, you can see here, plain and clear, according to modern international law, blockades are an act of war. Plain and simple. So let me throw this back on here, and we'll go through this CNN clip here depicting and telling us what's actually going on here. All right, let's take a look.
President Trump is now taking the already boiling tension with the Venezuelan president to a new level now, ordering a, quote, total and complete blockade on sanctioned oil tankers in and out of Venezuela. He says that's going to be backed by a, quote unquote, armada of U.S. ships in the region. The specific wording of Trump's announcement may allow for more wiggle room than his blockade threat suggests, but he's definitely trying to escalate things even further. It comes after the U.S. Coast Guard seized this ship. We've been showing you this video since last week off of Venezuela's coast. The new threat is now intended to hit right at the heart of the Venezuelan economy, its massive oil reserves. The president, it appears, is also trying to.
And again, I mean, that we could talk about the effect on the Venezuelan people, depending on how long this blockade goes. Again, how detrimental it is. How effective it is. I mean, if it goes on long enough, it will definitely start to have an effect on the population of this country, which again will absolutely bring into terms of whether or not we're actively, starving or make it more difficult for the people to live, right? That's something that definitely has to be looked at and talked about in this aspect as well. But it's a clear escalation, as we've seen escalation after escalation after escalation in this, right? We've talked at length about the about the oil. We've talked at length about other natural resources in and around the area that could very well be, the prize in the eye of Donald Trump, right? But this is in no doubt an escalatory move, putting again more and more U.S. servicemen and women in jeopardy if anything were to kick off, right? And again, we always we talk about how inherently dangerous this is to have that much of our military, that much of our Navy in close proximity to somebody that thinks we're a threat to them. Even though we have the overwhelming, power majority here, we have the overwhelming advantage in terms of, superiority in all aspects. It doesn't mean that, people can't get hurt, people can't die. That's just not the case. So again, we'll go on.
Focus back to the Caribbean and back to his agenda, announcing a primetime speech from the White House tonight. One thing he's likely trying to turn the focus away from, that explosive Vanity Fair interview with his chief of staff, Susie Wiles. People still trying to wrap their heads around what was said on the record in this lengthy series of interviews.
And we got a clip from the I've Had It ladies coming up next, speaking about that exact article. So stick around for that too.
The more and many eyebrow-raising things about what that was said was about those strikes on alleged drug boats off the coast of Venezuela. The Trump administration has maintained that those strikes are aimed at stopping drugs from reaching the United States. But Susie Wiles says on the record now that they're more about the country's leader, saying that Trump, quote, wants to keep on blowing boats up until Maduro cries uncle. CNN's Elena Treen is live.
So basically, Donald Trump right now is sitting around playing a giant game of Battleship. That's what he's doing. He's moving little chess pieces around on a board, or he's instructing commanders and generals and admirals to move around chess pieces that he's looking at. It's no different than Hitler in his last days in the bunker, right? This is Adolf Hitler in his last days in the bunker, directing a military that no longer exists, to direct units that no longer exist, to positions they no longer hold, right? To fire weapons and to move their artillery that is no longer fucking operational. It's delusion. It's a man and just using the power that he has to enact this fucking war game to create more power, to get his friends, his fucking oil conglomerate buddies, vast wealth, vast power, to make sure that we can continuously feed the oil refineries that take the heavy crude, so that these people that are, I'm sure, begging and charring and biting at the heels of Donald Trump to have some sort of fucking help. And again, this has probably been a long time in the making. And now Donald Trump is sitting there in his fucking, decrepit mental state, when he's at his weakest, when he's at his most dangerous, when he's at his, least predictable, most unpredictable state yet that we've seen him in as president, as somebody in United States politics. This is when he's now moving chess pieces around on a fucking little map, on a board, trying to, play these war games, to try to be the tough guy, to try to be the big guy on the planet, right? And he's putting our U.S. servicemen and women directly in harm's way. Directly between Donald Trump, Venezuela, is our servicemen and women that are going to be carrying out these strikes on the Venezuelan homeland, on the fucking, on the, whatever it may be, strikes on the military if this thing kicks off. And believe me, these people will shoot back. They're not going to succeed in their overall mission, but that doesn't mean that they can't cause harm. That doesn't mean that they can't cause damage. That doesn't mean that people won't be killed in this mission.
White House.
Let me throw this back on. Sorry, rant over. Oh, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. Peter says, in what is a diabolical move so he can continue to get away with his past crimes, Trump breaks all laws, knowing that there aren't enough judges and courts to hold him accountable. Well, that's just the thing, Peter. Not only is it that, but he also, we say all the time, like, the only thing that he managed to learn from his first administration, from his first term, was who he needs to put in what positions in order to get away with his corruption. Not to how better serve the American people, not to how better be a president to all people, not to better, not how to better treat and, use our relationship with our allies, none of that. Basically, what positions gave him trouble the last time? Okay, those are the positions that I need to get sycophants in. Those are the positions that I need to get somebody friendly and 100% loyal to Donald Trump in, which is the DOJ, the FBI, right? You name it. He's got people installed in every single one of these agencies. He's stacking the Supreme Court, got the Supreme Court on his side. Now he knows that he kind of has everybody in the right spots in order for him to get away with whatever he wants to get away with, which is why we've seen him act so brazenly, right? With the gold, with the ballroom, right? With the covering up of the Epstein files, with the treatment of Zelensky, coddling up to Russia. Like these are normally things that if a president is trying to do, are done behind closed doors, right? Like the most hush-hush thing you could put, not in broad daylight, not in front of cameras, not with microphones in front of his face, not conversations of Steve Witkoff literally instructing the Russians how to better, get one over on Donald Trump, how to, get the best out of the negotiations with the United States. This is all in broad daylight. Donald Trump said that was just normal negotiating tactics. But it's anything but. It's everything but. It's crazy.
This morning about that blockade. What are you hearing?
Yeah, and what a stunning quote that was from Susie Wiles, particularly as someone who's been covering this Venezuela escalation for weeks now. I mean,
and now that they're speaking about Susie Wiles, that's probably a good time to jump into this, considering we're kind of running out of time. But, just to stay on topic, this is what Jen and Pumps kind of had to say about the Vanity Fair article. So I figured, you guys love them. You guys were kind enough to introduce me to them a while ago. We've been covering them a lot, so I figured we'd kind of play their reaction to that. You guys got my reaction to it yesterday. So what do you say we play their reaction to this, and we can continue to discuss? I appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit that like button. Let everybody know I'm live. Let everybody know you like the channel. Let everybody know that we're past 15K and on our way to 20K. And thank you to the mods. Thank you to the fabulous chat. You guys are amazing and the best on YouTube. So let's get into this. This is, again, the I've Had It podcast, and it says, Trump betrayed by his inner circle after Vanity Fair bombshell. Who's getting fired? And like I said on Blue Sky this morning, how long will it be before we hear, I don't know, like a 100 bazillion, gazillion, quadrillion, bazillion dollar lawsuit announced against Vanity Fair by Donald Trump? It's coming. It's coming. You just don't know how much it's going to be for. It's going to be $1 bajillion. All right, here we go.
Vanity Fair has gone absolutely nuclear on the Trump administration. They effed them so hard. They lured them in.
I hope they show the pictures. That's one thing that I didn't play on the show is the pictures that Vanity has. Let me see while that's playing. I'll see if I can pull up the pictures in case they don't play it, because I wanted to watch this with you. I didn't cover this. I didn't get into this. So let me see if I can pull those up.
Special.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Well, you're going to be cover story, and then they take these diabolical close-up mugshots and start trotting it out. They get 11 on-tape interviews with Trump Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, and you want to talk about loose lips, sinking ships. It's unbelievable. These people are so incompetent. They can't even go and stay on script in front of Vanity Fair. All right, let's put up the recount. Has an amazing summary of all of this. Pop it up. Susie Wiles says Trump has an alcoholic personality, which we've all known that for the longest of time. He's the biggest dry drunk on the planet. Not to mention a lot of people from The Apprentice say that he does engage in uppers and pharmaceuticals. Pretty reliable sources, I would say. All right, moving along. Wiles said Trump has an alcoholic's personality. High-functioning alcoholics or alcoholics in general, their personalities are exaggerated when they drink. I'm a little bit of an expert in big personalities. He operates with a view that there's nothing he can't do. Nothing. Zero. Nothing.
And again, apparently this is all on tape. So Susie Wiles coming out and said this was a hit piece, saying they took everything out of context. I mean, I find it hard to believe that she didn't know that it was being recorded. Right? I mean, isn't everything in today's day and age? I'm sure there was, multiple recording devices, or a lot of people use their cell phones now, whatever it may be. Like, I find it not only, but was it videotape? I don't know. But I find it very hard and difficult to believe that Susie Wiles was like blown away and shocked by hearing, or at least by thinking she can get away with saying that she didn't say these things and that we're out of context. When, again, it's a Vanity Fair. Like, you got to understand that this is going to be recorded in several different ways, just so they could back up and corroborate what they're printing in their magazine, in case you say the shit that you're going to say here. Like, you would have to understand that.
And the next slide. Okay, this is
some of the other things, just for the sake of time. She says, Susie Wiles said about people in the cabinet meeting, J.D. Vance is a conspiracy theorist for a decade who's transitioning from a Trump critic to an ally was sort of political. Pam Bondi whiffed on the Epstein files. RFK pushes the envelope, some would say too far. Marco Rubio is not the sort of person that would violate his principles. And then it says Russ Voigt is a right-wing absolute zealot. And then check this out. Here's some of the pictures, just to kind of show you these. Ready? Look, I mean, they did do them dirty. I got to say, they absolutely did do them dirty in terms of pictures. Like, these are fucking straight up mugshots. This is you just been fucking sentenced to a long prison term. And this is, you still fucking, it still has to, like, you're still trying to digest that. Like, it still hasn't hit you yet. Right. And you're like, okay, I'm just going to stare straight ahead with this 1,000-mile stare. She looks like she's been under artillery fire for the last fucking 3 weeks. That's what she looks like. She looks like she's in the trenches of the Somme under an artillery barrage for the last 7 weeks. And this is what you see when you pull her out of the trenches. She just can't talk, can't speak. Her eyes are wide open. That's it. And then it goes on with oh my God. What is that? Why does he look 73 years old? Why does he look 70? Isn't he younger than I am? Jesus H. Holy shit. And it goes on. It goes on. Oh, yeah. This is the one a lot of people are talking about. This is the one a lot of people are talking about. Oh, no. I don't want to like it. How do I unlike it? No, I don't want to like that. Let me go back. I don't want to. No, I don't want that. No, we'll go back to this. Oh, my goodness gracious. Sorry. It brought me to Instagram and it had me. I clicked one too many times. It had me like it. I didn't want to like it. But yeah, this is Caroline Levitt. Again, less than 30, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Under 30 years old. And that's I'll leave it at that. I'll leave that one there. And here's Marco Rubio. Look at Marco. What happened to Marco? This is what happens when you work for Donald Trump. This is what happens when you have to work for Donald Trump. This is what you end up looking like. Oh my good God. They look like hostage photos. They look like hostage photos. And is there another one? Yep, there's Stephen Miller doing. Oh no, I don't want to go there. There's Stephen Miller doing him dirty. Here's what his mugshot. This is what we have to look forward to for a Stephen Miller mugshot. Who else? Was there another? Wasn't there one with like Marco Rubio looking at a fucking lamp or some shit? Where was that one? They must not have that one posted. But yeah, just to kind of give you a sense of what some of those pictures look like. Jesus Christ. Enough to give you nightmares, some of those, if not all of them. But yeah, we'll go on.
You guys, what Susie Wiles said about people in Trump's cabinet. She says about Lil Smokey, our little failed drag queen, JD Vance, is a conspiracy theorist for a decade whose transition from Trump critic to ally was sort of political. This is stunning. A White House chief of staff takes the vice president, puts him under the bus, drives over it, hits reverse, reverses back over it, goes back over it again, and hits reverse and back over it. That's how unlikable these people are. Yeah. This is the nicest thing she can say on record. On Pam Bondi, she says she completely whiffed the handling of the Epstein files. On RFK Jr., he pushes the envelope, some would say too far. On Marco Rubio, is not the sort of person that would violate his principles.
Again, we went over a lot of this on the show yesterday for what they had to say, but well, let's get into this part where they talk about Elon.
Moving along, on Elon Musk, she says he is an avowed ketamine user. He sleeps.
Like, what the fuck? What was Susie Wiles shit-faced? I'm serious. I said yesterday, was she on truth serum? Like, did somebody inject her with truth serum? Like, was she shit-faced? What would make you go in there and be like, yeah, fucking Elon's a ketamine junkie. Trump's a drunk. Fucking JD Vance doesn't like Donald Trump. He's a fucking fraud. Like, she just laid it bare. Like, she just went in there with, like, I think she actually may have had the chainsaw that Elon Musk went on stage with. And that's how she went into the Vanity Fair interview, just with a fucking chainsaw. Like, she's so sick of working in this administration. She's like, fuck it. I'm going to use this as my out. I'm going to use this as my opportunity. I'm going to drink 2 boxes of Franzia. I'm going to drink 2 boxes of fucking Franzia and head into my Vanity Fair interview. And I'm just going to let loose. But hey, they go on.
Sleeps in a sleeping bag in the EOB in the daytime. He's an odd duck, as I think geniuses are. No rational person could think the USAID process was a good one. Nobody. So if
now, I don't know if she's referencing what they did to damage USAID, or if she's specifically talking about USAID as an organization. It would seem to me the way she's speaking about Elon here, talking about his as a ketamine user, sleeping in a bag, sleeping in a sleeping bag, being an odd duck, that she would be talking about Doja's work in the destruction of USAID, and and not what most Republicans would call out as far as just USAID, the organization, to begin with. You know what I mean?
Took Lil Smokey and drove over him and reversed back over and over. She's waterboarding Elon Musk right now, you guys. And then she's throwing him under the bus. I mean, this is so damning. And you know what's so fascinating about Elon Musk?
What's next? I just want to see if there's anything next they go into. Yeah, there's one here too.
She says Trump is in the Epstein files, and we know he's in the files, and he's not in the file doing anything awful. He was on Epstein's plane. He's on the manifest. They were, sort of young, single, whatever. I know it's passe, it's a passe word, but sort of young, single playboys together.
Again, she's the chief of staff to the president of the United States at a time where the country, if not the world, is enraged, incensed, literally begging for justice for the victims in this case. And it's the president himself who is named in the files multiple times, pictured with the monsters that perpetrated all of these crimes multiple times, never lived more than a fucking driver's distance away from Jeffrey Epstein ever, right? The guy that has clearly got the motive and the reason for covering this up now, wouldn't you expect the chief of staff to go in there and maybe just do like this, I don't know, puff propaganda bullshit to get away from, like, you know what I mean? Like, you understand how this kind of works? Like, she's going in there, yeah, he's in the file. He didn't do anything wrong, but he's fucking in there, baby. He was a young playboy. Boy, him and Jeffrey were playboys together, but, nothing wrong. He didn't do anything wrong. Like, that's just, I don't know, just really strange behavior. This whole thing is really strange behavior from a White House chief of staff. You know what I mean? Like, her job is to maintain like the semblance of respectability somehow of this administration, which is almost nearly impossible. Obviously, we know that, but this whole thing just reads weird. And I want to pop this on the screen too, because Vanity Fair kind of responded to the criticisms from Susie Wiles. So let me throw this on the screen as well, just because we're kind of running out of time. And this is the CNN covering the Vanity Fair response.
This is, unfortunately, another example of disingenuous reporting, where you have a reporter who took the chief of staff's words wildly out of context, did not include the context those conversations were had within, and then...
Please, why doesn't a reporter right then and there say, okay, let's bring out this 90 days she gave Donald Trump for political retribution, or any one of the things she said about J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio or Elon Musk. What is the context for calling Elon Musk a fucking degenerate junkie? Please, can you add the context? What was the context, Susie, that Vanity Fair left out that would, I don't know, excuse the fact that she told us that J.D. Vance was really an ex-Trumper, not a Trumper, and only did it for political reasons? Or, again, she gave Donald Trump 90 days to enact political retribution, but even though we're well past that in 11, almost a year on into his second term now, he's still actively seeking political retribution against his political opponents or anybody that said anything negative about him. Right? I wish a fucking reporter would just step up in the moment and please, okay, what is the context for this then? Please do add some, because I would love to know at any point what context would make this better.
Further, I think the most egregious part of this article was the bias of omission that was clearly present. And we see a lot of this when dealing with the media every day.
Well, again, Chris Whipple is with us tonight, and we'll certainly ask him to address those complaints. First, though, some of what Susie Wiles said, quoting from...
All right, we don't need to go over. They're going to kind of just recap what Susie Wiles said a little bit. I'm going to go to where they bring in, I believe, the gentleman that actually did the interview, right? So let me go skip ahead here. This is where they sit down with the gentleman here. I'll bring him in, and he can kind of address the allegations here.
Amen. Joining me now is Chris Whipple in his first broadcast interview since his two-part Vanity Fair piece landed. He's also the author of the New York Times bestseller, The Gatekeepers, How the White House Chiefs of Staff Define Every Presidency. Chris, thanks for being with us.
Yeah, great to be here.
A lot to talk about. First of all the things Susie Wiles told you, what surprised you the most?
You know, Anderson, this was one of those cases as a reporter in your career when lightning strikes. And it was astonishing to me the extent to which she was unguarded and freewheeling on the record all the time. I've covered, as you know, I wrote a book about the Biden White House where everybody was on deep background requiring quote approval. Quite the opposite in this case. Susie Wiles in 11 interviews over 11 months.
That's how many there were, 11 interviews over.
11 interviews over 11 months, right? Jesus Christ. And every single one of them, somehow she showed up shit-faced.
For 11 months.
11 in-depth interviews in which she was on the record. Everything in the article was on the record.
Were you recording every interview?
I recorded every interview.
Even
And there it is. Recorded. Everything was on the record. Recorded every interview. Every word Susie Wiles said was on tape, recorded. So again, there's ample evidence that we could look at, or, you know, if they want to put it out there to say, hey, listen, this is the added context surrounding these quotes that we pulled out. You tell me what makes this okay. What context did we leave out that you think would have changed what these statements represent or who they're about even?
Ones that were on the phone. There was one where she was doing laundry, apparently.
Yeah, everything is on tape.
Did she know this was for Vanity Fair? Did she think this was for a long-term book that you were doing?
She knew I was working on a book at the outset. When I told her that Vanity Fair had agreed to do a piece, to publish a piece, she was all in and enthusiastic about it.
Why?
See, that's strange, because I could almost see, guys, you could almost see if like she thought that he was working on like a long-term book, say wasn't going to come out for another, I don't know, let's just say it wasn't going to come out till after this administration, right? Like it would almost be something you could be like, okay, I can see that happening that way when the information of the book comes out. Like she's not even still in the administration. There'd be no ramifications, right? She could probably make a couple bucks by, you know, people asking her or wanting interviews afterwards, whatever it may be. You can almost kind of see that, but where now we hear that she was told that this is not only going to be for the book, but it was picked up by Vanity Fair for an article and they're going to publish it. She was all in, quote unquote, all in for it, which is again really strange.
She is so legendarily averse to being out front.
That's why I say that this was lightning striking. It's amazing to me. First of all, I think that she is the most fascinating person in American politics, not only because she ran a brilliant campaign and brought Trump back from the dead to win the 2024 election. She's the first female White House chief of staff. But in addition, she's kind of the Greta Garbo of White House chiefs. I mean, she's never on camera, rarely on camera, hardly ever gives interviews, and yet she did. I think it's because, all I can tell you is what she told me. She felt the Trump 1.0 had been unfairly covered, that Trump was vilified.
During the first administration.
During the first administration.
She thought she'd just roll in there and call him an alcoholic and just steamroll everybody else in the administration, and that would get more favorable coverage, I guess. We're just going to just expose everybody in the administration and hope that the press would then what? More favorably cover this administration? Like, what was the plan here? What was the fucking plan? What was behind her? Like, what was the motivation for somebody, again, as we're talking about, these reporters know her as somebody kind of behind the scenes, not really willing to be out in front, not willing to, to be on camera that much. And all of a sudden she's doing 11 different interviews over 11 months. And she's kind of spilling the beans more than anybody in this administration has for a long time. Like, again, I don't know. Is there something brewing behind the scenes where she's not happy with what's going on either? I find this hard to believe that this was just kind of like a slip up over 11 months, right? That it makes no sense to me that she would just continuously slip up and go against what, her normal routine or her normal actions for a full 11 months, for a full 11 interviews. Just something, I don't know, must be brewing. But again, over 11 months, that's since the beginning of the administration. So how long could this shit have been brewing? I don't fucking know. The whole thing is just strange. It really is strange. But unfortunately, we are out of time today. I meant to show you this too. This is the second day in a row I meant to show you this. I guess we'll cover this tonight. How about this? We'll cover this tonight. I got about a minute left to kind of just show you that. I want to cover this tonight because I want to refresh everybody's memory because we're talking about Trump's handling of the military. And again, we can not hope for anything predictable. We cannot hope for anything that actually makes sense in terms of, orders given to the military or anything that we're going to see undertaken, in Venezuela by the CIA, by the Navy, whatever it may be. And this is a great story here, I think, to kind of reiterate the craziness, the insane nature in which Donald Trump kind of handles the military. And this is from his first administration. And this is when he gave a secret memo ordering the withdrawal of all U.S. forces from Afghanistan and Syria all at the same time. And this was not approved by Congress. This was not approved by any of the higher ups. Nobody knew about the order. So Mark Milley actually went to the White House to, kind of say, what the fuck's going on here? If not almost those exact words. And nobody knew. Nobody had ever heard of the order. Nobody knew about the order. Nobody knew what it was about, why it was given. And again, this is an order to withdraw and in its entirety, U.S. forces from two different nations with no prior planning. No prior consultation with the country that would be leaving or enemies in the area, whatever it may be. That's a crazy story. So we'll go over that tonight. But I really do appreciate you guys. I'm going to toss it over to my main man, Jeff Waldorf, over on this space. I really do appreciate you guys. Thank you to Matt. Thank you to the mods over there. You guys are fantastic. And as I always say, I'm very appreciative and very honored to be a part of the coalition that you guys are building and have built over there. So please make sure if you're not subscribed to this space, head over there and check out this space. Thank you, guys. I'll throw it over to Jeff. I appreciate you. For everybody else, make sure you stick around so I can thank you for contributing to the show. But thank you to this space. Have a great day, guys.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, 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 other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
He's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
The US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. I am Jeff Waldorf, Logical Leftist, right here on this space Wednesdays. Last week, I was not here. My furnace is kaput. So, yeah, I'm dealing with that. Joys of home ownership, everybody. But at least I'm one of the lucky few that actually could afford it at the time. And so, unlike a lot of millennials and especially members of Gen Z. So yeah, that's a big problem. But anyway, I got a great show for y'all. Okay. So we've got, I'm going to talk about Donald Trump trying to start a war with Venezuela. Okay. That's something that I know a lot of people are talking about. Boston Brian just talked about it on his show. And again, it's an absolute disaster and is also illegal. Okay. So not that Trump cares, obviously, but I'm gonna talk about it. Then we've got Pam Bondi with her cash bounties for turning in pro-trans activists. Of course. Look, what's going on with all the polling for Donald Trump? Disaster. Polling for Republicans, absolute disaster. So they are turning to the tried and true method of going after transgender people. So I've got some great examples. And by the way, of Democrats that are helping them. Yeah. Resistance? No. These Democrats are the assistants. We're going to talk about that. We also have other things. We've got a disastrous story. Okay. A study, once again, showing who is spreading the most fake news. Okay. And what a disaster that is for the country. And who's behind all of it? All right. We've got that. We have a report on Tesla and their robo taxis. They're an absolute disaster. Not that you are all surprised. We've got some good news as well. We have a union leader that has crushed their MAGA opponent in Kentucky, of all places. And then a no shit study, all right, about how working less is actually good for you. So, and we need, and I know a lot of you are sitting at home going, yeah, of course. Yeah, we knew that already. Yes, that's very important. But that message needs to go out. We need to talk about that. We need to talk about what Europe is doing, okay? And how big corporations want you desperate and tired so that you do not challenge their agenda. So all that stuff I'm going to be talking about today. So if you haven't already, like and share the stream because it's going to be a fantastic show. These stories are awesome and very important. It's not just the, political stuff going on behind the scenes and all that stuff. No, these are real topics. These are real important issues. Now, by the way, just to answer a question here, from Sadie Blue Ocean, do I think that Donald Trump will pull the war card tonight? I have no idea. I'm keeping it 100. I never know what kind of dumb things this idiot is going to do. And so what kind of not only dumb, but also probably illegal and disastrous things he is going to do. But let me tell you what, if he does, that is a hell of a way to try to distract from the Epstein files. Okay. And just a horrific way. With that, let's segue into the first segment here. We're going to talk about that. Venezuela. What the hell is going on? So I want to be crystal clear about what is happening right now off the coast of South America. Donald Trump, the president, isn't just applying pressure or enforcing sanctions, which are already ridiculous. No, what he is doing is committing an act of war. This is according to reports from Newsweek. The United States is assembling what they are calling the quote unquote largest armada in recent memory to initiate a naval blockade of Venezuela. Why Venezuela? Why? Well, taking to Truth Social, Trump wrote that the total and complete blockade will only be lifted when Venezuela returns to the U.S., quote, all of the oil, land, and other assets that they previously stole from us. What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? You dumb, withered old man. Like, that is, what did they steal from us? Okay? As far as I know, they didn't take any of our oil or land or anything. If anything, we are the ones who are stealing from Venezuela by seizing their oil tankers. I mean, come on. No, he continues. Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled in the history of South America. It will only get bigger. And the shock to them will be like nothing they have ever seen before. Okay, this is threatening war. Now, of course, the administration is trying to use the soft language like, oh, no, it's not a war. It's an interdiction. It is enhanced monitoring. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Is that like enhanced interrogation, which we know is torture? Come on. Look, don't buy it, okay? This is a naval blockade. All right. It is an act of war. And it is stopping goods, its food and medicine from entering a sovereign nation by force. You know what that's defined by under international law? An act of war. Yeah. Common Dreams is reporting that legal scholars and human rights groups have already been sounding the alarm on this. Code Pink said in a statement that Trump's assertion that Venezuela must return oil, land, and other assets to the United States exposes the true objective of this military campaign. Quote, Venezuela did not steal anything from the United States. What Trump describes as theft is Venezuela's lawful assertion of sovereignty over its own natural resources and its refusal to allow U.S. corporations to control its economy. A blockade, a terrorist designation, and a military buildup are steps towards war. Congress must act immediately to stop this escalation, and the international community must reject this lawless threat. Now, let me tell you, when it comes to Congress, they're not going to stop this escalation. I'm sorry. They're not going to. You know why? Because the Republican Party has no balls. They are 150% cucks to Donald Trump. I'm sorry. And I know we're seeing articles like, oh, congressional Republicans have defied Trump on this one particular issue. They're not going to defy him on this. Not enough of them anyway. Yeah, you might have like Rand Paul or something. You know, obviously he's a pretty good anti-war vote, pretty reliable. So we already knew someone like Rand Paul would go against this, and then maybe a couple of others, right, that aren't at all interested. But the rest of the party, the majority of the party, it's absolutely subservient to the whims of Donald Trump. So they're not going to oppose him on this. They're just not. So, and I don't know what is going to happen. There is an announcement that is going to happen later after the filming of this. And I don't know what he is going to say. I don't know. Now, and look, there's more reason. There's an actual reason, right, why I think that the Republicans aren't going to do anything. And it's based on their own actions. Last month, Senate Republicans, some of who are publicly clamoring for the military, for the U.S. military to overthrow Maduro's government, voted down a Venezuela war powers resolution. Once again, you only had 2 Republican senators out of a lot more. Rand Paul and Lisa Murkowski joining Democrats to support that resolution. Yeah. Now, others are pointing out the obvious as well, that this is not going to topple a regime, which we shouldn't be doing anyway. I thought we were done with this whole regime change nonsense, especially with America First Donald Trump. But here we are. Look, all this is going to do is just going to starve normal people. That is what blockades do. They are a form of collective punishment. You and I, we know the playbook here. We already saw this with the sanctions, and now we're seeing it with warships. The argument is always the same. Oh, we've got to make the population suffer so much that they rise up and demand freedom. No. Look at the logic here. If you cut off supply lines to a country that is already struggling with an economic crisis, you're not hurting leadership. And by the way, you're also not turning the people against the Maduro government. In fact, polls taken and stories coming out of Venezuela already say that, yeah, they're not going to turn against Maduro. They're just going to double down in hating the United States. So congratulations. But look, the leadership, when you do when you do a blockade, when you do economic sanctions, you don't hurt the leadership. Leadership always eats. You are hurting the grandmother that needs insulin. Okay. You're hurting the child that needs medication. This is an example of the cruelty of the U.S. imperialist foreign policy doctrine, which I was told Donald Trump wasn't going to do. It's almost like they were lying to us over and over again when they chanted America first. But that gets me to the hypocrisy of the whole thing. This is the same political movement, MAGA, that screams about sovereignty and borders here at home. All right. Feeling completely entitled to surround a sovereign nation and dictate what can cross their borders while we sit there and murder people who may be innocent on boats. At the end of the day, this is a bullshit escalation that bypasses Congress, ignores international laws and norms, and risks a disastrous war in our own hemisphere. All to do what? For one, to satisfy an ego, Donald Trump's, and also to enrich some of Donald Trump's and the Republican Party's biggest donors, the oil and gas industry. Make no mistake, this is illegal, immoral, and a humanitarian disaster that is just waiting to happen. And we need to call it out as progressives for what it is. All right. Let's move on here. Let's go to Pam Bondi. For some reason, I want to call her Pam Bondage, and that is probably a bad thing to do. Let's not go there, okay? I'm terrible, I know. All right. If you thought the snitch lines in Texas and Florida were bad, you haven't seen anything yet. We now have reports that Attorney General Pam Bondi wants to federalize that concept, literally offering cash bounties to citizens who are turning in trans equality activists. Now, this is not hyperbole. I'm not making this up. And by the way, it's not just about the culture war rhetoric anymore. This is the weaponization of the federal government to hunt down political opponents. That's what's going on here. Okay. And again, this coming from the administration is like, we're against political weaponization, now using it. This is according to a report from LGBTQ Nation. Pam Bondi is pushing for an FBI-administered cash reward system, the goal being to incentivize people to report individuals and groups that her office characterizes as pushing so-called radical gender ideology, which is really just recognizing that transgender people exist in society. Oh no, they exist. Let's be very clear about what this is. This is the government paying your neighbor who spy on you because you advocate for human rights. It is a tactic straight out of the authoritarian playbook, turning the citizenry against each other to instill fear. But here's the part that should keep y'all up at night. It's not just Bondi talking tough, okay? This is backed by a specific policy framework called NSPM-7 that stands for the National Security Presidential Memorandum 7. Figured the 7 would be pretty obvious. But anyway, as the ACL and the Brennan Center have analyzed, NSPM-7 is the engine behind this entire crackdown. It directs the DOJ, the FBI, and the IRS to investigate and disrupt nonprofits and activist networks by reclassifying their work as support for political violence or domestic terrorism. Think about that for a second. All right. Advocating for transgender people to have rights is now encouraging political violence and domestic terrorism. But of course, they're trying to go back and rewrite history and apply false narratives. For example, to mass shooters, they falsely claim that they're, transgender, another transgender mass shooter, which is not the reality at all. But they keep doing that, and this is why. in order to justify this. Look, they're not passing new laws. They are taking the existing massive anti-terrorism apparatus that was created after 9/11 and pointing it inward at American citizens who just happen to oppose the MAGA agenda and believe that trans people are people. This is exactly what those of us on the left warned would happen if the Democrats did not dismantle the apparatus when they had the chance to do so. Yeah. Oh, no, we don't want to do that, though. Because if we do, Fox News is going to criticize us for being weak on defense and on terrorism. Oh, can't do that. Can't have that happen. Well, now you see the result. The Brennan Center put it pretty bluntly. These orders aim to criminalize opposition by labeling anti-fascist organizing or trans rights advocacy as domestic terrorism. They can freeze your bank accounts, revoke tax-exempt status for nonprofits, and prosecute organizers using tools meant for Al-Qaeda and later ISIS. And yes, they are starting with the trans community because it's their tried and true method, because they're the most vulnerable target right now. And one that even some Democrats, Gavin Newsom, don't mind throwing under the bus every chance they get. Look, in fact, on Wednesday, by a vote of 76-23, S. Bill 1071, that is a motion to advance the first federal ban on trans athletes and a federal definition of sex that would make trans and intersex people non-existent, passed. That bill could not have passed without the support of 28 Democrats. And yes, I am about to name and shame these people. Angela Brooks, Tammy Baldwin, Richard Blumenthal, Lisa Blunt, Rochester, Chris Coons, Catherine Cortez Masto, Dick Durbin, John Fetterman, Ruben Gallego, Kirsten Gillibrand, Maggie Hassan, Martin Heinrich, John Hickenlooper, Maisie Hirono, Tim Kaine. Oh, you finally found him. All right. They finally got him off the milk carton. Okay. Mark Kelly. You have Angus King, who's an independent. Okay. But caucuses with the Democrats. Amy Klobuchar, Ben Ray Lujan, John Ossoff, Gary Peters, Jack Reed, Jackie Rosen, Chuck Schumer, Gene Shaheen, Alyssa Slotkin, Mark Warner, Raphael Warnock, and Sheldon Whitehouse. Now you might wonder, why are these Democrats voting for like trans bans? What is going on here? Well, Republicans, they tucked these provisions into a military spending bill, the NDAA. And if one thing we know about the Democrats, it's that they always bend over to support the military industrial complex through the NDAA. And that's not all, by the way. Today, the House will take up H.R. 3492. That is the Marjorie Taylor Greene bill that is dubbed the Protect Children's Innocence Act, which doesn't do any of it. What it does do is make it a federal crime for medical professionals, doctors, to prescribe puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and other kinds of gender-affirming care to trans youth. But by the way, all of those can still be prescribed to cisgender kids. Not a problem. You can see what this is made to do, to go after transgender youth. And you know what? Here's the thing. Gender-affirming care saves lives. That's a fact. That is a fact. It passed into law, by the way. Medical professionals found guilty of providing this care could face hefty fines and up to 10 years behind bars. This is, again, Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill, which is interesting because, yeah, she's criticizing Donald Trump, but then helping him with his culture war, of course. You know, it's funny. People in America right now are screaming about the cost of living, inflation, the economy, jobs. And what are Republicans responding with? A bunch of anti-trans nonsense, culture war bullshit. That's what they're doing. And, putting up a bounty system for anyone who is actually trying to stand up for trans rights. I mean, make no mistake. Once they finally turn on this machinery to go after people, it does not stop there. It never stops there. No, it goes after environmental groups. It goes after labor unions. It goes after anyone who dares to speak truth to power. And this is what we warned you all about. This is what we warned you about. This is Project 2025 coming to life in real time. They are building a legal infrastructure where disagreement will be treated as a crime, and where the government will literally pay people bounties for snitching. Well, you know what they say about snitches. Okay. Anywho. I will disagree with that one. Big time. We do not need her. We do not need her at all. Again, I love it when Republicans fight each other, but let's not forget who they actually are when they're not. Okay? Sheldon is the climate senator. Disappointing. Let me be super, super, super charitable, right? Perhaps some of these congressmen, and again, being super charitable right now, all right? Perhaps they didn't read the bills, which is already pretty bad. If you're not reading the legislation you're signing on, then maybe you oughta, okay? And let's be honest, a lot of our congressmen do not read what's actually in their own bills. Okay. So maybe, again, this is about as charitable as I'm going to get. Maybe they had no idea that there was a trans ban inside of this. Maybe they didn't know. Or, again, maybe they did. It's we had to vote for a caucus. Absolutely. That right there. I mean, that's pretty close to the reality right there. All right. So let's move on here. So I think we need to have a difficult conversation today. A conversation about who is actually, in part, driving the chaos, the polarization, and the absolute insanity that we see in American politics right now. Donald Trump, yes, he's president. And you can say, well, he's driving all this stuff. Well, somebody had to put him in office. Okay. And so what this segment is about, for many of us, this is going to hit very close to home. It might be about your neighbors, your friends from high school, hell, even members of your own family. What am I talking about? Well, there's a new study that has been reported by the New York Post, of all places, okay, that is confirming something that we have pretty much already knew since 2016, and perhaps even sooner, many of us. What is that truth? Well, it's the fact that older Americans are disproportionately responsible for spreading online conspiracy theories and driving political polarization. The data here is absolutely stark, okay? Because while younger generations, Gen Z and millennials, are often accused of being chronically online, they are not the ones that are sharing the deep state QAnon nonsense. They're not ones forwarding chain emails about, migrant caravans or, stolen elections. Venezuela's stealing the elections. No. The study found that older demographics are significantly more likely to engage with and share extreme polarized content. They are. And I say this with, not with hatred, but they are the super spreaders of this disinformation virus that has infected social media. A Tulker research survey of 2,000 American adults aged 50 or older, commissioned by, funny enough, Centrum Silver, that's right, found that the average older American actually spent about a collective 22 hours a week in front of some type of screen, including scrolling through social media. There's another study out of the University of Colorado Boulder finding that adults age 55 or older are significantly more likely to share political misinformation than younger social media users. They also found that as Americans age, they become more partisan and that those beliefs can muddy their online judgment. That was from a November 2025 study. Now, funny enough, with age came an increase in political polarization and conspiracy theories about things like UFOs, aliens, the Illuminati, right? Flat Earth theory, okay? All so-called alternative knowledge and more. This is according to a social profiler study, okay? Now, that said, Zoomers, millennials, not exactly unaffected here. Zoomers actually tended to be more issue focused, which is great. More focused on things like healthcare and labor and all that stuff. That's wonderful, by the way. However, they also dabbled in more esoteric content like tarot reading, witchcraft, hypnosis, and spiritism. But you know what? I'll take that. Oh, I will happily take that, right? Over the rampant racism that you see on some boomer social media. Okay. Now, that said, the ageist take here, and I'm not trying to do that, but the ageist take would be they don't understand the internet. That's lazy. That is actually kind of lazy. Because look, there is actually plenty of very internet savvy boomers and Gen Xers out there who are pretty damn progressive. They have been fighting for equal rights and healthcare for longer than I've been alive. I am 42 years old. All right. So big shout out, big props to those people who have been on the right side of history for such a very, very long time. And if you were saying that they're all the same and that, oh, yeah, the boomers, they're all the conservative far right. No. That's just letting the real villains off the hook. All right. For basically going in and doing this to an entire generation. Okay. Look, this is not an accident. This is a deliberate business model. I mean, think about it. Who watches Fox News? Older people. Who are the primary demographic on Facebook? Older Americans. The right wing knows this. They know that if they are able to terrify this specific demographic, if they can convince you that the country that you grew up in is no longer there, no longer belongs to you, it's been stolen by the woke mobs with the blue hair and tattoos, and that the immigrants, they're coming to take your job and steal your car and rape your wife and do all this terrible stuff. Well, then they can weaponize that fear into votes for authoritarianism. It's classic. Look, these people have built an algorithm that has been designed to radicalize your grandparents by feeding them a steady diet of fear, outrage, and lies 24 hours a day. And it works. Oh, does it work? I mean, the polarization that we're seeing here is not organic. It is manufactured by the billionaire donors that own these social media companies, as well as, invest in those very same companies or just invest in right-wing politicians. And they do so in order to protect their tax cuts by keeping the working class divided over either social issues or just made up nonsense. This is part of the engine of the MAGA movement. Donald Trump, he doesn't need policy positions. He doesn't have them. He doesn't know what he's talking about. No, what he needs to do, though, in order to keep his iron grip, is to keep that dopamine loop of outrage spinning on your uncle's Facebook feed. And here's the tragedy, right? Good people, generally good people, can be completely consumed by this alternate reality that has been created by the right-wing media ecosystem. I mean, there's an excellent Reddit thread, okay, or a Reddit forum, where, you know, people share their stories of their parents or grandparents, uncles, whatever, family members that have fallen into this right-wing pipeline, that have been radicalized. And so by conservative media. So, I mean, that is really important because, again, people have lost people that they care about to these rabbit holes, to QAnon and things like that. So now with all of this, what do we do about it? Because we all know that this has been happening for some time. Well, what do we have to do? We have to be the firewall. Look, if you're watching this right now, then of course you're likely to be part of the older generation that did not fall for the grift. My audience skews older. And I love you all for being here, okay? You did not fall for it. You are on the right side. The progressive audience on YouTube is generally much older. So it is up to us as the adults in the room to push back, to continue to fact check, and to refuse, okay, to let the right wing claim an entire generation for their fascist agenda. We have to keep fighting to cut through all of their bullshit. Okay. Don't worry about it. You know what? I sometimes think of myself as fairly old. Okay. Again, I'm 42. But you know what? I guess you're only as old as you feel. And in my mind, I feel like I'm still in my 20s. Now, of course, when I stretch and get out of bed, I feel a little bit older than that. Maybe in my 60s. But there you are. But as far as I'm concerned, you are never just being an older person does not make you more susceptible to fake news. It just means that right now that they have been very heavily targeted by it, and it is working. Okay. So let's speaking about social media, by the way, let's talk about one of the owners of social media and how one of his biggest promises, the self-driving car, is an actual complete and utter disaster. So let's do it. Now, we have been told for years that the future is here. We've been told that the billionaire genius, Elon Musk, is gonna save us all from the drudgery, driving with fully autonomous robotaxis. Now, the picture, of course, is the same. Oh, the humans, they are flawed, you see, but the computers are perfect. And so if we hand over the wheel of these cars to the computers, to Tesla, well, that's going to end up saving lives, folks. Oh, okay. Well, the numbers are in. And they tell a very different, much more dangerous story. It's according to a new report from Letterhack, analyzing data from Tesla's own testing in Austin, Texas. The robotaxis aren't just, working out the kinks in the programming. No, they are an absolute public safety hazard. So let me explain what's going on. So Tesla's been running a fleet of driverless Model Ys around Austin and have logged about 20,000 miles since late September. In that short time, they have already had a confirmed collision. Now you might say, oh, well, Jeff, you understand, accidents happen, obviously. Okay, they do, yes, it's true. I mean, plenty of organic drivers get into accidents, yes, but let's look at the rate here. That is one crash in roughly 20,000 to 40,000 miles. Compare this to human drivers. The national average for a human being behind the wheel is one crash every 500,000 miles. Do the math on that one. That means that Elon Musk's cutting-edge futuristic robo-taxis are crashing at about 12 and a half times more than the average driver. Think about that. If a human driver crashed 12 and a half times more than everybody else, we would revoke their license. We wouldn't call them a visionary. We would call them a menace to society, because that's what they are. Now, all of the robo-taxi crashes so far have occurred with human safety monitors in the car. Now, these are people, by the way, who have been trained to take control of the car in the event of a software error present in the vehicles. Now, this is important, right? Talking about the safety monitors, because as TechCrunch reported on Monday, Tesla is starting to send out its robo-taxi fleet without any of these safety monitors. And think about that, right? You have one crash after 20,000 miles, right? With the safety monitor in the car. What do you think is going to happen when you remove that? How many accidents have these safety monitors been able to prevent? And now you're getting rid of them? TechCrunch noted in their article that the removal of the human safety monitors brings the company a critical step closer to its goal of launching a real commercial robotaxi service, but will most likely ramp up the scrutiny on Tesla's ongoing testing in Austin, doubly so when the company starts offering rides in empty cars. Now, here's the thing. This is not just about bad technology and Elon Musk's ridiculous overpromises. This is about who bears the risk, okay? Companies like Tesla are using public roads, our roads, okay, paid for by our tax dollars, as their private testing labs. We are the unwitting crash test dummies for their stock prices. Yeah, but again, because that's how Elon Musk gets rich. He overpromises and oversells something and then never delivers. Now, speaking of Musk, while he is busy posting racist nonsense on his platform X and sucking up to right-wing authoritarians like Donald Trump, his company is deploying vehicles that are statistically less safe than the drivers that they're supposed to replace. And remember, this is also happening in a regulatory environment that the Trump administration has been gutting. Lovely. Now, remember, Trump and these Republicans, they have long wanted less oversight on corporations, not more. While billionaires like Musk, they also want a blank check to do whatever the hell they want. Safety be damned. That doesn't increase your stock price. And it's not like we didn't know any of this. Of course, yes, we knew. And just before Trump took office, the Department of Transportation had announced that it was investigating Tesla over their self-driving technology. But once Trump got into office, he ended that investigation, pretty much all the others. There was like 30-something investigations that were either ended or just put on the back burner, and they're not going to go forward with it. And so, oops, oh, would you look at that? Ending all those investigations and loosening the rules on AI and self-driving car technology. Look, The promise of automation was safety and ease and all that stuff. The reality, though, is them putting profits over people, as always. Look, Elon Musk is desperate for this to work. Even if it actually doesn't work, he's just desperate for it to sell. And the reason he's so desperate is that actual human beings are no longer really buying Teslas. So he's got to do something. This is according to a report from Reuters. The most recent data from car software company Cox Automotive shows that U.S. Tesla sales dropped to a 4-year low last month. News agency also pointed out that Tesla is now offering financing deals, as low as 0% on the standard Model Y, which is a sign of weak demand. Yeah, I wonder why. Look, at the end of the day, we can't let billionaires be able to treat public safety as an edge case to be debugged later on. No. And Musk, he's not a visionary. He is a rich huckster selling a dangerous product that will likely get people killed. Donald James says it's capitalism pushing these unsafe driverless cars out in the market. It shouldn't be marketed yet. 100%. 100%. Is it bad that I actually get the reference there? The musical reference? Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. I don't know. All right. Let's move on to some good news, though. All right. Now, if you want to know which way the political winds are blowing, don't just look at the polls. You might want to look at the scoreboard, because we have breaking news out of Kentucky, where we just witnessed an absolute electoral massacre that should have every MAGA operative sweating bullets. So now this is a race for Kentucky's Senate District 37, where Democrat Gary Clemens didn't just win, he absolutely obliterated the opposition. We're talking about a 47.5-point margin of victory here. Okay. Clemens secured 72.6% of the vote against his Republican opponent, Calvin Leach, who got just 25%. Now, that is a blowout, son. Now, Clemens said in a statement, quote, "Tonight, the people of Senate District 37 sent a clear message. They want a fighter in Frankfurt who will stand up for working families, not corporate interests and greed." All right. He also said, "I'm honored by the trust voters have placed in me, and I'm ready to go fight for jobs, childcare, healthcare, and all the things Kentucky's working families need. For far too long, Wall Street greed has crushed working families in Frankfurt. This is just the beginning of reclaiming our state for regular working people." Now, look, if you're cynical, I understand. And you could say something like, "Jeff, that's a blue district in Louisville. Of course the Democrat's going to win." Okay, yes, it is a Democratic seat. Let's be fair about that. But here's the data point that makes this special. Okay. In 2024, Vice President Kamala Harris did win this district, but only by about 6 points. Clemens, however, won it by 47. That is a 41-point overperformance compared to the top ticket just a year ago. Even with low special election turnout, you do not see swings like this that are as massive unless the voters happen to be highly motivated or highly disgusted by the alternative. In this case, it could be both. Look, for me, I think part of it is the fact that Kamala Harris did not focus her campaign rhetoric on things like affordability and taking on Wall Street. I mean, she said some of that stuff at the very beginning of the campaign and then started talking about democracy and freedom, which are great things, by the way. I like democracy. I like freedom. Okay. However, the economic message was absolutely abandoned. And so turns out that traveling around with Liz Cheney didn't exactly motivate people to get out to the polls for you, okay? Which means to me, this is important, okay? It means that people didn't really resonate with what Kamala Harris was saying, but Gary Clemens, however, they did resonate with his message. By the way, who is Gary Clemens? Well, he's not a corporate consultant. Okay. He's a veteran. He's a president of the United Steelworkers Local 1693 and a U.S. Army veteran. Now, his opponent was also a veteran, by the way. So it wasn't just that. So, but here's the thing. Clemens wasn't just a hero. He was a union man. But most importantly was the platform that he ran on, which was strengthening his support for working families and to advocate for blue-collar workers. That validates exactly what I have been talking about on my channel for a long time. When you run a campaign as an unabashedly pro-labor, populist, progressive candidate who actually fights for the working class, you don't usually just scrape by. You end up dominating. Again, 72% of the vote. This was a blowout. Not a close one, not a squeaker, but domination. And he told Newsweek, quote, "I've spent my life working alongside the people who keep Louisville running in factories, in shops, and in all jobs important in our neighborhoods, union or not." Now, union jobs, I have some personal experience here because I've worked both union and non-union jobs. Union jobs are generally better. They treat you better. Okay. So again, personal experience here. I've worked in both. Now, that said, this is not an isolated election. The Democratic Legislative Campaign Committee points out that this has been happening nationwide. In Virginia, for example, Democrat James Walkinshaw just won a seat by 50 points. In Rhode Island, Stefano Famiglietti won by 67 points. And now, even in deep red Tennessee, Democrats have been cutting Trump's margins in half. And guess what? How they're doing this? They're running on a progressive platform, a platform of we are going to take on Wall Street and corporate greed, and we are going to help you be able to afford to live. Look, people right now are learning in real time that turns out it's not immigrants or trans people that have been making your life difficult. It is corrupt politicians and their corporate paymasters that are the real problem. Yes. So while the right-wing media ecosystem continues to try to distract you with culture war bullshit, okay, the actual voters in Mitch McConnell's home state, no less, are sending a very, very clear message. They are tired of the chaos. They are tired of the MAGA agenda. They are tired of the bullshit. And when given a choice between a working class union leader and a MAGA rubber stamp, thankfully they are choosing the union leader. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. All right. One more here before I toss it over to the next show, the next host. And it'll be a quick one. We're going to talk about how another no shit story. So get ready for that one. Working less makes you happier. Oh, yes. Okay. So we are constantly told a lie in this country that the grind set mentality is what we need to be doing. The idea that if you are not working yourself to the bone 60 hours a week, Sigma grind set, answering emails at midnight, then you are a failure. You are lazy. We've been told that hard work is the only path to wealth and happiness. Well, I hate to break it to the corporate overlords, but the science just proved them wrong once again. Again, no shit. So this is a study published in the Health Economics Review, and it confirms what we already know, what every worker already knows. Working less doesn't make you lazy. It actually makes you happier, healthier, and more alive. Yes, more able to enjoy life. Imagine that, right? Now, researcher, and I'm sorry, I'm probably going to butcher this person's name, King Long Xiao, analyzed data from over 18,000 people across 10 different surveys. And the findings are crystal clear that there is a direct statistical link between working fewer hours and more satisfaction out of life. Again, no kidding. Now, the bridge between the two, of course, is people's health. It turns out that when you are not chained to a desk for 50 hours a week, you have time to take care of yourself, your body, your mind. You have time for very much needed social inclusion. You have time for your community. And look, you actually end up feeling more safe as well. The study found that part-time work significantly boosts your health, which skyrockets your life satisfaction. And interestingly enough, this effect happens strongest in the private sector. So if you work for a private corporation, cutting your hours is actually one of the single best things you can do for your mental state. Now, this is the part where the billionaires, they don't want you to hear this, okay? Now, the study explicitly points out that people in European countries often enjoy shorter hours because they have a welfare state paid for by taxing rich people. When you have a safety net, when you are not terrified of losing your health care because, you missed a shift or whatever, you can afford to work less and live more. But in America, the system is designed to keep you desperate and poor. Look, if you're not working full time, you don't get benefits like healthcare. You do not get security. In fact, there's a lot of places, a lot of employers that make sure that you barely miss the cutoff for getting benefits. It's not by accident either. It is a policy choice in order to keep the labor force desperate and compliant and not asking too many pesky questions. Now, interestingly enough, this data also shows a fascinating gender divide. Women, no surprise, generally prefer fewer hours and see a larger happiness boost from it. And look, we can go into the fact that a lot of women, in addition to work, have a lot of the emotional labor as well as housework, that, domestic labor piled on top of them. So working less actually helps them even more in that regards. And I think that we need to really work on that part of our society so that we don't dump all the emotional and domestic labor onto women. That would be real nice. But this would help. This would absolutely help. Okay. Now, men who are often culturally brainwashed by the patriarchy into defining our entire net worth by our paychecks, well, it's no surprise that because of that, we report lower life satisfaction overall. So this would benefit us as well. So bad news for the Sigma grind set people that are working 70 hours a week. You're burning yourself out, bro. And for what? So that your boss can get another freaking yacht. Congratulations. As for the middle class, by the way, income gains do boost happiness. Yes, obviously. But because money means mobility and financial security. It also means peace of mind, knowing that you can pay the bills. And maybe when you're done, you can do something fun. But for the ultra rich, hoarding that extra $1 million doesn't actually make them happier. It just makes them greedier. At the end of the day, this 40-hour work week that we have is an absolute outdated relic. The hustle culture is nothing more than a scam in order to keep people exhausted and desperate. And we have the data. We have the technology. At the end of the day, we should be working less, earning more, and actually enjoying the one life that we get. But we do not live in that world right now. And to go further into that, well, we're going to have to go into a discussion about where we actually are. And that is Fville.
Howdy, y'all. Are we live? Oh, we're live. Okay. Howdy, y'all. You are watching This Space .tv on YouTube currently even. You may be questioning, should I continue watching This Space? Well, at least for the next hour. Maybe a little longer after that. Yeah, maybe you should just leave it on all day, but at least for the next hour. Definitely should not. So definitely turn it back on in like an hour from now. But you're currently watching This Space on the internet. How long will we be here online? Who knows? They're gonna do Section 230 reform imminently. Watch out. So we'll have to deal with that, I suppose. But you're currently watching, for now anyway, at least in 2025, for the next couple weeks, you're currently watching This Space live. We're live. Today, we're going to be talking about, a couple subjects. In fact, I'm going to be talking about two things today, as opposed to every other day where I talk about 9,416,312 things. But today, I will be talking about two things. Literetas et bellum. So you may hear around, you may have heard on other shows on this space. We're at war again. No, not Iran. That was a couple months ago, I think. We're actually at war with Venezuela now, all of a sudden. So Donald Trump is in between his very busy schedule of ending 8 wars. He managed to get us into another one. The United States government has declared that, all the sea around Venezuela, you can't move any ships, especially oil ships. Is the U.S. going to shoot all ships? I mean, probably. Like, how do you know? Oh, well, they had oil on that ship. But remember, before they were shooting ships over fentanyl. Now it's oil all of a sudden, right? They're oil tankers now. So now, there's a cargo ship. Well, they might have some oil on it. We got to blow it up. Recently, I saw that Donald Trump declared that he is in support of the land back movement. Now, you may have heard about this movement. This is a movement primarily engaged in by indigenous Americans, people that have been here before the white man. And it's usually in reference to taking their land back from the white man. So Donald Trump has come out in favor of the land back movement. It's just the specific land he wants back is all of the stolen land that Venezuela has stolen from the United States of America. That's right. Venezuela has stolen our land. That's certainly very interesting. I didn't know that Venezuela had stolen our land, but either way, that's good to know. So recently, and by that I mean 2 days ago now, Donald Trump declared that fentanyl, a standard medication accessible in almost every hospital, also could be a deadly drug too. It depends on who's using it and where. But fentanyl itself is now a weapon of mass destruction. This feels like, when you're in a dream and you just start seeing elements of your life kind of played out in weird ways, like you ever have a day where it's like, maybe you drop something, you drop a fork and it lands on the floor and you're like, ooh, should I pick that up and eat it? Should I wash it off? And then in your dream, you drop a spoon, but you're still dropped. The theme is still there. Right. And then, you walk into the bathroom and then there's a fork on the sink in the bath. How did that get there? Right. So, how dreams just scramble things up. That's what I feel like we're in right now. Weapons of mass destruction, overthrowing and pirating oil tankers. I forgot to mention that part, but we did that already. What's going on here? It really does feel like this is some sort of psychosis nightmare. And what's happening is we have a demented man in the White House, and we also have a bunch of people that are trying to puppeteer this demented man. There's about maybe 8 to 10 active participants. The rest are just kind of placing their bets on which active participant they want to ride on. But there's maybe about 8 to 10 active participants in trying to puppeteer this current corpse that we have in the White House, this rotting pile of flesh that we are having to bear witness to on a frequent basis. And, one of the groups that is trying to puppeteer this rotting husk of flesh are these fellows from Florida that for whatever reason they just hate everything. They hate Cuba, they hate Venezuela, they hate every other country. And they're mostly in Florida. You got like Marco Rubio, Little Marco, the water himself. Is currently going about a lot of this stuff. You're also seeing Secretary of Offense. Yeah, that's right. Pretty clever, huh? Peter Hegseth going out there, and they're both kind of doing their whole thing. But basically, what it is we have a rotting husk in the Resolute desk, and every day or so, someone comes out in there and tries to move it around a little bit, maybe, do the thing with the mouth just to see what they can get away with. And needless to say, the messaging here is not very good. So we started carpet bombing Venezuelans. We've killed about 100 Venezuelans or so last time I looked it up. And that was initially for drugs, which are now a weapon of mass destruction. And then out of nowhere, now it's all about oil. It's like a plot twist, but without any, lead up. It's like you're watching like an action movie and you got the two main characters. You're like 45 minutes in, you're getting ready for the climax. And then both of the main characters just they go to sleep, they oversleep, they wake up. And then the rest of the movie is skipped. Whoops, we missed the climax, and now it turns into like a weird family comedy, And then the kids show up, and then oh no, the toilet paper's on the ceiling. It's like what oil? What happened? Well, I mean, of course it was about oil the whole time, but I'm just saying they can't even keep a coherent narrative, right? And that brings me into our second subject for today is literacy. I want to talk about how most Americans are unable to read. And and how that's causing really a lot of problems. Like a lot of problems, I think, can be sustained with the concept of people being illiterate. Now, I have said on my show before, I love blaming the parents for everything, and I do believe it is 99.9% parents' fault that kids are illiterate at record rates. But of course, we're not talking about just kids when we talk about literacy. We're talking about adults. Adults who cannot read are raising kids who cannot read and sending them to school, hoping that the school system teaches the kid how to read or whatever. Maybe they don't even hope for that. Maybe they don't even give a fuck. I don't know. And either way, we're seeing the literacy rate crash. I would argue, and I have high standards. I just want it to be known, I have high standards, okay? On everything. I am a very, very, very high standard individual. This idea that like half the country is a 6th grade reading level, I'm sorry, you can't read. If you are reading at the level of a 6th grader, you cannot read. I'm sorry. Like, we have to stop giving participation trophies, okay? Right? 6th graders can sound words out. They can formulate sentences. They can formulate ideas, right? But ultimately, right, they're not very capable of reading and writing at large. We're talking about, 6th grade reading level as it was, constructed, 40 years ago. Now, 6th graders have a lot of building blocks of which they could use to learn how to read later in life. But I would not sit there and debate with you that a sixth grader is capable of discussing politics, is discussing finances, discussing, philosophy, discussing health. I don't think someone with a 6th grade reading level is capable of any of those things. How could you possibly, and I ask you this genuinely, be able to have a political discussion with someone who has a 6th grade reading level? You can't. It is impossible. Now, a lot of people will try to do so. They will attempt the impossible. They will try to jump so high up into the air that they keep going and they enter, the atmosphere, and now they're in outer space. Because why? Why not? I guess, why not, do literally anything else with our lives? Like, teach them how to read first, But a lot of people are just confused. How did we get here? How did we get to a world that is, falling apart at the seams, a rotten corpse of a world, not just a man in the White House, but a rotten, decaying husk of flesh that we call human civilization. It got here because people cannot read. They decided, I want to fuck, because when you can't read, what else do you do? I guess you just have sex all the time. So then you pop out a bunch of kids, and then you don't know how to read. You barely know how to do anything. So then you send your kid to school. Your kid doesn't know how to read. They go to school. The teachers, let's be honest, the teachers, I've seen better teachers in my time. In fact, probably not. I haven't seen any good teachers really ever. But teachers, let's just be nice. Let's give teachers the benefit of the doubt. We shouldn't, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Oh, they're overworked. Okay. Oh, they're overworked. They're juggling 2 jobs. So that's why ChatGPT is writing all the lesson plans. Is it a teacher problem? Is it a system problem? Everyone's blaming everyone else. Meanwhile, the kids can't fucking read and no one's teaching them how to read. So while the teachers complain and cry and whine about how the parents are giving them laptops or whatever the fuck, and then the parents are whining and crying about how the school has some book about gay people or whatever in the library. And then, the school system is crying and whining about how we don't have enough money from the government, and the government's whining and crying about how we need to give away all of our money to Elon Musk, right? And everyone's just blaming each other. Meanwhile, we're raising generations of kids who've never been taught how to read. And, so when I see a situation where within a week we go, not even within 2 days, within like 2 or 3 days, a weekend even, we go from, we got to bomb the boats for fentanyl to Venezuela stole our land. What the fuck? To we got to do a complete blockade on their entire economy, and then also just engage in some piracy and flip over oil tankers and raid the whole thing. Like, how does that all happen in a week? I don't know. It's very curious. And the reason why is because, well, let's look at 2001, 2, and 3, right? A lot of people are wondering, oh, Americans can't read. They can't read and write. They're so goddamn dumb. How did this happen? Well, let's look back 20 fucking years ago. 20 fucking years ago, there was a fucking plane or two that got flown into a building, or 3, I don't fucking know. And then all of a sudden we're going to war with 16 countries that had nothing to do with it, right? How did that happen? It's because that generation of motherfuckers also couldn't fucking read. I'm talking about American citizens, right? They couldn't read or write or understand fucking anything about anything anywhere at all 20 years ago. And now here we are with them having kids, and those kids know even less. So 20 years ago, they did like a year or two of like, yeah, brown people, they're evil, they're dirty, they're gross, they're gonna kill us all. They got bombs all the time, you know. They've got bombs in their shoes, they got bombs in their coats, they got bombs in their hats, whatever, man. There's bombs everywhere. We gotta watch out, right? And Americans were so fucking dumb, but it took 2 goddamn years for that to happen. Now we go from the drug is bad to a month later, it's a weapon of mass destruction, to a day later, actually, we don't really care about the drug. It's about the oil. The oil's a problem. To Venezuela stole our land and it's working. And you know, when I say working, I mean, no one's doing anything about it, right? Do you see any massive protest movements to stop the war with Venezuela? No, you don't. You see individual atomized small protests that aren't really accomplishing anything, and they're not working together. And also, there's just not enough people to give a fuck. Oh, only like 30% of America wants to go to war, but are they going to do anything about it? No. So it's working, right? It's working in the same way it worked last time. There were a bunch of Americans, not nearly as many, of course, you know, back then. But there were a bunch of Americans who were like, let's not do this whole war thing for no reason, right? And guess what happened? We went in there anyway, right? So because even when there's like 30% or even in like 5-10% of a population that doesn't want something or doesn't like something, they're either not organized well enough, not powerful, or they're just kind of too lazy to do anything about it, right? So here we are again. We're in the low IQ version of the war on terror, where it's the war on drugs, but also the war on terror, but also we need some more oil. So whatever, you know, we're just kind of throwing it all up into one thing and hope no one notices. And really no one is going to notice because no one cares. Some people might see, hey, there's a war going on. They might care about it for a day or two. They might look up where is Venezuela on a map, you know, and then they'll call it a day. And then that's it. Because no one gives a fuck. Because how could you give a fuck when you don't know how to read? When you don't know how to fucking read? When you don't know why? Everything that's happening right now is horrific. You have no idea why it's horrific. Why? Because you cannot fucking read anything. You don't know anything. Right? So that's how we got here. Motherfuckers can't read. And it's a huge problem. A week from now, we could be in full-scale war. Or not. Who knows? I don't know. You don't know. No one knows. But let's take a look at this, right? So I'm supposed to believe the optimists, right, are telling me that, yes, if we go to war with Venezuela, America is going to stand up and put an end to it. Give me a fucking break, okay? You see what's going on in Gaza? Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck about Gaza. Nobody. You don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm telling you that because it's true. If you gave a fuck, you'd be on those flotillas, right? If you gave a fuck, you'd be giving all of your money to GoFundMes every day. You're not, because you don't give a fuck. You may say you give a fuck. You may type in the chat rooms, oh, free Palestine. But let's be honest, right? You don't really give a fuck. You're not going to quit your job. You're not going to like move your family out of the country into another country so your tax dollars don't fund the war. You're not going to look into tax avoidance schemes so that your tax dollars don't fund the war. You're not going to do a blockade, like an in-person blockade on like, you know, weapons transfers. You're not going to do any of that, right? Because you don't give a fuck. Let's just be honest, right? So none of us gave a fuck to do anything about Gaza, right? They all fucking died while we watched, right? Maybe we retweeted it once in a while and said, oh, look, everybody, look, Let's go watch the horror movie. Let's watch this population get massacred and do fucking nothing about it. But hey, I talked about it on my podcast, so I'm absolved of all the sins. I talked about it on my podcast about how bad it is. So that means everything is fine. I did my part. But hey, I'm not trying to just shit on myself here. I'm trying to shit on everyone else with me. Because we're all on a sinking ship. And until we get our shit together, we being, humanity, until we get our shit together, we're just going to be sinking down this fucking goddamn drain. The shit we saw to Gaza, we did nothing about it. We did nothing about it. Right? And so if we don't care when it happens to brown people across the country, why the fuck across the world, why should we care if it happens to brown people that are right next door? Of course we don't fucking care. So if we don't care about anybody, right, but ourselves, but wait, hold on. Do we even care about ourselves? Because think about this, right? We're in year 7 of a fucking plague where people decided, I'd rather go see Taylor Swift than live a long, healthy, and happy life. I'd rather go see Beyonce than see the age of 70. I'd rather go to Wendy's than see my grandchildren grow up happily and healthfully, right? So again, Americans, they don't even give a fuck about themselves. This country is a suicidal, rock bottom, spiraling, crashing out alcoholic, and we are throwing our bottles in every direction and taking everyone down with us. That's what this country is. This country is a death cult. If you believe in America at all, you are involved in a death cult. If you are in the military, you are an active participant of a death cult. And most of the members of this death cult, for a prerequisite, some might say, cannot read. So they don't know they're in a death cult. They're drinking a box of happy juice while it's killing them because they're fucking dumb and they cannot read. Like I said, reading, when it comes to Americans, is mostly so that they can microwave a Hot Pocket without burning their house down. They don't want to be able to read. They don't want Americans to read anything more than that. What's the number? I click on the microwave. Boom. My reading here is done. Most Americans can't fucking read a recipe. Most Americans can't read an article. Most Americans can't read a fucking book, right? But we're supposed to trust that Americans are capable of having an opinion on international politics. We're supposed to just let people have an opinion on war when they can't fucking read. When half the country is at a 6th grade reading level, we are in deep, deep shit, okay? We are in deep fucking shit. And guess what? The old people are going to die off really quick because of this pandemic that we're just giving to them, dosing them up on a daily basis, right? The elderly, they're not going to be here for too long, right? So they're going to die off. Those are the ones that know how to read, right? So when all the elderly die off, and then give it another 10 years or so, if we even make it 10 years before the climate kills us all, right? We're going to be sitting at a situation where 70% of Americans can't fucking read above a 6th grade level. And again, I would say, and again, maybe I have high standards, sue me, bitch, but I would say if you are at a 6th grade literacy level, you are not literate to discuss anything that an adult would be able to discuss. Like, if you cannot read or write above a 6th grade level, you do not get to discuss politics. I'm sorry. Go fuck yourself. You don't get to have an opinion. Not everyone deserves an opinion. Anyone who taught you that is a fucking scam artist, okay? If you were taught in school or by your parents or by anybody ever that everyone has a right to an opinion, you were lied to. You do not get to have an opinion on international warfare when you don't know how to read a fucking 200-page children's novel. I'm sorry, you just can't do it. You are not allowed. You must be this fucking tall to ride this fucking ride, bitch, right? So again, but we're all in this cycle of having to dumb everything down so the fucking morons can fucking barely grasp what's happening. Not really, but maybe they'll grasp it enough to go, well, maybe the war is not good. Yeah, I'm against the war. Right? Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get an average American to say, I'm against the war. I think war is bad. They won't be able to explain why war is bad, but maybe they'll be able to just say the words. We'll be able to program them like parrots, war is bad, war is bad, war is bad. That's the best we can fucking hope for as motherfuckers in this space, in the podcasting space, in the internet video talkers space. That's the best we can fucking hope for. Because think about it. Do we really have faith that our audiences are going to be inspired by something we say and read and learn about the world because of something we said? Give me a fucking break. The best we can hope for is that these little fucking dummies that watch all of these stupid fucking shows don't know why we're saying it, but they'll just parrot the same thing we're saying. That's the best we can hope for, right? Maybe if you're fucking lucky, if you draw the golden ticket, maybe you could influence one person to actually pick up a book. Maybe, if you're really fucking lucky. But let's be honest, that's not going to happen for most of us, right? So we dumb our commentary down. We dumb our clips down. We dumb our shit down. We only can do 40 seconds now, only 90 seconds, whatever is the maximum. We dumb everything down. We can't use big words. We don't say fuck or shit or whatever. So that maybe the average American dumb fuck motherfuck will be, when they're on the fucking call of the pollster, maybe they'll say, well, man, I heard on the internet that war is bad, so I think that war is bad, right? But I don't know. How do we get out of this situation? I just ripped the fucking pimple off my nose and now I'm bleeding. Look at that. Look, am I allowed to shut? Don't look at that. Never mind. I'm sorry. It's just a little nosebleed. It's not that big of a deal. Don't look at that. Censor me. Where's the producer? This is why we have a producer. Get me off of here. Let me clean this up. Hold on. Okay. What was I talking about before I cut my nose apart? Anyway. Man, I totally fucked me. You never know what's going to happen on this space, huh? You never fucking know. Oh yeah, I was talking about how dumb everyone is and how much I hate people, right? Oh man. Wow. One of my favorite subjects. Okay. So once again, we're getting into another war. And motherfuckers don't care. They don't give a shit about anything. And like, what can we do to get out of this? Well, I'm not usually one. I'm still trying to clean the blood off of my pants now, but it's off screen, so you don't need to see it. But just bear with me here while I do this. Anyway, how do we get out of this mess? Well, first of all, I think people should start fucking reading more. To be honest with you, I like to read. I don't read as much as I would like to, but nor does anybody. But we should all be reading more. Pick a fucking book and read a goddamn book, okay? It doesn't matter what the book is, okay? I don't give a shit. Just read a goddamn book. That's rule number one. Rule number two, right? And this is a little out there, okay? This is one thing we can do if we want to get out of this fucking crisis. We need to stop allowing people to have opinions on things they are not qualified for. Now, I just want to stipulate that I do not believe in qualifications that are extrinsic, such as a piece of paper from this cult secret society of rapists and fucking freaks. They call them universities, but they're all secret societies of rapists, right? And they give you a piece of paper after you become a debt slave to them and give them $500,000 over the course of several years, then sign away your the rest of 40, maybe 50 years of debt slavery. Then you get a piece of paper that says you are good at X. I don't believe in that kind of shit, okay? I believe that argumentation and arguments should stand on their own merits, and I don't give a shit who says it. I don't give a shit what their background is. The only thing I care is, can you read? All right, great. Can you write? Excellent. Can you craft an argument? Okay, great. Is the argument good? Excellent, right? If your argument is not good, chances are either you're really upset, you're emotional, which is fine. This is a thing that we all do. I'm emotional right now just thinking about all these fucking morons out there who can't read. It's making me very emotional, right? But or maybe you just cannot fucking read, right? So when we deal with conservatives, right, and they say things like they say stuff like the borders are coming in, the borders. right? When they say that kind of shit, why do we engage? Why do we engage as if they're human beings, right? Like, why do we engage as if they're literate creatures, right? We should engage with them like they're little puppy dogs, like a little puppy dog. Like I'm talking about like a 6-week-old little puppy dog jumping around. You know, they're shoving their butt in the air, wagging their tail, and going, and then they spin, and then they jump. It's look at me, I'm a little puppy. That's what they are. When motherfuckers go out there and say the border, they're transing our kids, right? When they do that, they're a little doggy dog and they're jumping around and doing little spins in the air, trying to get your attention, right? Because they want to play with you, right? They're not having a serious argument. They're fucking doing a sport. They're playing a game, okay? So when someone out there ever for even a second tries to pretend that conservatives have a point on anything, I lose my fucking mind because they don't. So when someone is out there trying to pretend as if conservatives have any value whatsoever to any society, let alone this one, right? To me, I question, are you literate? Liberals. I'm talking about liberals. I'm talking about Democrats like Joe Biden, that type of person. Hell, even Zohran Mamdani, I question his sanity, right? Why would he go to the White House? He's going to make a deal with Donald Trump? You think he's a negotiating partner? What? And I'm supposed to believe that Zohran Mamdani is now literate? Someone who thinks Donald Trump can be negotiated with. Oh, man. But hey, I mean, like, that's the thing. I just don't get it. I don't understand why we as a society would allow any of this to happen, right? I have never fought fires. I have never been inside of a burning fucking building looking for human beings to save from the rubble. So you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to stand outside of house fires, right, and hijack one of the walkie-talkies and criticize all the firefighters through the radio network. That's what I'm not going to do. Why? Because I don't know what the fuck's going on, right? So that's one of the things about being literate, right, is when you're literate, you can access information, right? Now, again, if I wanted to, I could read several books, right, about firefighting. I could read autobiographies about some of the best firefighters in the history of the world and their strategies and how they changed the game. Maybe I could even do a course of, firefighting training, a volunteer firefighter course. I can learn these skills. I can synthesize that information in my brain, and then I can intelligently discuss the topic, right? But that's not what people do when they talk about politics. How many conservatives do you know that have read anything about politics? Like, I'm talking about reading primary sources, not like reading an excerpt from Bill O'Reilly's book, okay? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about reading actual fucking, like, government documents, multiple government documents, comparing and contrasting them with on-the-ground journalistic reporting of the era, right? All that kind of stuff. Assembling this information together in your mind and coming up with a cogent response, right? How many conservatives can do that on any subject? Just one subject. None. They can't do it. Zero conservatives can do it. If they could, they wouldn't be conservatives, right? Obviously, right? But the other thing about conservatives is they couldn't even if they wanted to. Now, in some abstract sense, I think everyone can learn how to read. I think most people, if not every human being on earth, you can learn how to read. But it's going to take you a little bit longer than just opening up a book and reading about that story. You're going to have to learn from first principles. You're going to have to learn how to sound out words. You're going to have to learn that words sometimes have multiple meanings. Sometimes a word can have a different meaning depending on the context. Do you remember this horseshit campaign? You know, this whole from the river to the sea bullshit that they were doing about Zohran. I hate to bring up Zohran so much. I'm a hater. I hate Zohran, by the way. I think he's a terrible politician. But maybe we'll save that for later, the hot take or whatever. We'll see how he governs. But anyway, remember when he didn't say, he didn't say globalize the intifada and from the river to the sea, but everyone just pretended he said it because he has a beard or whatever. And then they would tell you that these are genocidal slogans. How did they get away with that? Think about that, right? It's because motherfuckers cannot read, right? We have a political party right now with NSPM 7 trying to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization. How is that possible? Because nobody can read. They cannot read, right? Antifa is an adjective, right? That's like banning the official tall organization. I'm banning the short organization. They are all domestic terrorists. Not short people, just short. It's a domestic terrorist group. Short is a domestic terror. That's not how words work. Words do not function that way. Yet, we're seeing people that, at least on camera, it seems as if they're over the age of, I don't know, 30, 40 in some instances. Some people are over the age of 79, right? And they're saying things like Antifa are terrorists when it's an adjective. You are an anti-fascist. I mean, you could say that, but really you are anti-fascist. It's a descriptor. It's one of multiple identity points. It's like, I am tall. I am a tall person, right? That's what anti-fascist is. It's not a group. It's not a chapter with cells and terrorists and they have training tapes and they have documents and founding charters. That's not what it is. Okay. How do I know that? Because I know a lot of people who call themselves anti-fascists, and that's what it is. That's what it is, right? And yet no one knows that. Now let's take the low-hanging fruit approach here. Pronouns. We've all heard people talk about pronouns, right? And I'm not gonna spend too much time here because the arguments. But again, we have seen people mainstream. We're not talking about like Thanksgiving dinner. We're talking about mainstream media. We're talking about the most rich and powerful, most popular, most celebrated human beings in the history of this country, maybe even the world, right? We're talking about like people like Donald Trump and all these politicians who have been whining and crying about the subject of pronouns for years because they don't know what pronouns are and they don't know how to read and they don't know how to write. So I'm just saying, like, we have a serious fucking problem with enabling, because ultimately what this is, what we're seeing here as a result, right, is of enabling. The adults in the room are saying, yeah, everyone has a right to an opinion. Instead of, huh? What the fuck did you just say, dumb bitch? Right? That's what you should be saying. Instead of, oh yeah, you can think whatever you want. You should be going, wait a second. Can you say that again? So just say it again, just slowly this time, just so I understand that correctly. I'm just like, I just don't understand. I just really don't get it, right? That people tolerate evil for no reason. What do you gain on tolerating evil? What has this gotten us? What has it gotten us? Well, maybe we're not directly getting involved. Maybe we have one less punched nose, because we just enable stupid people. Maybe that's the case. I fear that is a trauma response. That's what that is. Oh, the dumb motherfuckers are brutish, barbaric, and they're going to hit us if we try to teach them. So let's just say things like everyone has a right to an opinion. Yeah. Okay, little guy. Everyone oh yeah, they're trying to trans your kids. Everyone has a right to an opinion. Okay. I don't know, man. I don't think you should be able to have a job anywhere if you think that kind of stuff. If you think that the transing kids through the borders and the Jewish space lasers and all this fucking shit, you believe that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East and all this horse shit, right? If you believe any of that, just one of those things, you shouldn't be allowed to work anywhere. You shouldn't be allowed to fucking be around anybody. We should quarantine you, maybe put you in prison. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. But there is a path out, and that path is learning how to read. That's it. I don't think you should be in the workforce if you can't read. Get you out of the workforce, put you in a fucking education camp, whatever it is, teach you how to fucking read, then you can go back into the workforce. That's what I think. That's what we had in this country for decades. Not centuries, but decades in this country, because time is a lot shorter than you might think. The schooling system that you're familiar with is a lot sooner and newer, rather, than you might think. So we've had the concept of teaching everyone in this society how to read before the workforce for what, 50 years, maybe 40 years. That was a concept that we all did. Let's be like 1960, maybe. Let's just, black people weren't allowed to go to school in that kind of time period. So let's just say like 1970 until like No Child Left Behind. What was that? Like early mid-aughts, right? So let's just 30 years, 1970 to 2000. A lot of problems in that time period. But for 30 years, we decided in order to become an adult, to go into the workforce, you have to learn these basic skills. Reading and writing was on that list. And not everyone actually learned how to read and write at an adequate level, in my opinion. But that was the building block, right? From 1970 to 2000, we decided every human being in this country, right, needs to learn how to read and write before they go to the workforce. So why all of a sudden is it a radical thing to say, to suggest that you shouldn't be allowed to have any job anywhere if you can't fucking pass a basic literacy test, right? But I'm not going to sit here and say we should throw you in the ocean. We should teach you how to fucking read. That's how we get out of this fucking mess, by opening the fucking schools. But also, the schools are fucking horrific. The schools are torture factories, as they are constituted as of this moment. Schools are terrible. The teachers fucking suck. The curricula fucking suck. The fucking buildings fucking suck. The ventilation fucking sucks. The peers fucking suck. Everything about fucking school fucking sucks. So maybe one of these days, I'll give you one of my, let's redefine the school system from first principles kind of, lectures. But we'll save that for another time. We only have 20 minutes here. Right. But again, you should not be allowed to participate in adult, mature, grown adult society unless you can read and fucking write. That is a bare fucking minimum. Bare minimum. You must be this tall to ride this ride. Why? Where did that come from? You must be this tall to ride this ride. It's not because the little fucking teenager, the 16-year-old working at the fucking Disney Planet or whatever, it's not because they want to look cool and say, hey kid, you're too short. Fuck you, kid. Well, maybe they get a kick out of that. I don't know. That's a whole separate thing. But the reason is you actually are a safety hazard, not just to you and yourself, but to everyone around you if you're not tall enough, right? The seat is not designed for your short ass, okay? That's what it's not designed for. That's why you need to be this tall to ride this ride. It's a safety concern. It is a fucking safety concern, right? So I'm suggesting in order to be allowed in adult society, at the very fucking least, you need to learn how to read and write, okay? And if you can't read and write, we will work with you. We will teach you how to do that until you are capable, okay? I don't give a fuck about funding. Oh, how are we going to pay for it? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how we pay for it. How are we going to pay? How are we going to pay for teaching everyone to read and write? You can do that shit for fucking free. It's called poetry. It's called come up with a fun story. You don't need to pay for anything at all. But that's a whole separate thing, right? So my opinion is if you cannot read and write, you should not be allowed in adult society. However, right, that's in my little la-la land, in my little fantastical utopia that I wish I lived in. Let's take a real quick look at Fville, at what's going on in hell. Okay, so let's go. Fentanyl, weapons of mass destruction. Oh boy. Oh geez. Israel has a right to defend itself. Oh God. Oh Jesus fucking Christ. Oh God. Oh, masks don't work. Oh Jesus. Oh God. Oh God. Venezuela stole our land. Right. So what do we do here now in the world that we live in? We cannot actually muster the political capital to send everyone to literacy camp. It's not going to fucking happen. So what do we do right now? I don't know. I don't have any friends. I don't have any family. I don't talk to anybody. I really don't. This is the only thing I do. I do this once a week. That's it. I have no other social connections whatsoever. Right. So I don't know. I don't have friends or family. I'm not entrenched in any of these organizations. I'm not in these DSA fucking little cool kids clubs, But if you are in those clubs, I suggest you teach people whatever you fucking can. Recommend a book to somebody about the history of Venezuela that might come in handy, given that we're probably going to be going to war with them very soon. I mean, we're already at war with them, right? So really, it's a matter of when are the carpet bombs going to start flying? When is Venezuela going to start fighting back? Because they probably will. Let's be honest, right? If I'm in Venezuela's position, I might defend myself. I'm just saying this, so they might defend themselves. People might be getting shot and killed, I don't know, by Christmas at this point. And think about that. Why would Donald Trump be getting us into 15 new wars, in between his busy schedule of ending wars? He's always talking about ending the wars. I ended the wars. But in between that busy schedule of ending the wars, why would he be getting us into 38 different wars? It's during Christmas time, no less. Because again, Americans, get this, Americans are so fucking narcissistic, selfish, evil motherfuckers that Americans, they would rather, oh, it's the holidays, it's Christmas, I gotta go fly on a plane, I gotta go do that, I gotta go shop, spend all my money, shop, gotta go do this, gotta work an extra shift so I can shop. I'm too busy, it's Christmas. There's so much going on. And the big fucking dementia man knows that. And so he's going to fucking get us in a war because you're too busy going to fucking bake gingerbread cookies for your fucking deaf, dying grandmother. Okay. And then you're going to huff some COVID on her so she dies sooner. Right. And then you're too fucking busy with all that. Then you're going to get sick when you get home from your little Christmas celebration. So you're going to get knocked out until like mid-January. You're going to get drunk as hell. You're going to get sick. You're going to be pretty much gonzo until mid-January. You're going to wake up out of your bender. You're going to look around and go, oh shit, we're at war, bro. Whoa, dude. Right? And that's what they know because Americans are fucking dumb. Americans, as we are getting into another goddamn war, are still going to fly on the fucking plane during the 7th fucking year of a pandemic, of an airborne AIDS pandemic. 7 fucking years. They're going to hop on a fucking plane. They're going to fly around the fucking plane. They're going to shop. They're going to bake their cookies. They're going to build their gingerbread houses. They're going to put up their Christmas trees and woo, tinsel. And look how great we are. Look, we're all celebrating. Celebrating what? You dumb motherfuckers. Celebrating a dying fucking empire? Right? But to even call this fucking shit an empire it's insulting to empires. And let's be honest, empires themselves are an insulting concept to begin with. But like, what the fuck are we doing here? And yet, what am I doing here? I'm here talking on the internet. I'm not going to fucking go jump in the fucking Gulf of Mexico and fucking try to fucking, blockade the American Navy or whatever. I'm not going to do that. I don't give a fuck about whether I'm just going to sit in my room and talk about how much I know everything and how much no one else knows anything and how much I hate everybody, because that's honestly all I'm good for. Let's be honest here, okay? I'm not much of a fighter, all right? I'm more of a runner, okay? I can run, but I'm not much of a fighter. There are other people who are fighters. That's not me. So am I better than anyone else? Yeah, because I can read, okay? I can fucking read, and I'm going to hang my goddamn hat on that. Right. So again, I don't know. How do we get into these wars? It's because people don't know how to fucking read. They don't question anything. They don't care about anything other than themselves and their what's for dinner, the only thing the average American cares about is what the shit they're going to pick up through the drive-thru on the way home is. That's what they're thinking about at work all day. They're not thinking about fucking war with Venezuela or Iran or Cuba, because now Cuba's involved because of the fucking oil tanker we fucking seized was going to Cuba, right? So, they're not thinking about it, or Panama or Mexico or Canada or fucking Greenland. Don't forget about that fucking shit. They're not thinking about any of this. They're thinking about, man, should I get the double? Man, maybe I'll get the triple. I got a big tip yesterday. Maybe I'll get 2 fries. That's what the average fucking American is thinking as we're about to fucking, on the eve of a new fucking war. They're thinking, should I go to Wendy's? Maybe I'll go to Burger King. Nah, I think I'll go to Wendy's. Yeah, I like Wendy's. I like that Wendy girl. Yeah, she's real cute. I like Wendy's a lot. That's what the average, if you were to pluck an average American out of this fucking country, just at random, draw lots, that's what they're thinking about right now. They're not thinking about this fucking shit. And you want to know why? Because they're only taught to read insofar as they can order the Big Mac. That's it. And a lot of them can't even do that. They can't even fucking look at a menu and read the menu anymore. That's how fucked we are as a fucking society. All right, motherfuckers can't even read a menu anymore, okay? But, right, That's why. That's why we're in this fucking mess, because people don't read and they can't read. They were never taught to read because their parents abandoned them. In 2001, we had a generation of parents who abandoned their fucking kids and didn't teach them how to fucking read. And then they fucking lied to their kids about freedom fucking fries and all this fucking horseshit. So when they're going to McDonald's, instead of ordering French fries, it's freedom fries now. Should I get the French fries or the freedom fries? That's all they want you to think about, right? And then that fucking generation that grew up on freedom fries had some other kids, right? And their fucking kids are getting raised by fucking TikTok because everyone's a vlogger now. Everyone's an influencer. Everyone's fucking taking pictures of their children at all times and posting them on the internet forever. Right? Everyone's fucking dumb. No one was taught how to read. So they're not going to say, maybe my kid should have a better life than my life ended up being. My life ended up being shitty. I wonder why. Maybe it's because I don't know how to fucking read. Maybe if I cared about my kid, maybe I should teach them how to read so that their life can be a lot better than me. And then 2 years later, it's, here's the iPad. I'm going to take a nap. 17 hours later, time to go to work. But if we talk about parents, can't do that. Because there's, poor parents. The fucking Nazi guard at the concentration camp. Oh, poor guy. Poor guy. Oh, he has a really rough job. I don't give a fuck. If you're a parent and you're struggling, actions have fucking consequences. What did you think would happen when you had a fucking child in this fucking country? Like, let's erase the pandemic for a second. Let's pretend that we're not in the year 7 of a pandemic. Let's pretend. Let's all put on our dumb fuck hats for a second and pretend that we're not in the 7th year of a pandemic, right? Let's say you had a kid in like 2005. Really? You had a kid in 2005? You saw everything that was going on in 2005 and said, yep, this is a safe country to have kids. And I'm supposed to be on your side? I'm supposed to be on your side because you're poor or whatever, and you're balancing 2 jobs. So we're on the same team now. You brought a kid into this world in 2005. Motherfuckers, they're having kids in 2009. You ever see someone? They're out there, not in Australia. They're banned everywhere in Australia now. But there are motherfuckers that were born in 2009, 2010. Really? You were born in 2010? So your parents looked at this fucking economic collapse and said, let's have children. And then those parents are poor now because of that dumbass fucking decision. And now I'm on their team because as leftists, we have to care about the poor no matter what. Now, I'm saying they shouldn't be in that position in the first place. I'm saying I want to divert all government resources to helping them out of that position. But also, let's be honest here. If you're having a kid in America at all in the 21st century, you're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking rube. You're a dummy. You're a fucking loser. You're a fucking moron. And why should I have to pay for your crimes against humanity? You brought a child into this fucking decaying society. And it's my problem now. And if I say anything, all of a sudden, you're so mean. You're so evil. They're working 2 jobs. They're overworked. They don't know any better. They're too dumb. No one taught them how to read. And this is this enabling mindset that I have a problem with. Not just in left spaces, but in all spaces. Not just in this space, but in that space, right? Okay. But yeah, I'm not, I'm just doing some linguistic trickery here. Just bear with me. But like, is the enabling and coddling of stupid people making stupid decisions over and over and over again. If you had a kid at all in the 21st century, you should be groveling on your knees to me. You should be apologizing to me. You should be begging me for fucking help, okay? Not crying and whining about how I'm mean to you because I pointed out that actions have fucking consequences. You had a child in a shitty fucking shithole country in a shitty economic collapse during a shitty fucking goddamn shit fuck, right? And now I'm the bad guy for pointing out that, it's causing a lot of problems. But again, parents don't give a fuck. They just have a kid, coast on autopilot. The kid goes to school. The teachers don't give a fuck. They're burnt out. And I'm supposed to care about the poor, precious teachers that are all burnt out and using ChatGPT to teach their kids, right? Jesus fucking Christ, give me a fucking break. Do we not have any culpability? Do any of us have culpability at all? Because ultimately, this is the problem with Americans, right? It's the scammed. We're all scammed. And instead of realizing the scam and calling out the scam, we perpetuate the scam onto each other. It's not my fucking fault that my kid can't read. It's Apple. It's Steve Jobs' fault for whatever reason. It's not my fucking fault that my kid can't read. It's because the school put in fucking queer fairy bullshit into the fucking, I don't know. There was this fucking book I saw about a magical fairy, you know, that fucking talks to gay kids and makes them feel better about their lives. Seems like a good book. Maybe I would read it. I don't fucking know. I'm not sick, so I'm not going to read it, right? But again, it's always someone else's fucking fault. But I don't know. All I know is probably by this time next week, we're going to be in another goddamn war. It's going to be great. We're going to have carpet bombs flying. We're going to have missiles flying. There's the Cuban Missile Crisis on crack. Can't wait for another round of this fucking shit. But if we're too mean to people about it, ooh, that's the real crime. Pointing out that dumb motherfuckers got us into this mess, that's the real crime. Not allowed to do it. The sacred fucking cow. Poor people. Poor, stupid people. You know, there's a lot of poor people that have talent. There's a lot of poor people that want to actually help each other. But guess what? I've been poor nearly my entire life, okay? I can tell you, the families that I came from, the people that I were around when I was poor, those are some fucking evil motherfuckers, right? Most poor people would rather fucking kill their neighbor, would rather burglar their neighbor, they'd rather steal from their neighbor, beat the shit out of their neighbor, their family, their friends, than ever going after people that did something wrong to put them into that mess in the first place. And again, how do we get out of that? We fucking teach people how to read. But also, one thing I will not do in the era of 2025 going on 2026, one thing I will not fucking do is coddle and enable these stupid fucking little babies who can't fucking read, got us into all of these messes in the first place, and then they want me to be nice to them. No, I'm sorry. You had a kid in this country during this time, you're dumb. You can't read, you're dumb. I'm sorry. You don't have an opinion. You don't get to participate. Go the fuck back and go learn how to read, okay? I'm sorry. Cry about it. Anyway, that's the end of my show. What do we got here? Oh, look at this fucking horse shit. Look at this. This is the type of I feel so bad for you. Truly, you have so much to offer. Maybe in the next life. Maybe in the next life. You have so much to offer. So I'm going to die, right? Look, what is this religious fucking Christian garbage, right? You know, in heaven, maybe you can teach the people in the next life. Go fuck your mother with that fucking garbage, your little fucking coddly little baby ass bitch bullshit. You got friends and family who are fucking dumb and illiterate and can't read. You go teach them, motherfucker. I don't want to be around motherfuckers like that, okay? This idea that we should go into spaces where motherfuckers are violent extremists, right, and attack us, and we should be willingly going in there. I don't know, man. I can tell you how to read from a distance. All right. We have cell phones. I don't need to go to Thanksgiving and Christmas time to teach you how to read. I can do it on the fucking cell phone without getting my shit kicked in. But you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to pretend that going to these shitty fucking social gatherings with all these stupid motherfuckers, you know, and just pretending that they're all 4 years old has any fucking value. Right? You have a role to play. You are the normie Christian, whatever the fuck, religious next life bullshit. That is not me. Okay? You do your role. I'll do my role. All right? I will not coddle people. I will not enable people. I will tell people what I believe is the truth. Okay? Because I can read. And as a result, I have a right to an opinion. Okay? That's my opinion. If you want to coddle them, if you want to treat the fucking 38-year-old toddlers like little baby puppies, feel free. I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. So anyway, just shitting on someone out of random. I just picked a person out of a hat. I'm in a bad mood today, if you couldn't tell. I'm in a bad mood every day, to be fair. So, you know, I don't hate you, buddy. It's just you got, it's the wrong place at the wrong time. It was sarcastic. Okay. All right, good. I'm in a bad mood. But you know who's not in a bad mood? Hopefully. Hopefully. So unfortunately, once again, if someone is illiterate, either they're emotional or they never learned how to read. Okay. So I'm emotional right now. I'll be honest with you. But also, to be fair, D-Deck, I see you posting shit all the time in the chat against me. I see you posting cringe at me all the time. Don't think I'm not seeing that shit, okay? I know you're fucking cringe posting, okay? So factor that in. But anyway, you know who's not having a depressed day, hopefully? That is Sandee Lovas from Left of the Box. And they are up next with a show up next that hopefully is happier than this.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. And how could I possibly be in a bad mood when I have Abernathy on my lap? Oh, say hi to everyone. Hi. You're cute. You're so cute. Super kitty. Woo. Oh, you. Welcome everyone to this Wednesday slot of me. I have some stuff planned to talk about. It's AI, which I despise AI, and I just had so many AI stuff over the last week that I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to make this a This Space thing. Hey. Oh, okay. You have to get off my lap, sweetie. Come on. Come on. Off you go. Off you go. There we go. You gotta go, sweetie. You gotta go. There we go. Okay. Now we can probably... You know, I'm trying to work, sweetie. Like, it'd be one thing if he just kind of jumped up on my lap and stayed still, but he's like squiggling and wiggling and trying to knock things off the desk and all that sort of stuff. But hello, everyone. Oh. And then I get cat hair on my freshly applied lipstick. Oh, and I just want to give a shout out to Real John Lethem. I notice you posting my live streams onto Blue Sky, and I appreciate the support. But yes, we're going to be talking about AI today eventually once this cat gets off my lap. My wrist is doing much better for my slip and fall, for those of you who know or care. So hopefully I'll be able to drive again tomorrow. It'll be the first time this month. But I do need to get out and like do social stuff and be around people. Yes. Okay. Can you go off my lap now? Can you go off my lap now? Can you stay off my lap now? If I scooch in really close, maybe. Here we go.
So there's not enough room for him to jump up on my lap with the desk like right over it. There we go. As I try to get adjusted. But yes, welcome everyone. Yes, we're going to be talking about AI today because I hate it. And there's a lot of stuff AI related that I wanted to get to that could easily fill up an hour. But yeah, and for those of you who hadn't seen it, I did a birthday gift for Letterhack last week. It was a comic book. Well, not a comic book, but a 3-page comic for Letterhack. Let me know if you haven't seen it, and I'd be more than happy to share it with everyone. And we can go over it as a little bit of fun. How about that? Some fun. Ugh. Cat hair on my lips. Gotta stay down there, sweetie. Stay. He's looking up at me like, you move out even an inch more, even though I'm 10 inches wider, I'm still going to jump up there. But yes, let's get this into. Oh, nope, that's not the right button. This button. Share screen. This one. There we go. Okay, I am ready to go and chit chat about AI and how much I hate it. It's a theme. It's a theme. Because, like, well, we'll get into it. There's some people saying that this allows people who aren't artistic to be artistic. And it's like, you have to find your own style, your own artistic way of expressing yourself. It might not be necessarily the way you want it to be. I wish that I could illustrate comic books to make them look actually good. You know, I wish I had that ability, but I don't. You know, I could probably practice, but that's the thing. It takes a lot of time and practice. He wants back up on my lap. Yes, it takes a lot of time and practice for some people to conquer an art style that may not naturally come to them. Like I say for most people, because when it comes to drawings like this one, it still took time and practice, but nowhere near as long as people would think. Because when I rediscovered my talent for art, what was it, 5 years ago now? Because of the Letterhack's birthday challenge 5 years ago, if I compare that drawing to something like this right now, the first drawing looks like it was done in crayon, even though it is still far better than what the vast majority of people do. So as I continued drawing, it got better with the more practice I did, even though I didn't feel like I was working. You know, I didn't feel like it was a big process. It just, a lot of this talent just naturally came to me. But the thing is that you do have to work at it. Even somebody who can draw like this, I have to work at it. And then I have to maintain it. I have to keep drawing so I don't lose it again. And it's important that if you want to be artistic, you have to find your own style. And it might not necessarily be in the style you want. You might not be able to make art that is shockingly realistic, but can you make art that reflects the emotion, the message that you're trying to send? And there's so many different ways that you can do this. For me, one of the simplest ones is photography. You know, take that picture, take that image of what it is that you're trying to do. And you don't need a lot of fancy equipment and stuff. You just need to know portions. Are you going to sit still? Are you going to sit still? Because also with it, when you do art, when you make art yourself, there's a sense of accomplishment. You know, there's a sense of, I did this, that this is a product of something that I imagined, that I put onto paper, that I constructed, not something, a simple prompt that I put into the computer and then poof, the slot machine AI spit this out. No, this is something that I did, that I can take pride in. You can't do that with AI art. because it's not you, it's a prompt. And anyone else could have just done that simple prompt and gotten the same result or something similar. So it's important to, you know, keep the skills, because there's so many wonderful things that we do artistic wise, and we'll get to some of them, that you just cannot replicate with AI. And I don't even know why you would want to, because sometimes it's the process, it's the learning, it's the constructing it yourself that makes it special. And AI slop can't replace that. So why don't we get into it? So a little bit before we get into the AI art aspect is just some other frustrations that I have with it. There's a little bit of overlap from my last news live stream. Also, I did a live stream last night that focused on trans issues. Please go check it out. It was a lot. I covered a lot in it. Please go check it out. It was not done at one of my regular times, so the viewership is a bit lower on it. Trying to boost these numbers, but a couple of not art related before we get into art related AI. And to stage, there we go. Mark Carney, who is the Prime Minister, Canada, says we welcome American corporation and the 19 billion investment in AI infrastructure in Canada. No, we don't. No, we fucking don't. The more that they are trying to push this AI, it's like the more they're trying to convince us, the people, that this is what we want when it's not. And this is part of the reason why the AI bubble is going to pop soon, because there's very little actual utility that all of this AI slop does for the average person, other than confuse and mislead people. And then once people really, like, especially the Facebook crowd, start to clue in that all these things that they're falling for, these videos that they see that they love, that they're all fake, there's a little sense of betrayal, you know, from whoever they got it from. There's the sense of, like, I put an emotional investment in this, in this little kitten that I saw on this video, but this little kitten that I saw isn't even real, and it's not even made from a real person, because you can have like animated cartoons and you can feel for the animated characters, but there's a real story, a real person put it into, not just, you know, an AI prompt, which just takes the soul out of it. And it's just copying other people's art. That's part of the reason why I did my comic for Letterhack, was to, it was a critique on AI art. But yeah, so Mark Carney is very happy that, you know, Microsoft is going to be spending money in here. $19 billion AI investment. We have an AI minister now. Do you know what we don't have a minister for? People with disabilities. Yeah. Priorities. But the thing is part of the reason why we don't want this either is the amount of power it takes, the damage to the environment it does, the replacement of real art with this fake art. It's not what people want, as, you know, this person says, no, we don't. We don't want this. Because where are you going to put it? By which community? You're going to put it by a community that can't defend themselves, usually a community with less resources, less people speaking out against it. Because this destroys the environment. It destroys water. It increases power supply, like cost of power for everyone across the board. And is it worth it in the end to have, and we'll get to some of the stupid animations. Is it worth it? You know, this destruction of the water supply and environment, to do a picture of something that would have been much more interesting and much more worthy if it was just like somebody who actually did it. Because again, we'll get into it, but it's just trying to get AI to replicate stuff that humans do. It takes away some of the admiration of somebody, a human, accomplish this. Because, you know, you see athletes and they can jump really high or run really fast. Well, here's an AI image that shows somebody running faster or somebody jumping higher. It's not the same, is it? Because it's not a demonstration of the natural talents or learned and worked on talents of a human. And I think that might be a better way of actually phrasing it. Like if you see somebody in real life who's a really fast runner, a really good basketball player, and you're watching a basketball game and stuff like that, and you can get really into it and excited. Would it be the same if I just did an AI prompt of a basketball game and you just saw AI characters playing basketball? Are you going to love it the same way? Probably not. Because then we also run into the problem of, because we have somebody saying that some AI are fine and recognize that, here. So Donald James, my opinion on AI art is it's fine to use if it's free and recognized as AI as to not mislead people, like you say. In a different world, I would see the point of AI, and I would like to have, it could be a useful tool. The way it's being used by this capitalist society is horrendous. And it is used to manipulate and control people and mislead people and, spread false narratives and all this sort of stuff. And also Donald James, I'm against AI centers. They have to get that away from the public and stop stealing energy from communities. Absolutely. But like here we have, so Chris Glover is an NDP MPP. So he's a politician here in Ontario. Just pointing out, it's unbelievable that the Ford Conservative government handed an 800-page AI-generated report on intimate partner violence. It's like cheating on your homework. Victims and supervisors deserve better, and the government policy can't be based on made-up facts from algorithm. Ontarians need a government that takes IPV seriously by declaring it an epidemic. And I covered this in a lot more detail on my live stream, but something like 80% of this report was AI generated. It's mind-boggling. Like there are some AI things that can be a tool. For my writing, I use a program, an extension on the browser. And I would imagine that there is some AI involved in it. It checks grammar and things of that sort. And then if I have an awkward sentence, it will suggest a different sentence. But the thing is that it's working on something I already put in. It's rearranging a sentence I already have to make it sound maybe a little bit more fluid. It's not just, I put, I want, just give me a random sentence to work with. Like, I'm not saying I want a story about vampires. What do you have for me? It is, they're working from something I already have. It's the same as like Photoshop or something. You're using it as a tool to modify the things that you've already done. And there is some AI, I imagine, that could help, what's the word? That could help emphasize? That's not the word. But something like that to help, what's the word? To make it slightly better, not highlight it, to emphasize. That's not emphasize. I don't know what it is. It's to not exacerbate, it's not highlight. It's, I think you know what I mean. And this is where the thesaurus and stuff would come in handy. Enhance, that's it. It's there to enhance what you've already done. And tools for that is fine because, again, you're starting from your original thing. But when you have government officials using AI on something as serious as a report on intimate partner violence, like they were saying that there's references that don't exist, that it's how do you feel as a human, knowing maybe somebody who has been victimized, knowing that this is what the government is doing, that they did this and they had so little thought as to your well-being, who you are, the trauma you've been through, that they're just going to use AI to write this report. It doesn't make you feel very special. You know, it doesn't make you feel like you're heard. It makes you feel like you're just another task that they need to, you know, tick off a list. That you are a what's the word? That you're not a second. What's the word? When you are just a secondary thought is not the word, but something like that, where I'm having a day. Passive? No, it's not passive. It's afterthought. Thank you, Ian Dark. Afterthought, yes, that you're just an afterthought. You're not actually, you're not really being considered. And we have this one here. So somebody just saying breaking images leaked showing Trump using Walker moments after he signed an executive order banning states from regulating AI. But there will come a time, a lot of people will say, oh, you'll always be able to tell the difference. No, there's going to be a time when you can't. It doesn't matter what kind of ego you have right now. There's going to be a time. And so it'll be so much easier to manipulate and spread false information like this. Because like the perspectives in that Walker is like all off. It doesn't look like a possible thing. There's going to be a time when you can't tell the difference. And then you run into the problem of not only will manufactured photos like this exist, but then there could be a real photo that's out there that's damning, that somebody can say, oh, that's just AI. It's not really me. And how do you know the difference? Like there needs to be something kind of ingrained into AI, a way to tell, a way to always let people know that, yes, this is in fact AI. Some sort of marker on it so that people know. And the other thing that was pointed out on a different thread is that AI also kind of takes away some of the charm of people photoshopping things like this, because there's something campy and fun when you can see something that has been plainly photoshopped into something funny. Because again, that is somebody who is actively working, who is choosing, you know, what items that they're bringing in, they're placing it, they're putting the thought into making it funny versus just here, AI, do something, give me a joke, do something. And, you know, there's just something so much more endearing, I find, when it comes to people who use Photoshop to make these things, because again, it's coming from somebody's mind. They're putting the time and effort into compiling it together. And sometimes it could be a spotless Photoshop, so you can't really tell the difference. Other time it's purposely campy, and that's the point. That's the point, you know, to have it suit the mood better, to have it, no, this is completely like you can totally tell it's Photoshop, which is part of the reason why it's funny, because of that extra satirical layer and all that sort of stuff. But let's get into some of the art-related stuff with AI. So we'll start with this tweet here. So somebody says, good artist copy, great artist steal. Been seeing this quote more, and it's really interesting. Is anything truly original? And somebody putting, I like this, copy. Making a duplicate to learn like a master study. And I've done that a lot when it comes to like comics. I can look at somebody else's comic and I can draw it because, you know, I draw photorealism from looking at things. And so the thing is that if you do it enough times, you start getting that muscle memory down. You start understanding the shapes better. And it's the same if you're learning like a language or something, is that you start by copying it. You start by like, here's the alphabet, you write out the alphabet and you get used to it. You get the flow of it. You get the feel of it. so that you can start to understand it a bit better. You know, so when you're learning something new, quite often you start by copying it. Steal, incorporating what you've learned internally, making it part of yourself and adding it to your capabilities. Yeah. So now that you have all these things, so like, let's take language again. So you've copied words, you've copied letters, you've copied all this sort of stuff. But now you can use what you have copied and compose a sentence. So you have stolen all of those letters and words and used it to make your own sentence, a sentence that reflects who you are. And somebody is just pointing out, like, they don't mean steal as in like, I have taken someone else's art and posed it as my own. It's about incorporating what you've learned and using that as inspiration. So this person says, it's a description of the learning process, not the image on a canvas on the easel. Is anything truly original? Absolutely, tons of things. You should know this as an artist and an educator. Strange, and that was the first person who's an artist, creator, and educator. Yeah, it's not about like directly taking somebody's art and saying that it's your own, but it's about using ideas and influences that you've come across and incorporating it into your own style and making something unique and original with that. It's oh, Donald James says, I prefer borrowing, and that's another way of saying it. Or for me, I would just say it's inspiration. And sometimes you can plainly tell where the inspiration is coming from. And you can even see that in a lot of comic books and comic characters where it's like, you know, there's crossover abilities and stuff. And part of that is there's only so many interesting superpowers somebody can have before you run out of ideas. But what do you do with it? So do you have the exact same character with the exact same personality, with the exact same background story? No, they might both be able to run faster than, you know, we can see or something like that. They can both be super fast. But who are they? What do you bring into it? What unique stances? And so they become two separate characters, but have the same ability. And it is a lot about just, what do you also add to it? It's not just a matter of taking something and showing it as your own, but what part of you do you put into it? Do you add to it? Because then you just get slop like this, and I don't even see the point of it. This is AI generated origami. Is this interesting? Is this neat? Is it even possible? Like, what's the pattern that you use for it? It's just, where's the art? Where's the love? Because if we go up, we say lame, uninspiring, pointless. Look at this tiny frog family instead. This is amazing. Look at those little teeny tiny things. And again, this is more about the accomplishment of a human. The fact that a human was able to make these teeny tiny little frogs, and apparently you can pinch their butt and they jump. It's so cute. But, you know, this is a human accomplishment, and it's something that other people could potentially learn. You can't learn this. You just prompt it and AI spits it out. But you could potentially learn how to do this. And then you could have your own, and it could be your own little accomplishment. It's about the process. It's about using your brain. It's about getting into the zone and then saying, see, look at what I did. And this is so cute. It's so cute. And I think there's more origami stuff in the thread, like in the replies and stuff, that again, it's just so neat that these are things that people can do. See, you pinch the butt and it jumps. But you can't do that with AI. You can't make a frog, a physical frog that can jump. Like that is just adorable. And then, so they're all basically, in essence, stealing that origami pattern, but they're making it its own. You know, the paper that they use, the drawings that they put onto it, you know, the little funny face. They're making it their own. And it's the same with paper cranes and all of that sort of stuff. Like there's just, you know, then it can become fun little art hobby and stuff. And you can actually show it to people and people can be impressed because, you know, it takes commitment. It takes time. It takes the willingness to study to be able to do this. This is why we get so impressed and awe-inspired by people who do great feats of art or sport or science and stuff, because it's potentially something that we could all do. But you might need a little bit of your own natural ability first for some things, but then, you know, the potential is endless on what you do with it. So, now that's just creepy. Somebody using AI to make those little froggies move. A little tiny crane family. Like that, it takes a lot of dedication. Let's see. And then there was this, and this made a lot of hoopla out there, is the AI-generated McDonald's commercial. So McDonald's, so this commercial is still available for people to see, and it's just a really ridiculous commercial. We're not going to be playing it with audio or anything. McDonald's has released an AI-generated Christmas ad. The studio behind it says they hardly slept for several weeks while writing AI prompts and refining the shots. AI didn't make this film, we did. Comments have been turned off on the YouTube video. It's like they're trying to hardly slept. It's like they're trying to make it seem like they put far more effort into it. It's like those really bad movie trailers where it's like try to make it look so dramatic and interesting, but then when you actually just look at the shots they're showing you, it's somebody opening a book or opening a fridge. They highlighted one on Majority Report today, but there's a lot of movie trailers out there where you just see two people walking, but there's dramatic music to make it seem like there's something more. No, people probably did not hardly sleep. Plus, it's just what, two people versus, you know, the team of animators, the actors that would have been used in this. And when you take the actors out of it as well, you're missing the potential input that they're bringing into the characters, their facial expressions, their interpretation of it. You know, because when it comes to actually filming something, it is a team process. And so you can get inspired by each other in ways that make something beautiful that you weren't expecting before. Or somebody can just animate it themselves. Like, why not just animate this? If you like all of these things in it, why not just animate it as opposed to, you know, making AI prompts? Because a lot of the jokes in here, a lot of what you're seeing, were not done by humans. These are all capable of being done by humans, but this isn't a reflection of somebody who actually put thought into it. It's just AI slop. And as somebody says, oh, did I read the top part of that? So just somebody saying, I hardly slept for several weeks while writing AI prompts and refining the shots. AI didn't make this film, we did. Okay, I need to get this off my chest. No, you didn't do anything. No, you didn't stay up all night. And no, you didn't put any effort. You just wrote something and let AI do everything. There's no human touch, no effort. None of you had real actors for this. None of you spent nights awake drawing, concept making, sculpting, texturing, or modeling. None of you actually created ideas or something unique. It's just generated garbage that has no soul. It's empty and sad. And a lot of people thought that. So, yeah, it got deleted. So good job, friends. Keep up the backlash. Generative AR works. Yeah, when you have enough people pushing back on it, and there's more and more people pushing back on it because it's not interesting. It's sad. I know people don't want to hear this, but it's just reality. There's going to be things out there that you might want to do, but you just might not ever be able to do it. So you have to then think about, what is it you can do? What is it that you can bring to the table yourself? Don't dream of things that are completely like, I would love to be an astronaut. The only way that will ever happen is if I become a super duper billionaire and can afford to go up in a jet. That's it. It doesn't matter how much I love it. It's just not going to happen. And so I would love to be an athlete. I would love to be able to run fast and stuff. My body does not work that way. And I have tried, and I've put time and energy and practice into it. Or sometimes the ability to do these things require resources and tools that you simply don't have access to. And so as somebody who has lived with poverty, and you learn very quickly to use the tools you have to do what you can. So, you know, before I was able to find versions of Photoshop type stuff, I relied on Microsoft Paint. The stuff that I could do in there was pretty impressive. It took a hell of a long time, but I did it. You know, like it's about using what's around you to make something of it. And then that in itself is inspiring. That in itself shows the imagination, the capabilities, the determination of humans. When you do that, as opposed to just getting this cheat code for it. Because in the end, if winning a game meant that you had to use each and every single goddamn cheat code there was to get to the end, did you really win it? Or did you just cheat your way through it? Is it the same accomplishment? Like the only time that would work is if you're just interested in seeing what the story is, but would it be the same? Would you have the same sense of satisfaction, the same sense of accomplishment if you just used cheat code after cheat code after cheat code to get to something? So, because then we have something like this slop. So somebody prompt an anthropomorphic fox character standing on snowy bridge at twilight wearing a thick winter coat, knitted scarf, and gloves. Soft snowfall around him as city lights glow warmly in the blurred background. The fox has an expressive green eyes, detailed fur, and gentle smile. Cinematic lighting and high detail, cozy winter atmosphere. And as somebody pointed out, no, and you just gave it Zootopia without you even asking for it. Because where do you think they're stealing this from? So this is just, it's just a prompt. What is stopping somebody from actually just making this from their own hands and stuff? Because you have this, which is just, again, a prompt. Anyone could have typed that in versus, oh, you're not seeing this, are you? Share this tab. So this, and it's like, yeah, sure, it's cute. So you have something like this, or there's this. I can't show the commercial because there's music on it, and it's also in French. But this is just darling. It's a commercial for a supermarket. And it was animated, and it has character and life to it. And it's showing like struggles and just the little details you saw just right there of the pupils dilating and the drool and stuff. And this was done by somebody. So somebody was just saying, my professor, who used to be animated at Pixar, was praising this commercial the other day. He was like, having you guys seen the ad with the wolf, and the entire class blew up praising it. It's crazy how a commercial is one of the most artistically genuine things to come out lately. And it is a really darling commercial. I recommend everyone go and watch it. If I click on that, we'll start playing the music. Here, I'll just go this. I won't go back one. I'll just do this one. So I am posting in this space, in subspace. There we go. So if you're on the hostile fart sauna, you can see it with the music and stuff, or you can just try Googling it, but it's for a supermarket, and it's just, it's so darling. So darling. I love it so much. And somebody's pointing out right now, it's the fine details. Like if you start looking at AI art, if you start zooming in, then that's when you can start separating AI art from human art. But again, it's only a matter of time, because AI probably could not replicate my drawings. If you start zooming in and you start seeing all the minuscule details, like you see the individual hairs on the kitty cat type thing, or the Owen Jones drawing I did, where you can see his pores, you know, like an individual little whisker beard hairs he has. Like, AI won't do a good job of that. And so somebody just pointing out, for now in the foreseeable future, this is a major tell for AI generative output. The closer you look, the more it falls apart. It doesn't reward close inspection with details and surprises. The beautiful details in Dangaz's work takes us on a journey and invites us into the world. And so this is the art there. And again, it's, you zoom in and everything there was a choice. Everything. When you do the art yourself, it is just a matter of like with my drawings too. So let's see if I can let's go back to main screen maybe for a second. Nope, this one. So this drawing here, this isn't a great way of looking at it. Let me just go over here. Let's see if I'll get it. Professionals. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. I'll have to put the stop screen, share screen, window. There we go. So this drawing that I did of my beloved deceased cat from a long time ago, Thumper. Every stroke of the pencil there is intentional. Every line, everything was thought out. You know, the little marks around the iris, the light, the fact that you can actually see the reflection of the hair in the shine spots on the eye. You know, all of these little marks here, I did with a pencil. They're all intentional. One is darker than the other. It's intentional. I did it for a reason, you know? I did it because it felt right. It looked right. It was what was needed. And this digital image doesn't even do justice to the actual drawing that's sitting behind me. Let's remove this one. And I'll put up, got the Owen Jones one too on here. Let's see. So again, we can just start zooming in. So everything here was intentional, every pencil stroke. So you can see like there's this dot here that's darker than one might think, which again is intentional, because the other thing is that AI tends to remove a lot of the flaws, or the flaws in somebody's face or something seem so artificial because they were put there to maybe make it look some way. But then there's also pictures out there that I see politicians and stuff posting, and it looks like they have an AI filter on it. Like I'm looking at it, like it looks like AI, just the coloring, the smoothness of it. There's just something about it that screams to me, this is AI. But like all of this, you start zooming in and you start seeing like all these little teeny tiny details. Again, this is the digital JPEG image, so it's not, it's a lot sharper when you see it. But all of this, every mark, every line, you can see that there's a hint of a line here, a hint of a line here. You have the pores more stippled here, but then they start getting more spread out and smushed here. This was all intentional, and I had to work at this to Make it look the way that I want. Everything here was a choice. Keeping his lips chapped in it was a choice because that's the way that the picture was. I didn't have to do that, but I did. You know, showing the little lines on the fabric here, all of this, the background, how I smoothed it out. These are all choices. So when you get to something like, let's go back to this. Even with digital art, I can't zoom in the same way, but like all the little details there. I wish you could zoom in. You can see a tiger up here, the wording, all the different light spots. Again, those are all intentional. They're intentional. You just don't get that with AI. And then something that AI will also do is it will sell an experience that isn't real. So David Sirota is just saying this AI slot, basically the AI laughing at all the actors, directors, cinematographers, and crew members whose likeness and work are going to be stolen and who are going to be put out of work. So this is just somebody going around taking fake photos of themselves with things that aren't. Part of the joy of getting a selfie with an actor or a costume character is the experience. AI is starting to replace the experience of these things with just in artificial stuff. And it's not the same. You don't grow the same way. I don't want to play it again because I'm worried that there might be sound on there that we don't want. So I'm trying to switch back and forth. What if I share this tab instead? And then I go back here and share. Nope, it's still not. Okay. Yeah, so it's just somebody going around taking selfies of themselves with all these movie characters and stuff. But again, you're robbing yourself of the actual experience of the being there, the way it made you feel. Like, why does it matter to get a fake image of yourself with someone? Again, unless it's like a painting that you had commissioned where, again, somebody put thought and time into it. But to just get an AI slop picture of yourself, like if I get an AI picture of myself in an astronaut outfit on the moon, so what? It's not real. It's not the experience. It's not being there. It might look cute for whatever reason, but you can't start replacing actual experiences, actual engagement with human beings with just AI. It robs you of a bit of your humanity when you start doing that. It's important to go out and meet people and see people. Let's see. And Mark Cuban just being like, creators should love AI. Let's see, how far back do I have to go for this? So Billionaire says, there will be two types of companies in the future, those that are great at AI and those who used to be in business. Mwahaha, says the Billionaire. And just, nonsense. And then Mark Cuban saying, and Mark Cuban, for those of you who don't know, is like the liberal billionaire. He occasionally says enough nice things that liberals, and I mean like capital L liberals, seem to think, oh, he's a champion for our side. No, he's a capitalist. Like he's a capitalist. He finds an opening and he's a capitalist. And he's just saying creators should love AI. Yes, we are being told that we need to love this. And again, the more people are pushing back on it and the more fragile and the closer to the AI bubble that it's going to burst, the more you're going to see these capitalists try to insist that this is what we want. They want to insist that this is what we like and this is what we need because they need us to need it in order to, pay off their shareholders. And so they are going to try to do, what's that thing? There's that thing that you use for like, when they were trying to go into Iraq, when they manipulated people into thinking something. Oh, fuck, what's the word? They did that in the media to try to get the public behind going into Iraq. What was the word? Somebody knows it. I know somebody knows it. And I tripped up on this last time I was trying to think of it. It was like just flashed in my mind for a second and then went away. Manufactured consent. Yes. So they're trying to manufacture interest in AI. They're trying to manufacture, love for their product that simply people don't want. It's just they have manufactured consent to get people on board with horrific things, but now they want to do manufactured interest because it helps their bottom line if more people seem to think, yeah, we like this, when we don't. So creators love AI. AI doesn't make uncreative people creative. It allows creators to become exponentially more creative. We have tools for that, like Photoshop and stuff. And again, it takes our time and effort and all that sort of stuff. Creative iterations that used to take hours, days, or weeks can happen in minutes. There's nothing wrong with that, taking time to do good artwork. Because again, art isn't necessarily about just getting a product out onto the grounds, which all these billionaires seem to think it is. It's not like a code that you need for programming where it's helpful to have a code come to you quicker so that you can do better calculations or stuff. Part of what make art interesting is the process, is, knowing it took me 25 hours to draw this picture of a cat. There's something about the process of it that makes the whole overall thing more unique and special. It's not the same if you have AI just, barf out something like my drawing. Because again, the process shows the dedication, the commitment, and the drive to do these things. Because the reason why a lot of people aren't good at a lot of stuff is because they give up too soon. You have to keep going at it. You have to keep trying. You have to keep pushing forward. Even when you think it's junk, even when you think it's never going to improve, you have to keep at it. And it's because everyone wants this instant gratification that if they try something and it's not good right away, then they just want to give up on it. But it's a process. It really is. And that's why there's not many more artists and writers out there, is because they give up too soon, because they get demoralized in this capitalist system as well. Unless you can make money from these things, you can't devote the time you need to learn these traits, which is just sad. So, this whole AI thing that the billionaires are trying to push on us is to try and substitute all of this creative stuff, because, me drawing a picture doesn't make Mark Cuban money, but an AI center does. So the different routes you wanted to take didn't have the money or skill to, now you do. Well, that's the problem with capitalism, the money. People should be able to access the tools they need to explore their talents. The number of gatekeepers drops every day and will eventually hit zero. If you know how to tell a great story, you will love AI. 99% of content fails. With AI, the cost and time it takes to experience and learn from those failures drops like a rock. The people who should hate AI are those who try to control distribution and creative processes, because they are the ones that control platforms and tools, says the billionaire. It's all going to change, only this time it won't take decades like it did with streaming. And somebody just mocking him, saying, you should love AI. Why aren't you loving it? Come on, love it already. What's wrong with you? Look, I wrote a whole explanation of why you're feeling wrong if you see you just realize that AI is all about democratizing create expression, you'll wait, come back here, please come back here. It's like, yeah, we made all this stuff so that we can profit from other people's creative stuff. You should love it. You should love it. So somebody here, AI haters are not defending art. They are defending the specific barriers to entry that let them feel special without having to risk actual expressing anything original. And somebody putting this out, which is helpful because sometimes it's about time and resources. As someone said, there is no barrier. In fact, here's a document I made accessible and free. Oh, I did switch over. I made accessible and free digital tools and apps for digital drawing ranging from program, brushes, and more. Stop using AI. There's no excuse, just practice. You can Google these. I'm not going to just throw in the Google Doc link into Subspace. I'm still a little suspicious, but you can Google these things and see for yourself if they are something that can actually help you to create. So here we have, does it show up bigger if I do it this way? Not really. It's actually bigger this way. Okay. So, and if you have recommendations here, but accessible non-Adobe digital painting, animation, 3D art programs, Infinity Photo, Clip Studio Paint, Infinity Designer, Procreate, Krita, Fire Appalachia, something, Blender, reference programs and assets, Pure Ref, Art Pose, Ardoca Stock, ArtStation female references, ArtStation male references, ArtStation face lighting, reference male, female, reference angle, Pinterest, Design Doll, True Ref. There are programs out there that can help you do things. Okay. Ooh. Because, right, you guys like this setup better. The comic that I made for Letterhack, which if we can actually see it, I can bring it up on screen. Just need to get to it. There we go. And then let's just make sure that I can. There we go. Let's do that. And then, nope. There we go. So this is the comic I made. I stole from the Letterhack, you could say, because you didn't see the original pencil work that I put into it, but basically I started out by just drawing the shape of a head, and then I put on the hair and I put the eyes in mid-level. And I got all of this from a tutorial that the Letterhack did in order to do these things. And I just started with the bare bones, and I started to create on top of that and expand it. And then I used the Photoshop to enhance it by putting, stronger bars around it to fill it in and all of this sort of stuff. But all this original idea is me. That I totally stole from the Letterhack, though. He drew that. But this is mine. I drew that. So, yeah, this was me stealing from the Letterhack, learning from his style in order to do this. And it will take so much more time and practice than I have the spoons for this to get good, no matter how much I wish I could. I don't have the time or energy for it. Because I would love to be able to write comics. If I had a program that could help better trace these, because I don't have any art programs other than like the Photoshop type stuff. So when I inked this, I had to use a marker on the paper because these are the things, but this is what it looked like before the Photoshop. This is what, yeah, this is just me tracing over the ink. And then you can see here there's nothing. That's because I just cut out a part of this and copied and pasted it to get I just duplicated what I already did to make it faster. But this is, yeah. So after Photoshop, it looks a lot better. But it's still all mine, and I still did all that work. But yeah, I stole from the Letterhack to do that. Oh, okay. Let's see what people are saying in subspace for the last minute. Lots of stuff from Donald James. Let's see. Christopher Tablanate. AI is a parasite made by billionaire parasites for clout parasites. I kind of agree with that. Let's see. Global solidarity now. Art is communicating, but you also have art is an expression of life as we see it. Also saying art is about profit, buy low, sell high. That's getting into the more commercial aspect of it, but the other stuff I agree with. Real John Litham, I'm thinking there will be an AI crash in the next year or so. Oh, it's probably coming up sooner than that, unfortunately. Is Dr. Mark Allen Derry on next? With probably syndicated content? That is so cool. I had an interview with him that everyone should go check out. Here we have Donald James. Yeah, I view using AI as a lazy way to make money. That's why AI shouldn't be monetized at all. Yeah, there's so many YouTube videos, even from channels that I used to like watching, that are now using AI content, and I have no interest in it. And the thought that like my YouTube channel, Left of the Box, that everyone should go subscribe to right now, is now having to compete with AI slop is so frustrating, because it's not just the AI slop, but they also know how to market it, put the right trend words in it, so people will tend to click on that. Plus, it's also going to get naturally boosted in the algorithms of YouTube and stuff, because that's what they want. They want easy content. And so it's a collaboration between, you know, the different type of like billionaire corporations out there to boost each other, again, to manufacture interest in it. But it's not there. It's just not there, because, yeah. But Donald James, but unfortunately, AI videos get millions of views. Yeah, I've seen that, and it just drives me crazy, because I want to see something that somebody put time and effort into, that has their opinion, their voice, their inflections. You know, I don't want to see just something that was generated. And then what's so frustrating is that once you become complacent with AI generated stuff, once you start believing it, thinking it's real. I've seen AI videos about things like natural disasters, because I watch a lot of those, where they actually say, oh, look at this tsunami in Taiwan or something. I'm like, no, actually that was image, like those were just stolen images from the one that happened in Japan. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Changers incoming, changers. Oh, I think that's a Letterhack indicating to me that I should shut up. Did you see? I showed off my comic strip a little while. Anyway, yeah, I know. I get the hint. I get the hint. So go, please, subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to all the channels here. Everyone, give a nice big thank you to Nicholas, the producer, for all of their hard work behind the scenes and putting up with me. And yes, check out my YouTube channel. Go check out the interviews that I've done recently and my live streams. And yeah, so salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
All type of hustles and all type of grifts, pushing all stereotypes and all type of myths. Look how they talk it fast, like if they take it swift. They got to get the gab and know just how to recite a script, the formula to keep you mad. Show you why your life's a bitch. These awful hypocrites with lies dripping off their lips. But they could give a shit about what you really dealing with. It's all for the bag, all for the cash, all for the drip. They're here to get rich, but I ain't here to trip. Just all for my analysis and watch the stones start to get thrown like glass palaces. Cause when they spit that bullshit, I gotta challenge it, man. I manhandle it, break it down, dismantle it. Cause if it ain't true, then my doom, I can't stand on it. I can't stand with it. The stance is against it. Witnessing the slaughter of innocent Palestinians like cowboys and settlers killing off the indigenous. Y'all claim y'all in the right, but it's all wrong. I can't rock with you, something fishy going on. The stench is strong. Tilapia, so we formed a coalition here. Our main mission is stopping you. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia. Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
Eclectic collective of skeptics, the leftist mafia.
The mob wants victory, but more than that, it wants the total humiliation of its enemies.
Hello, and wait, there's Lance. Hey, Lance.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. The leftist mafia has formed or started.
Well, at least two of us have, apparently.
Yes, the leftist duo is here.
Yeah, so as you all know, Mike is on his December break, and David Dole is on his annual.
You should put the Game Awards on in the background. That's what everyone's
Oh yeah,
asking
he's
for.
got so David Dole is actually not here because I was making a joke about how I meant to say how he's off weekly, but I said annual, but it is an annual thing where the Gamer Awards are on and David Dole takes off.
Yep.
He's watching the very important Gamer Awards, which is the most prestigious award show on the planet.
Who do you want to win this year?
Who's winning this year?
I was like, who did you want to win the Gamer Awards?
Oh, I mean, what games are even up for the Gamer Awards?
Expedition 33.
Don't know it.
It's French. It's apparently a crowd favorite. I haven't played it yet, but everyone says nothing but amazing things about it.
Never even heard of it.
Well, there you go, and that's our coverage.
What are the other choices? I thought you were gonna give me a whole bunch. You just named one game.
I'm sorry. I'm also putting it on in the background right now. I was trying to add it to the screen. So right now they're showing the Gamer Awards are essentially an ad for anyone who doesn't know. It's like a quarter of it is ads. You watch trailers for new games. So I like watching the trailers after the awards are done. And then a quarter of it is like really cringy sketches. And then an eighth of it is super wholesome. Because there are some very deserving people who do deserve recognition. It's always nice when, like, people who spend hours and probably do crunch and are treated terribly and work for horrifying AAA game companies at least get some recognition for their work. That part is nice. So
it sounds like this is like every year for one night only. G4 TV comes back.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
So it sounds like to me. I mean, are you not describing Attack of the Show? I mean,
I am describing Attack of the Show 100%. Yeah, it's a good throwback.
I remember I watched it. I liked it. I liked how it was. I enjoyed the old G4 programming. And maybe it's out of date now. I haven't seen it obviously in many years. But the old G4 TV with Attack of the Show and what was the other one? X-Play.
X-Play.
Yeah. Those were good. Those were good times.
For anyone who doesn't know, back in our day, video games used to have their own TV channel.
Now, or you can start your own video game TV channel on a thing called Twitch.
Yeah, on your cell phone. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah,
We just had one video game TV channel then. Now you have a new video game TV channel whenever a new streamer decides to start streaming.
That's true. Every day there's like 100 new ones. So
Yeah.
what a time to be alive.
Yep. So what's going on in the news today, Lance?
Well, I assumed at some point we were going to have to talk about the right-wing civil war. I said that we'd figure out today who the grifter of the year was. I thought you might have some insights into that.
Is that part of the video game awards?
No, we don't have a grifter of the year. Oh man, there would be so many contestants. You know, I mean, the big names.
I feel like that one guy has to be the winner every year.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I mean,
Grums is free without any challengers.
How long has his entire personality been a guy who worked at Blizzard like 20 years ago and then claimed he was going to release his own game and raised money off of releasing his own game and still hasn't released his own game?
Over $500,000, 8 years into development.
And he still talks as if he's like a working developer. Like that's how he places himself in the conversations. Like he chimes in as if his opinion should be respected as a working developer.
Well, Elon Musk respects him. I mean, that gives him some credibility. He still retweets him.
Of course, yeah. I don't know. I feel like if you claim to be working in a profession, yet you haven't actually partaken in that profession and in a few decades, I feel like maybe you should not be a valued voice for that profession anymore.
From the inside, anyway. You can always be an outsider. I know I am.
Absolutely.
Did you hear that he also spent a large amount of money? Could have been from the money he was supposed to make a video game from, but could have just been his own desires on a porn ring, where he was making forced breast milking fetish porn and getting anime and hentai sexual scenarios that he would write himself as a woman. He pretended to be a woman named Debbie Chan, and then he would write all of this like erotic fan fiction and then pay people to draw it into like anime porn for him. And then he started releasing that as Foxy Fighters on the internet.
I feel like this has come up before, but I did not remember it as you're just informing me of this.
That's Grums.
Wow.
That's Grums. Yeah.
Wow. I mean, I don't know what to say to that. Wow. I feel like if I was someone who donated to his video game fund, I would want to know if my money instead went to whatever. Everything else you just said.
Yeah. I would want to know that too. I think that's fair, right? I think that's, you don't have to necessarily be against any of like, the forced milking fetish porn, but you could also wonder whether or not you were spending money on a game or on his own porn empire, because that's like, that would be weird finding that out later, that the hundreds of dollars he thought were being spent on coding and development were being spent on him writing erotic fan fiction as a woman.
I feel like that's sort of a hobby you can do on your own for free. I hope it didn't cost the people any money.
I mean, there was a lot of artists involved. You have to hire people to make.
Right. You said you hired people, right?
Yeah, there was full like animated, drawn, professional looking, animated pornography based on his fantasies. So
very bizarre, very bizarre. Well, let's get back to the grifters you wanted to talk about. Why don't you update everyone on what's going on, and then we'll analyze the situation.
Okay. Well, where do you even start right now? There is a full-scale right-wing civil war. Predominantly on one side, I think you could say Candace Owens has surpassed every one of her contemporaries as becoming probably the biggest voice on the internet for right-wing conspiracy theories. And that's pretty. I mean, that it is an accomplishment in of itself. She has become one of the biggest voices for both white supremacy and right-wing conservative politics on the internet. Beating out.
I don't think anyone on the right saw this coming. Like,
no.
The funny part is we were realizing that her like shift to like mainstream celebrity gossip was going to be a problem, and I think like the right could have never seen it coming that was going to be a problem for them. Because now she has this built-in mainstream audience to listen to her talk about what ended up being a very big worldwide story that of Charlie Kirk being killed, and the right had their own plans of using that for their own means in the right wing, talking head space, but she's completely jumped over all of them, taking that story to her mainstream audience while still spreading right-wing conspiracy theories about it. And I'm sure they could have never seen, like, I think we were talking about this earlier in the Majority Report. I forgot who made this point, but the regardless of who on the right you're talking about, aside from Candace Owens, all those other right-wing talking heads clearly saw the opportunity after Charlie Kirk's death was to use that to go after the left by blaming the left for Charlie Kirk's murder.
And trans people specifically.
Right. Candace Owens has flipped the script on them and has convinced their audience that no, Charlie Kirk wasn't killed by a leftist. In fact, Charlie Kirk was likely killed by Israel or the French or other right wingers, but definitely not the left.
Yep. Yeah, let them fight. It's a beautiful thing. I'm very, very happy. I'll say, like, I personally would have pulled like the eject button on, like, I just don't have the bravery that she does to take it this far. There's a lot of moments where I'm like, if you actually go after the grieving widow, that's dangerous. You'll have a lot of people turning after you. And that's kind of what happened in the past 24 hours is like people noticed that Erica Kirk was, indirectly calling her out. She went on Fox and she went on Barry Weiss's CBS for a big special where she was asked directly, what do you think about these people spreading conspiracy theories? And Erica Kirk very directly said, stop. Like that was her. That was like, there's no other way to interpret her words. Right? You can't be like, yeah, I don't really know. All that was it. It's clear as day. Stop. And Candace Owens did a whole video on her like a couple hours later.
Yeah.
I couldn't do that. Like going after the grieving widow. It seems like an unwinnable angle. I think it is a challenge, the likes of which I personally wouldn't be able, I think, to win. Yeah, that's just.
I mean, she's doing it. She's going there and she's doing it, and it's not hurt her at all. I mean,
if anything, she's more popular. If anything, it has made her more powerful.
Right. Right. I mean, I don't know what it is. A weird right-wing grift to be so adamant to not blame the left for something.
They already set up that way. Like they got that on a platter, right? Everything from like, you can see them trying and attempting for so long to frame the left in some capacity, right? It's like, hey, this individual had trans casing on the bullets. There was trans ideology. We can tell that from that. Okay, that turned out to be something else, but maybe they had a roommate who was trans. Turns out the roommate who was trans was a lover. Turns out that they were actually into furry stuff. So that means left, which means trans, which means, that was all happening and then being set up and then being run with by the right, as they normally would. There was no like, I think there's more to this. I think that's not the official story, right? Like there's too many questions. I mean, Matt, you're into evidence, you're into research, you're a journalist. You like asking questions.
Right.
And it is unusual, right? Didn't you ask yourself that it was kind of weird that someone without military training was able to pull a shot off from 200 yards away, and then even as all the adrenaline is running through their bodies, able to like disassemble a gun, put the gun into a backpack, successfully run to the other end of the top of that building, then descend down the ladder only to get home? Like
the whole thing was crazy in terms of how, I feel like in this day and age with like cameras everywhere, it feels like pretty impossible. Like even if you pull something off, like in the moment there are lapses in security in a moment that like allow you to do something, it feels like nearly impossible to actually get away with it. And it
Right?
seems pretty clear that like the guy Tyler Robinson, is that his name?
I
Who
believe so.
allegedly did this, who allegedly killed Charlie Kirk. It seems like he was going to get away with it if it wasn't for his own parents turning him in.
Well, priest actually.
From what I understand, his parents saw the news stories and had a feeling it was him based on the descriptions or whatever, and spoke to him about it, and then convinced him to talk to the priest. But like they were the ones who, they
Right.
outed him.
But then the priest outed all of them. That was the chain of command. Was that
Yeah.
once the priest went out, they're like, "Yeah, I'm telling the federal government, I'm not gonna be insulating your son." But it does beg a lot of questions, right? Start to finish. It's just I don't know if we got the official story, and if we got the official story, then why is everyone being so weird about it? Which then begs more questions. And then I don't know if you saw, but Candace Owens has emails that she receives. Sometimes, when she prays to God, she'll get an email, and the email will actually have new tips. And she got some tips about Erica Kirk flying in Egyptian planes, which that sounds like a scary sentence, right? That I just said. So there's probably something there. That one's weird. French Legionnaires. Not sure if you know what those are, but they're French and probably behaving Frenchly. So that's worrisome as well. I don't know if you know, but Charlie Kirk apparently was about to disavow Israel publicly, even though he was one of the most probably prolific and ardent Zionists working in conservative media.
Right.
But
he was gonna disavow Israel, but also Erica Kirk's out there saying he would come home Friday night, throw his phone in the junk drawer, and say Shabbat Shalom. No phones while I'm with my family. I mean, listen. I'm all for family time. I'm all for family time. I'm all for putting aside your phone, putting it on silent, shutting it off, or whatever you do. I don't believe for a second that he came home, put it in the junk drawer, and said Shabbat Shalom. I'm sorry, that's a step too far.
You don't believe that? Oh, so you're questioning the testimony of a grieving widow then? I wouldn't do that.
Over the top. It just seems too over the top. Listen, maybe he was that type of guy. Maybe he was that type of guy to say something like that. It just seems like very over the top.
Yeah, but it's also kind of weird that people have been saying that like Erica Kirk is acting and behaving strangely, that she was trying to take over the company immediately, following her husband's death. And I would never do this. Not me personally. I'm just saying other people have been suggesting that it's unusual that she dries her face when she's not crying. That's weird too. And this is what Candace Owens has been putting out there into the ether. And I now don't know who to believe, right? Because
listen, I don't judge anyone for how they mourn. Obviously, everyone deals with these things differently. And she maybe she saw, she was worried that her husband's life's work with Turning Point USA was gonna fall into the wrong hands and people would take advantage of it. So she wanted to make sure she gained control to honor his legacy or whatever. So all that isn't so weird to me.
Everything else we were talking about.
I mean, the weird, like there are weird things though. There are weird things.
All of it is batshit. I don't think for a second that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by some Mossad-linked French.
No, I don't know. I knew you were joking. Yes, no. I'm now talking like I'm shifting the conversation a bit.
No, we have to keep this bit going for a full hour, Matt. Right? So
yeah, I couldn't do it anymore. I broke character. But listen, I think the way they're fighting about it is peculiar. I think you know, she's doing a lot of media hits. I don't know. I again, how she deals with it is her choice. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. I think um there were a lot of people looking to take advantage of what happened after he died. Oh, when he died, and what would happen after. And that's pretty clear. That's pretty clear. And they also all overextended their overplayed themselves in terms of like their incessant demand that he be respected, even among people who, like, you know, listen, there'll be people who don't respect someone, and that's it. You just let them move on, and who cares? Ignore what they say. But like the requirement from the government to respect Charlie Kirk totally backfired and blew up in their face, and he's become like a meme, and not in a good way, not in like a remembrance way. He's become a laughing stock, and that's crazy. That's crazy.
All of this is their own doing from the top on down. I think the right was completely comfortable with flirting with, you know, fascism, the far right, the alt-right, neo-reactionaries, Christian nationalists. That was all fine and good until suddenly things got out of control like they are right now. And now Ben Shapiro's like, oh shit, it turns out all the Nazis that I was fine opening the tent for are Nazis. And it turns out the Nazis actually hate everybody. They behave like Nazis. It's weird. I think we're seeing the same thing with Candace Owens, who has a skill set that she took from the Daily Wire and then effectively has been using that to, instead of targeting trans people or black people or communities that the Daily Wire, you know, would be completely fine with her going after, she's now pivoted to this as her primary topic. And you're right that I don't think anyone on the right paid attention to how powerful she's become. Because I could see it a mile away when she was like pivoting to covering Justin Baldoni, Blake Lively, and she was popping off in parts of the internet where there are not hardcore far right politics like Candace Owens' particular brand, but she was there just as a pop culture, you know, talking head, and I was like, this is like, her numbers are out of control. She she dwarfs all of them, right? It's the reason why Steven Crowder is trying so hard to get her attention. It's not working. Tim Pool got her attention, and then after he got her attention, she, you know, did one little segment on him, and then he claims that now his property has been shot up and he might have to shut down and is going to have to close his entire broadcast because of additional security measures and all this other fucked up weird shit. Not that I think it's real, but I think like it's pretty funny that was just like, oh, you know, she just put him in a thumbnail one day. That's the power that she has now.
Right. Yeah. Who knew that she would wield her powers the way she is? But I mean, I guess we have to. I know she's going after Tim Pool now. That's pretty crazy.
Oh, you didn't know that? Oh yeah, that was the whole week. He's had a wild week. He alleged that his property got shot up, and then she called him liar and said that he was behaving as if it was someone with low testosterone and that he had very high levels of estrogen. And that was why he was behaving the way he was. And he didn't really have a comeback for that. Said that she was kind of trying to give into woke feminism or something. But it doesn't work, right? Like I don't think any of these people realize their tool set. It isn't going to work against themselves. Like you can't have an anti-woke off with another person.
Candace Owens. Yeah. What are you gonna
right?
I mean, she's already built herself up as a trustworthy figure among their audience. Yes. They're not gonna, and like she's the one claiming conspiracy, and they're the ones claiming not, and they've already built their audience to believe the conspiracy. It doesn't matter if they're saying that this conspiracy isn't true, because they've already taught their audience that believe in the conspiracy, and the people who tell you otherwise are in on the cover up.
Yep.
They've pointed the finger at themselves and screwed themselves over.
So it's going to be a total like zero sum, like Highlander rules is kind of what I'm thinking of here. There can be only one. Like someone has to ascend, right? Like this is ultimately, we're watching and witnessing the far right Game of Thrones, and we're trying to see who exactly is going to sit upon the Iron Throne. And I don't think, like, you know, I'm no Polymarket Studios, but if I was to buy tokens on this, I'd probably put my money on Candace. It seems like she's about to take them all down, unless the French government stops her. That's what this really comes down to, right? Legally, I mean, it's really right. If they can bankrupt her litigiously.
Right. Yeah.
What a time to be alive.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's been a very large bulk of what I've been covering all week. It's just been the back and forth, the endless fights. It's been just like an absolute dumpster fire to witness.
What's going on with Benny Johnson?
Well, yeah, I mean, that is tangentially related, and I do mean gently. Benny Johnson, as I'm sure you know, is obviously a pretty well-known closet homosexual or bisexual or pansexual, we're not clear. But he has a long history, both of when he was working at BuzzFeed back in the day, having colleagues say that they had encounters with him of a sexual variety. Not to mention, he had been searching up gay cruises so much, his search history started putting out Google ads for gay cruises. So he's got a documented history of being, you know, and there's also testimonies from a lot of different people. You know, I don't know if Christian Walker named him, but he named Elijah Schaefer as another one of the people who likes to be married, but then during the Turning Point USA events and other, you know, when you get to travel and you're away from the wife, you have a lot of really hardcore gay sex with men kind of people. Benny Johnson is one of those. Basically, Tim Pool, I guess, saw the success that Candace Owens was having, talking about Charlie Kirk, and brought on Milo Yiannopoulos. I'm sure you know who that is.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and Milo, in his highly elevated state, let's just say that, started dropping a lot of names of people he said were homosexuals or closet homosexuals. He named Benny Johnson, and then that obviously most people are like, yeah, of course. And then he suggested maybe even Charlie Kirk, to which a lot of people were like, well, that one makes absolutely no sense. There's nothing, you know, to that outside of Milo just says whatever he wants to get a screenshot or a clip so people can upload it and talk about it. But that did lead to Benny Johnson for the first time addressing the gay rumors. And so he stated publicly that he was going to be litigious and take action, especially because Milo was battling with Benny Johnson's wife online. This led to Milo releasing a really long statement about how ultimately you don't want this because I have so much evidence of you being super gay, and like you'll get fucked over in discovery, not in the good way, and like you don't go down this road kind of thing. And I think that's all that's come from it so far. Benny Johnson posted that he'd reached out to Tim Pool. They're cool, so they're not fighting anymore, even though Tim Pool's the one that kind of set this all off. No lawsuit has been filed yet. So there's no, you know, active lawsuit right now between Benny Johnson's wife. Benny Johnson has been weird, posting a lot of kind of like, you know, demons tempting us everywhere. Stop the demons, things like that. We all know what the demons are. So, I mean, there's that aspect of it. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing really new. I don't think he's going to sue because I think, you know, I'm not sure if you know what like a lavender marriage is. I think he's in one, and I think it's not something that his wife has a problem with. I think he is in a consensual relationship where the husband is a homosexual or predominantly homosexual, bisexual, but obviously more interested in the sexual accompaniment of men, and the wife is aware of that, and she is allowed to have sexual encounters with other men in order to, again, make a fair consensual relationship work, where he gets to pretend to be straight for his career, and she gets to be, fulfilled in other ways.
I mean, it's not like this big mystery. Like, I knew who Benny Johnson was back in like the early 2010s during his BuzzFeed days, where he was like posting like the top 10 most sexiest pictures of shirtless congressmen. Like, I'm being serious. That's an actual like article from him. He would do those like BuzzFeed lists that were clearly like written by a gay man, And listen, obviously, this show's got no problem with someone being gay. We're talking about a conservative who clearly does have, I mean, I think I'm the only 100% straight male on this show. Out of the 6 people on this show, or however many there are on this show anymore, who knows? But yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was a secret. I thought, and then when he came out as like this bigger conservative character, pretending he wasn't, I was like, what? Huh? I mean, maybe he's bisexual. That's fine too. But he doesn't say he's that either.
No, he's a 100% straight Christian man married to, well, I mean, he is married to a man, but that would be God, the Lord our Savior, as well as his wife. You enter a covenant in the Holy Trinity. So that's it. I don't think anything else is going to happen there. I think that
you don't think he's going to go who is he? I'm sorry, who was he threatening with legal?
He's threatening to sue Milo Yiannopoulos.
Okay, I Milo was looking forward to it, right? Because Milo is thinking about discovery, I guess.
Well, also attention. I think whatever the legal cost would be for that lawsuit, Milo can like quadruple it in farming it for content.
Oh, people would definitely donate to Milo for that one, I think. And Milo is someone who has lost credibility, but I think he would regain credibility on that one within the right-wing audience. Yeah.
Back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's as far as that one goes. I don't know if no one's really caught as much damage from all this as Tim Pool. Tim Pool is like, he's been, like I said, effectively emasculated and had to go through the gelding ritual. So I don't know what happens now.
I think I thought people calling him the right Jussie Smollett or whatever that guy's name was.
Yeah, they were calling him Timothy Smollett.
Yeah, because my God. I mean, it seemed, according to again Candace Owens, whose word is as believable as it can be for someone who is portraying themselves as like the new InfoWars. All those claims of shootings, gun violence, guns going off at Tim Pool's residence over the years, according to her, have been fabricated.
Yeah, I don't know if they are or not. That's for the courts and the law.
Yeah, we're listen here on this show to make it clear to everybody listening. We're just discussing what's been going on the right-wing media sphere and what they've been saying. We are not endorsing any of these claims. We are not putting our belief into any specific claim. We're simply discussing them. I don't know. I don't trust any of these people. So everything could be fake. Everything could be false. Everything could be real. Everything could be factual. Half of it could be. Half of it could not be. 20% could be. 20% could not be. We've got no clue. We're just discussing what's out there.
Yep. I did find it weird that he had multiple compounds. I didn't know that so that shooting in 2022, we found out that apparently that was not at his primary residence that he broadcast from, the one you've been to, the compound. That was a secondary property. But I was
I believe I recall hearing he was moving to a new location or a new studio, but I didn't know if it was.
This was just another property. Like, it makes sense, right? He's a multimillionaire. He makes, tens of millions of dollars a year. You're going to buy multiple properties. What I found weird is, why do you have security at another property? Like, you're not a kingpin, right? You're not Tony. You're a YouTuber. Like, we have the same job. Like, don't get me wrong. It would be nice to have more people to work with and to expand into the empire and all that kind of stuff. But like, why do you have private security at another house that you own?
Right.
I'm not,
And
I'm
listen,
not saying
like,
he doesn't. I'm just saying it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing
and,
to be gained for private security there.
and listen, I'm sure people will bring up the Charlie Kirk thing and why they should worry, that these guys have to worry or feel like they have to worry about their safety. But also it should be pointed out that even like Charlie Kirk, who it seems like whoever was if this alleged shooter was after him was hyper focused on Kirk. We should also point out that this was a crime of opportunity. Like, of all these situations we hear, these guys aren't going to their homes or camping out in front of their podcast studios. It was in a public place where the opportunity presented itself. I mean, same with Donald Trump when he was a target in Pennsylvania. Like, this is a guy, everyone knows where he lives, everyone knows the White House, Mar-a-Lago, and the closest it came to happening was a public event where the opportunity presented itself to one of these insane individuals.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good. I think we should be fact-based. We shouldn't give in to like all the weird internet rumors. Like there's a large portion of the internet that's saying that, Charlie Kirk is alive and that Kyle Rittenhouse just married him. And like, those people.
Is that really what's going on right now? Why is Kyle Rittenhouse back in the picture? What's going on there?
He posted his wedding photos, and people are saying that the individual looks like Charlie Kirk, and that somehow maybe this means that Charlie Kirk actually is part of some larger conspiracy. I mean, again, I don't think we should be giving any of these conspiracy theories.
Are they claiming that like Charlie Kirk? Big timed Elon Musk and actually spread his seed throughout the world, and there's tens of thousands of Charlie Kirks out there.
Maybe I don't know. I don't want to have to entertain any of that. I think we should let law enforcement do its work, solve the case, and that is that. I don't know why so many people are just going into these strange ideas, and who knows, right? Maybe
Right. I certainly don't know. I mean, I could start a conspiracy right now about what the hell is going on with the rest of the leftist mafia people who said they were showing up on today's episode. I mean, we confirmed that, we're starting on time 8:30. Oh, there'll be at least 4 of us here as long as we start on time at 8:30, and because some people have to leave early. And some people just didn't show up at all. I get it. It's fine. But just throwing out another conspiracy out there. Who knows?
None of them are real, or they're all real, or none of them are. That's all you need to know.
So what else is going on? I think we're going to do a shortened show today, folks. Simply because I'm tired. Lance has been streaming all day. It's just 2 of us. What else do you have on the docket? What have you been talking about on your stream, Lance?
Well, I mean, if you want something lighter than people saying that, again, Kyle Rittenhouse somehow married Charlie Kirk, which is just wild and batshit. I can't believe the internet is coming up with these weird rumors like that. But something that did also happen was Quentin Tarantino attacked Paul Dano. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, I did see that. Why? What is going on with? I mean. First of all, I don't get this whole Fortnite thing where all of a sudden there is a Kill Bill season in Fortnite. Kill Bill has not, listen, it was a good movie, the Kill Bill Part 1 and Part 2. I enjoyed them very much. I thought they were good movies. It's been 15, 16 years or something like that since the last one came out. It's irrelevant. So I from my understanding, he's putting the movies out as one movie in theaters, or it happened already, and they worked with Fortnite to create a lost chapter in the story that he had written in the script but didn't include in the movies.
What?
And then
You can only experience Fortnite.
They made they recreated. So he had. You remember Go-Go in the movie? The schoolgirl with the big weapon thing?
With the mace, essentially.
Yeah. So she apparently, in the script, it was written that later on in the movie, she has a sister that comes to America to avenge her.
Okay.
And so there's a whole fight scene between her sister and what's her face? What's her name again? Uma Thurman, yeah. And I'm having a mental block. Okay, and so Fortnite created that scene in the game as like a cutscene, like a 10-minute version of a cutscene, I guess. And they integrated it into the fact that these characters were now in Fortnite as well. I don't know why they're choosing to work with Quentin Tarantino right now, but this apparently is put Quentin Tarantino back in the spotlight, from my understanding. And that's why he was interviewed about this stuff, with going after an actor who he doesn't like.
Paul Dano, yeah. He went after him specifically for his character in There Will Be Blood, for very weird reasons. Essentially saying that, like, you know, he's a weak man and played a weak character. And that's wild.
Isn't that the character? Isn't that the whole point?
His acting was so good that he convinced you that he was like this craven, weak character in the movie, which is who he's supposed to portray.
Right? Isn't he supposed to?
Performance.
Daniel Day-Lewis is supposed to come across as like this confident, like guy who's really on top of the world, and Paul Dano's a nobody, and Paul Dano pulls off the underdog story. That's my remembering. I haven't seen the movie in a while.
Well, it's like, yeah, not exactly underdog. It's more like the corrupting power of greed and capitalism that has so infected Daniel Day-Lewis's character. He's not someone who would ever tolerate or be beholden to Paul Dano, who tries to weaponize religion to use on him. And then it gets to this
right.
point
Underdog
where,
usually means someone positive, but I meant the dynamic between the two is Paul Dano's.
Right.
No one looks at him as he's a nobody.
Right. And people should know this, that the original actor who played that character had to be replaced with Paul Dano, because apparently the working alongside Daniel Day-Lewis is so hard sometimes, because the guy is like not only the greatest actor of all time kind of status, but is also method and really intense and never turns the character off. And when you hang out with him for the 2 years you're filming, you hang out with that character. You don't get to see Daniel Day-Lewis. Like, he doesn't turn it off ever. So they replaced him with Paul Dano, and then Paul Dano came in and did an excellent job. I think it's really weird to go after Paul Dano. I found out that Paul Dano has fundraised for Palestine. So some people have suggested that might be why.
I saw this as well. Right.
He
And
wrote
people don't know Quentin Tarantino. Nothing wrong with this part of it. Obviously, he married an Israeli woman, and then this is the weird part. He's apparently now, because he loves living in Israel, a diehard Zionist, and is totally ingrained in Israeli society as a guy who is not Israeli or Jewish, even, right? Quentin Tarantino doesn't come across as a nice Jewish name.
I didn't know if he was, but
yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit weird to especially, over the past couple of years, to become such a ardent lover of Israel without any sort of I'll be you disagree, but could be understanding of where that defense comes from if you were someone born there or family raised there or something like that. But this is a guy who's got no ties whatsoever, other than the fact that he married into it.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen this. Can you play videos that go in the chat? Because I have a video by Zach Woods that actually reveals some things about Quentin Tarantino that I didn't know until I saw it.
Send me let's see if I could play it. We'll give it the old try.
And if everyone doesn't know, Zach Woods is the star of a number of comedy shows and series, and has currently been on a generational tear of going on to TikTok and just ripping celebrities apart. He probably had the funniest. Well, I don't have the original video. I have the upload. So
okay, hold on. Let me see if I could do this here. I should be able to. Hold on. Okay, cool. All right, here we go. Let me play it.
Last week I said some.
You hear that, Lance?
Yep.
Okay, rewind it and play it.
Last week I said some very harsh words about Quentin Tarantino, and after talking to my agent, I realized I owe you an apology, Mr. Tarantino. I'm literally just a nobody, and you're one of the masters of ripping off Asian directors. You bitch! You rip off everyone from Hong Kong or tours to Bill Maher's barber, and you look weird as shit. And that's coming from a guy who looks like a bird had sex with another more tired bird. No one wants to see you in your own movies. The only movie I want to see you in is ring camera footage of you having a stroke in your own home. And when I say having a stroke, I don't mean masturbating to one of your own Blu-ray commentaries. You are so enamored by the sound of your own voice, you probably would fuck one of your own opinions if you could. And by fuck, I mean come on its feet, obviously. I knew that you were a dingus, but I didn't know that you were a legitimate statutory rape apologist. Listen to this clip.
He didn't rape a 13-year-old. It was statutory rape. Yeah, all right.
Well,
That's not quite the same thing. All right?
on.
Enough said.
Quentin, you are the Megyn Kelly of guys who look like a turtle.
First of all, Zach Woods is on a tear lately, right? I mean, he's been on a run.
He's been crushing it.
I mean, listen, if you defended Roman Polanski, no one should listen to anything you have to say, honestly.
Yeah, I know. And what's great is that I had no idea about that until I saw that video, and I was like, wait, what? And I looked it up. I was like, oh shit, he didn't just didn't do apologia for him. He just kept on going. That's just like a 10-second clip of the Howard Stern interview where he just keeps on talking and talking and talking. It's yeah.
That's crazy. I always liked him on Silicon Valley. I always thought he was funny.
Really funny on Silicon Valley. Yeah, I agree.
What has he been up to? What has he been doing? I feel like I've seen him around in things. He's been in things. He's one of those guys who is often.
Yeah, I know. Appears and then you're like, oh, that guy from Silicon Valley. Right. I like him. If he tours, I am going to pay hard-earned dollars to watch him live because I've been enjoying what you've been putting out there, and I think you should support good live comedians because they struggle to go from city to city, and it does make a big difference to go support them. So I think having seen all his latest videos, his Riyadh Comedy Festival video was amazing. That video on Quentin Tarantino was amazing. I will support his work.
Why just go after Paul Dano though? Like, there's a lot of pro-Palestine actors. Like, why isn't he going after why isn't he talking about like Mark Ruffalo or something? So bizarre. Like, he's chosen to go after because Paul Dano is a good actor, I think, and he's been in some really good stuff. But he's not like a big superstar or household name. Just a weird, like very weird to go after him of all people.
Even Daniel Day-Lewis stood up for Paul Dano and was like, "Yeah, he's actually a terrific actor."
Daniel Day-Lewis seems like a good guy. I mean, that's from what I've seen. Yeah.
I agree. It is a weird snipe out of nowhere. It's like, oh, Quentin's in the news. What's he up to? It's got to be something involving feet or Zionism. And then it's like he's saying that Paul Dano shit. And you're like, what? Everyone loves Paul Dano.
Yeah, I mean, or at least people don't have an opinion on him. Like, it's just he's not someone that like, oh, I hate Paul Dano.
I have very strong feelings about Paul Dano. Let me tell you.
Yeah, they're just like some actors who you see and it's like, oh, it's that guy. He's good. Like, don't really look into his life or know much about him, but it's just, oh yeah, he's that actor in that movie. Oh, he plays that guy. He's always that guy in a movie. Yeah, I mean,
yes, it's a good thing when Paul Dano's in a movie. Not a good thing when Quentin Tarantino's in a movie. It may be good if he's directed it, but not good if he's starring in it.
Oh, we got an update from Rebecca that the traffic was terrible, and she's still stuck in the car. It's okay, Rebecca. We're gonna be
we're 5 minutes away from an hour now, so we could actually just wrap it up and do a mini.
Yeah, we're about to wrap it up anyway. Want to read? There's a few super chats. Yeah, I'll just throw them up. I don't even know who they're for. We're just gonna roll through them. Gwick 358, member for 19 months. Thank you so much. Omega Star, member for 1 month. This one's for me. It's the pig pen mat emoji. Thank you so much, Omega Star.
That was in Little Miss Sunshine. That's true. He was really good in it.
Team M Mike 1980 with a super chat, super sticker. Can't tell what it is. I'm not sure what it is. I don't think this one was for me, so I don't know. Oh wait, no, it was for me. It's a banana. Thank you for the banana. I appreciate it. Always like a banana. Omega Star, member for 1 month. I'm guessing this might be someone else. The Bernie emoji. Tokyo Hans with a super chat. I'm pretty sure Charlie Kirk faked his death. He is going to suddenly come back next Easter and proclaim he's the second coming of Christ. Update your call sheet predictions, y'all. That would be something else, wouldn't it? Dan WK6 with a super chat. It's crazy to think Candace was supposed to be one of the good ones. They never thought a black woman would outsmart them. White supremacy is dumb.
Here.
Ryan Chan.
It's very funny to me. Yeah.
Ryan Chan 6922 with a super chat. Not having Medicare for all creates RFK fake health gurus. Would you rather pay $4K for a gallbladder surgery or desperate to chug olive oil for a cure? Yeah.
Yep.
And Tokyo Hans with a super chat. Is it just me or does Paul Dano look like a slightly chubbier Matlack? I don't know. I got to put them side by side, I guess. All right, folks.
I got a couple. Let me just quickly
show, but you know, it is what it is. What could I say? Sometimes I think we've more than made up for it over the years with the much longer shows that have gone on for sometimes 4 hours.
You and Mike especially. There's times when I'm like, I gotta go walk Chico, and then I go and I walk him for like 45 minutes, come back, turn on YouTube, and then it's like Leftist Mafia still broadcasting. I'm like, what? Isn't it like 2 a.m. over there? 3 a.m.
Yeah. Hey, it's I don't know what I'm thinking sometimes. All right. Who should we rate on Twitch?
Well, I got to do some super chats quick.
Go ahead. Yes, please.
Thank you, Leonard McDonald, for the 5 gifted memberships. Very generous of you. Thank you, Soul Life, for the 1 gifted membership. Thank you, Looney Tunes 9000 for the $5. Okay, gang, the War on Christmas is on by order of Sam Cedar. You must not say Merry Christmas. I didn't know Daddy Sam had announced that, but I'll do whatever he wants. And Anonymous, thanks for the tier 1 sub to Jorkin Peanutson. Also, great name, Jorkin. And also thank you to Big Fat Box of Shit for subscribing. Appreciate that as well. And who we going to raid?
Oh, wait, hold on. Kiara, this isn't a super chat, but Kiara, Swedish last name. I missed this early when we were talking about, it wasn't that much earlier, but when we were talking about Quentin Tarantino. Apparently he went after Matthew Lillard too. Like, who goes after Matthew Lillard? Who's after Shaggy from Scooby-Doo? I mean, come on.
Weird. I must have supported Palestine.
Probably. I mean, he's in one of my favorite movies of all time, SLC Punk. So, I mean.
Nice. I'll say Hackers for me. That was great.
He's in great. Yeah, Matthew, and of course Scream, the original Scream franchise before people shouldn't care about Scream anymore, but way back in the day.
Yes, Scream was the serious version of the film Scary Movie. They made it serious. That's how it works.
Right. Someone saw a Scary Movie and was like, we should make a serious version of this.
Yeah, we should have a serious version of Scary Movie. And then that's how Scream came along.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
Do you want to raid?
Who do you want to raid?
Do you want to raid Rhizome? Also, thank you, Curious Adams, for the gifted membership last second. I appreciate that.
How do you spell Rhizome?
RHYZOHM.
I see him. All right. Yeah, sure. Let's do it. You ready? I'm going to click the start raid button.
All right. Happy holidays. I'll see you next Thursday. Bye, Matt.
Yeah, wait, don't go yet. I gotta press the start. We gotta raid. But yes, happy holidays, everyone. See you next week, and hopefully we'll have a fuller crew. But all right, I'm gonna hit that raid now button. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.
And of course, I'm going to say a few words about the terrible shooting in Sydney, Australia. Okay? So, and first, of course, as I always say, no matter what, go Bills. They beat the Patriots today. It's a big deal. And of course,
I don't know. I just feel like that clip is incredible. Just like, and first, well, before I want to talk about the mass shooting that happened. Oh, first, I got to say, go Bills. They beat the Patriots this week. But what's up? It's Absurdity Space, episode 3. I'm Forrest Miller. I'm here with Kristina Oakes. We've got a lot, I guess, to talk about today. A lot's going on, right?
Yep.
You got anything? You got anything to start with?
No, not really. I told everyone that we were live on Twitch too, but that isn't happening. So I gotta let everyone.
Wait. We are live on Twitch right now. Now we are live on Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. I have to the only thing with doing stuff on the space is I have to literally manually put each thing in, and now the thing that I was more distracted with was making sure that it wasn't going on both vertical and every time it automatically does now vertical video and horizontal video, and I got very distracted trying to make sure that it didn't do that this time because it just makes 2 copies of whatever it is and I have to delete one.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, if we ever do other streaming, I mean, I feel like but also too on Twitch, you can upload, you can clip stuff from from Twitch in a vertical setting so that you can upload on Instagram or whatever. So that makes it easier, which is cool because it always has all the different settings. But you go into the VODs.
Yeah. I mean, it's I don't know. They just keep adding. We've talked about this a million times, but they keep adding random features to StreamYard, and it's so you go in there. And it's all right, you could do there's some cool stuff
yeah,
it makes it easier to do bits when you've got yeah.
Oh God.
But yeah.
What a last week we've had.
Yeah, it's been kind of crazy. It's hard to know where to start. Everything is terrible. No, the Rob Reiner thing is crazy. Rob Reiner,
a lot of
his wife Michelle getting murdered.
I have to say, a lot of my fellow leftists are just like the people, just like somebody right, their brains are broken. They're like, well, we still don't know if his son did it, innocent until proven guilty. I'm like, he did it though. He did it. He did it. I'm sorry, but or saying that who cares, blah 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 blah, and I'm like he's one of those directors that had one of the greatest streaks runs in cinema history. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean his run from I think it was 79 all the way to 90, I don't know, 97 or something like that was incredible.
Yeah.
He had a really long run. My theory on why his run ended is that he got extremely distracted. First, he didn't make a movie from 1999 to 2003 pretty much. And I feel like he was so distracted by the Bush becoming president that it ended his streak. I was reading James St. Clair from Counterpunch that used to run Counterpunch with Alexander Coburn. I guess he wrote this thing about how Rob Reiner used to call him up during the Bush administration once or twice a week and say, how are we going to stop this guy, George W. Bush? How are we going to stop this guy? And then they would be like, do you want to make a donation or subscribe to Counterpunch? And he wouldn't answer. And then he'd call back the next week.
Yeah. Also, too, apparently Trump's comments, and I'm like, people got fired for saying less about Charlie Kirk, but Trump has redone the Hall of Presidents or whatever, and now he's gotten he's given them biographies, and they're all just shit talking to all of them except for him, and it's
yeah.
Oh my God,
I saw
take him already.
I saw the Trump thing where he put a long ass addendum on Obama's portrait or whatever, and he wrote a whole thing out in true social form. I hate the thing that he does now where he says, "Thank you for your attention to this matter." Every time he writes one of the things, it's he'll say something legitimately frightening, and then at the end of it be Thank you for your attention. He's like,
Yeah.
we're gonna go to Venezuela. We're gonna blow boats out of the water. We're gonna go in. We're gonna invade. We're gonna steal the
take
oil.
their
We gotta steal
oil.
the oil. Yeah. And then at the end of it, thank you for your attention to this matter. And it's like that's like what you write on a hotel, like in the hotel bathroom or something, right? When you're like,
like all the plumbing.
Hands. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you see employees that haven't washed their hands, please report them to management. We don't take that lightly here. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And if you see any of our employees, stealing gasoline from the from the bottom shop, we've actually had a lot of problems with employees bringing their own gasoline. We'd like our employees to buy their gasoline from the company store. And if you see employees taking gasoline, please report them. Thank you for your attention to this matter. But speaking of bushes, I found this video.
We can't be showing that. This isn't a no. We can't show bushes on. No, that's TOS, Forrest. Don't do it.
George W. Bush cousin and guy from the Access Hollywood tapes, Billy Bush. This is how Rob Reiner's son was taken into custody so fast. This is like his reporting on it or whatever, and he's looking rough. I think he has like the Bush family alcoholism a little bit. This is what I
don't age well.
I thought this was interesting in light of like everyone saying like, well, how do we know that he did it? And it's like this is what the media is going off of right now.
Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle are dead. It's unbelievable. Happened in Brentwood in a really nice community here in Los Angeles. Saturday night, TMZ reported a loud argument between Rob and his troubled son Nick at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. The LAFD were called to the home on Chadbourne Street at 3:30 on Sunday. They arrived to find 2 slain bodies. I got this from a friend who lives in the community. I heard that the son, Nick, went into his parents' house, stabbed both mom and dad, and that the daughter, I guess, lives on the property or at the house or in the back house, and that she found them, and that the mom was still alive. And apparently she called the ambulance and went in the ambulance with her mother. Michelle died in the ambulance, but had enough time to tell her daughter that it was Nick, their son, who stabbed them. And that's why they figured it out so quickly, and he's in custody.
I don't know. So I just thought that was interesting because I also wondered like how they found out so fast. I mean, I assumed that when the daughter found them, maybe like she had known that he was there, but like that's insane. Like it's so crazy to think about. Like I mean, just your parents dying that way too, and then the ramifications, I guess, from that. Like from I'm guessing they're probably never gonna fucking talk to that brother again. Like it's just one of those stories that's like too horrifying to really even think about. And like I don't know. He seemed like Rob Reiner, obviously. Like I mean, like maybe I'm biased because like I've watched so many of his movies and seen so many of his interviews, and like he would just seem like a very kind-hearted, maybe not the smartest guy in the world, but like the most like a very kind-hearted kind of person. And like as someone that like has struggled with like like mental health stuff and like gotten sent to like a kind of place for like 2 years of my life, like as a teenager, like it's not an easy thing, and like nobody really knows what to do in that situation. Like parents don't know what to do. You don't know what to do, like whatever authorities for the school and stuff. Like it's never a good situation. And he apparently went to 17 of them or something between the ages of like 17 and 22. And it's like some of them were probably those like wilderness programs that were like the troubled teen kind of places that are
that abuse the kids. Yeah, like Paris. Yeah, Paris Jackson went to. Ugh.
And Brace.
I just kind of hate that the tabloids spin on this because it's like a high profile Hollywood murder. That it's like here's Bill Hader looking upset because he was at the party and he caused the fight between. I'm like, oh my god!
Well, what they did is
Bill Hader and Conan O'Brien alone.
It's even more fucked up. They broke the news, and then TMZ or Page Six, like one of those places, stalked out the front of his house to get him reacting to like, and he's already someone that also has like famously like mental health stuff. Like he's got like I remember when they had like the SNL 50th or 40th or I can't remember which one it was. Yeah. He like didn't go because he like had such a bad panic attack beforehand that he just like was immobilized. So like it's basically taking a guy that has that much anxiety and is like somehow has the career that he's had, right? Like it's pretty incredible.
Let's make it worse for him.
Yeah, and then they're like, all right,
And
well, we
then
know
talk
this
about
guy's a
Larry
panic
David
disorder.
and Billy Crystal, and it's like, oh Jesus, come on, like it's sad, you know. And his father just died a few years ago. I mean, I feel bad for Mel Brooks because imagine outliving like one of your closest friends and someone who's like another son to you, you know?
Yeah. I just like, it's just horrible. It's so fucking horrible. I don't know. I feel like there's like a level of glee to it. I mean, especially the New York Post, which is, like they're
Oh my God, yeah.
Because he's like, been a very
Anti-Trump.
outspoken liberal voice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there's a glee to the way they've made multiple joke covers. One of them was Fall in the Family.
Fall in the Family, and
then today they had one where it was a picture of Nick or whatever, like getting drunk or something at a party that they had. It said "party animal." That was the caption. They're not even very good. There's so many better ones. I could come up with better headlines than that off the top of my head.
I feel like the tabloids of the 90s, early 2000s had a lot more respect than the ones we have now because they're all just right wingers, being run by right wingers and shit like that.
Yeah, well, we have like a tabloid administration and a tabloid media. Like it's
yeah. In a world full of social media, the tabloids had to get in a world of social media where celebrities are posting, stuff about their personal life. It's like, why do we still need tabloids? Well, they figured out how to change that and become more politicized.
Yeah. Well, also, I think in the world where like celebrities are only going to really they've hired PR shops. They're only going to really tell you about the good things.
Yeah.
So even more than they used to be. Now.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Exclusive scoop. They're like incentivized to find the bad that like someone has like a mental breakdown and is like in the hospital or something. They're like, well, they're not going to put that on Instagram, so I can break that as an exclusive story.
Or it's like when you find out they had a baby, it's like, oh, I was wondering why they hadn't posted in 9 months.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just crazy. But like, I feel like it's made celebrities crazier too.
Yeah.
All of it. Because like everybody, like you see so much like shit that people are putting in their faces now. Like everybody is Mar-a-Lago face pretty much. And it's like,
yeah, everyone's got that. I cannot watch period pieces because I'm like, y'all have veneers, lip filler, buccal fat removal. It's like, no, everyone has the same face now, and it's so annoying.
Yeah. I don't know. It's crazy. And it's like, everyone wants like a certain level of lips. And everybody they all go to the same doctors. I think that's really what it is. Like a lot of them, at least. There's like a few good, or not even good, because they're clearly not good, but like a few like high profile enough celebrity plastic surgeons, and then everyone kind of follows suit with that. But it's like, I don't know, it's too much cosmetics. Like it's too
even
far.
Ariana Grande's like, a few years ago I stopped getting filler and Botox. She's like, maybe in a few years down the line I'll get a facelift. But my facelifts look more natural though, because they actually did just lift your face. Like getting the fillers and the Botox and all the lifts are more natural than like putting shit in your face,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I had an ex-girlfriend that used to get Botox and she used to get lip filler, and I was like, we're poor. We are poor people.
Yeah.
Why are you doing all that?
Well, it's because a lot of people don't like when they feel like, we live in a society where it's like, if you look poor, you're looked down upon. So you gotta look bougie. You gotta look, so whatever, it sucks.
But I feel like it's the star belly sneeches. Like the Dr. Seuss book, when you start to like when poor people start having like Botox and lip filler faces, then it's gonna be something else that's like in, because they don't like, if everybody has the same face, like nobody stands out. It's all right for celebrities to all have the same face, but I'm saying like if celebrities start having the same face as poor people,
they would have to dissolve everything.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about the mass shooting in Australia though, because
Forrest, how come there are more guns in Australia now than there were before the Port Arthur massacre that led to the banning of guns in Australia?
So there's The Guardian this summer did a bunch of pieces on exactly that, which is kind of interesting because like it's not the first mass shooting that they've had, but it's close. And what they consider mass shootings in Australia very different from what we consider mass shootings in Australia or in the United States, right? Because in the United States, it's four people have to die. Yeah, have to die. Which in Australia they don't have to die. It just has to be casualties, which casualties are obviously injuries or death, which is something that I learned the hard way when I posted casualty statistics. Someone's like, well, some of them are still alive. But
Yeah.
it's
Well,
yeah,
actually,
so there's at least 2,000 new guns. This was the summer, and it's gotten worse since then. 2,000 new guns lawfully entering the Australian community every week, according to their analysis. And like the reason that this is happening right now is because in Western Australia, pretty much they've broken down a lot of the like post Port Arthur laws with the help of the USA's good old NRA. The NRA entered in 2019 at the behest of Australian gun manufacturers and the gun lobby, and who wanted to break down those things, and saw how successful the US had been with literally making sure that we never have any gun regulations ever, which obviously not constitutionally protected by any means in Australia, the same way that we have it here. So it's like Second Amendment, baby. Like they don't, nothing like that. And they had the strictest gun laws in the wake of Port Arthur. They took action pretty fast. I mean, I think it was Port Arthur was in 1996. By like 2000, 2001, they had they had some of the strictest gun laws in the world. So Port Arthur was here 1996, and then it went down to like by 2001 they had 2 million guns. They are up here now as of last year, 4 million guns, pretty much. I mean, 4,078,000 guns entering Australia, far more than the 3,200,000 that were there during the Port Arthur massacre. But even in 1989, when they had the most guns, it was only 4 million. So they've surpassed that by even last year. 78,000 guns. That's a lot of, because I mean, it's not like Australia's our size population, right? Like.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, because this reminds me of like all the evangelical groups that go to African countries to do kill the gay bills because they know they can't get away with it in the United States. We're never going to get gun control in the United States. So the NRA is like, we're floundering. We don't have a whole lot of money. We've had interpersonal, political, battles, whatever, especially the last few years because we haven't heard anything from the NRAs because they've been quietly going to other countries with stricter gun control laws to the point where there's no mass shootings. You might have a domestic dispute, a cop shooting or whatever, but like there's no mass shootings in a lot of these countries, which is kind of the whole point. I mean, and again, the father was a legally carrying registered gun owner. I'm like, it is the guns.
And I think he was legally, because you get a registration, and then you can buy pretty much as many guns as you want. So he had like 6 guns legally registered to him or something like that. And then those are the 6 guns that they used in the mass shooting. Another interesting thing, obviously, because it was, a deeply anti-Semitic and bigoted attack on a bunch of Jewish people celebrating Hanukkah, some of which obviously were Israeli, but it seems like the Israeli angle of it had very little to do with it from any of the
but a lot of people are like, this is what happens when you're pro-Palestine. I'm like, this has nothing to do with Palestine. This is more about like inspired by ISIS, who also are anti-Semitic. Like I don't understand why I'm like also too the fact that a Muslim man came to the rescue. Even that Yahoo was like, oh crap, I can't say a good thing about this dude. Never mind. Like it's crazy.
Well, the interesting thing to me, right, is that the father, right, because it's a father-son duo. The son is obviously Australian citizen born in Australia. The father was an Indian national. So at first they were trying to report that it was a the guy was Pakistani, and they only reported because they had the son's name, but
and like an illegal immigrant or something, right?
Yeah. And it turns out there was a guy that's in Australia on a visa or something that has the same name, was not that guy. So they had to turn around and, and they had to turn around and pretty much say, oh, wrong guy. And the guy had to put out a video and say like, hey, I'm not the person that you just said. I've been at home all day. Like I've been at work. I can attest to that. And so they had to take back that thing. But that already does untold amount of damage. It reminds me of the Boston Massacre kind of when the Boston Marathon massacre happened, and they reported like Reddit went out to try to find the killers, and they kept putting out the wrong guy and ended up with someone killing themselves because they were being accused by everybody on Reddit and like harassed nonstop of being the Boston bomber. And that part of it has only gotten worse too. The social media rush to constantly try to find whoever the person is in these situations, and there's no real accountability for that in any country. Like not Australia, not here. But so. They were an Indian origin family. They weren't very close to their family in India. They were from Hyderabad. But the family said they had no history of extremism. The close family in Sydney also said they didn't have any history of extremism that they knew of, right? Like the social media profiles didn't show it. They had gone to the Philippines 2 months ago and gotten military training from the the ISIS, the Philippines ISIS brigade, pretty much, and that's how they got kind of more into this, I guess. This like form of extremism that really, I mean, it's like, it's just like India, Australia, the Philippines. It's not like a Israel kind of thing, right? Like it's not like yeah. So it's funny that like not funny, but it's interesting that the rush is to make this about. I mean, I saw like Fetterman go, oh well, this is because of like pro-Palestine protests, and it enabled this before we even knew the name of the guy or anything about them. And it's like the guy that stepped in who was like a real hero and got disarmed the father so that he could someone
Once
else could
they
take him
found
out.
out he was Muslim, they backtracked, which is like,
Well, so he's from Syria, and his family recently had come over from Syria. So it's like the Syrian, the Syrian Australian, I think he's a fruit shop owner. He was actually helping make sure that people weren't killed on the beach. And the new thing that Zionists, like pro-Israeli people, are kind of doing is, oh well, he didn't kill the father, so that's why he should have done that. So he's not actually as big a hero as you guys think. That's like the new racist person line, I guess. But to not have to give him credit for that.
Okay, then the firefighters who died in 9/11 who couldn't rest, are they no longer heroes too? Like, I'm just saying, they didn't rescue everyone who were in those 2 buildings. Like, come on. I mean, they did try doing that for Muslim firefighters on 9/11 too, if I remember.
I mean, they're just trying to not give the person credit, because they're like, this is a little bit different. Like, oh, well, we can't really give a Muslim guy credit. At first, even Netanyahu, I think, had come out and said, oh, this was a Jewish guy that stopped the massacre, and then he has to come back out and say, well, actually, it's this other guy. I don't know. I'm not maybe gonna say where he's from. But it's like, I don't know. No, he did. I think he did in the end, but I thought that was interesting, and then it was like the first. I just
think it's funny that it's just so funny that other countries want to be like us. I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why? We've had how many mass shootings?
Well, Australia has kind of a history of that too, because I mean, they call their I can't remember if it's Medicaid. I think it's like they call their.
They're like the
health
Florida
insurance.
of the UK or whatever, like.
I
mean, they're just a Southern British accents. What I call their accents.
They call their universal public coverage Medicare, and it's like a hybrid system. So there's been a lot of times where they've kind of copied maybe the not so beneficial parts of they basically have like a public option there, and that was like a lot of people pointed to that when Biden was running to be like, see, Australia does a public option. Essentially, like you can get private health insurance and supplemental health insurance. You don't have to get rid of the private insurance industry, just make it more expensive.
Yeah.
I don't know. So I thought these statistics were really interesting about the firearms, and it turns out that the NRA had gone there in 2019. That's kind of when this collaboration started, because the One Nation Party, like the deeply far right, ultra nationalist party, and the Australia Party, which I don't really know as much information about, had gone to the NRA kind of hat in hand, begging them for money. So the NRA started funding both of them and started funding their own version of an NRA, essentially. I mean, it's not called the NRA, but it's like called the Australian Gun Lobby, essentially. By the end of 2019, the gun lobby was actually as large as the U.S. gun lobby, which is an insane fact.
Jesus Christ. Is that where their money's going towards now? Jesus.
Yeah. So gun lobby groups, this is in 2019 when they first broke this news, in 2019 had donated 1.7 million to Australian political parties. Bob Catter's Australian Party, which again, it's like one of those far right parties, but I don't know enough information about it. They've gotten over $800,000 at the time in political donations. Many Australians would be surprised to learn that the Australian gun lobby is just as large in Australia as the U.S. gun lobby is when compared on a per capita basis. So that was in 2019, and I can't, since then they've had some pretty big gains, although they might be wiped out by this latest. They've already started cracking down on gun control in Australia again right now. So I don't know where that I don't know where that's going to go, and I don't really know that much about Australian politics, but following along with this was kind of interesting because it's like, oh, we're really going around making the world worse. I just like, obviously we knew, but
what's the point? You know, like it sucks.
Yeah. Well, you should still follow along with it, right?
Yeah.
What do you think about our good friend Dan Bongino is leaving the FBI?
You know what's interesting? Like people are starting to realize how incompetent the FBI is because it took what the hell? It took forever to find Luigi. It took forever to find Charlie Kirk's killer, and it's taken forever to find the Brown University shooter. And they're still trying to make it that he was targeting Republicans when the one victim was just a Republican Party like club like a member, and then the other person was just a dude. And it's like you can't be. This is not.
I think
we know nothing.
Yeah, off the top of my head. The girl that they're trying to use is like they're like, see, it's about conservatives. She's like the vice president of the Brown University like Republican club or whatever. But it's like, I don't know, like why wouldn't you go after the president of the Republican club if you're gonna do that? Like if you were specifically looking for them. But I don't know. We don't know anything about that person's motivations because we don't know who the fuck they are. Who it is? I mean, we're in a time of like pretty much constant mass surveillance, and still it takes so long to find any information.
Mass surveillance on top of just spreading fake news, like and misinformation. Like we've never, like ever since Elon took over Twitter, Mark Zuckerberg capitulated to Trump, like these social media platforms where we could have gotten a lot of reliable news fast, easy, quick, whatever. We're not getting that anymore. Like it's crazy.
Did you hear they threw out all of the calls and all of the recordings from Luigi Mangione's trial yesterday because they didn't think about the fact that Pennsylvania is a two-state or a two-party consent state. So it's essentially that they didn't get consent from Luigi Mangione to actually record anything with him. So they had to actually throw out a whole bunch of stuff that they were claiming was evidence.
And no warrant to search his, apparently he wasn't read his Miranda rights. There was no search warrant for his possessions. It's like this whole thing should just get thrown out.
I mean, I guess the thing with Miranda rights now, with the way that the court cases have gone, it's like you have to be read your rights. There's like very specific circumstances that you have to be read your rights, and they're not going to throw out the entire case because of it, which is kind of something that I think some people have occasionally gotten away with, being like, you didn't read me my Miranda rights, and then it ends up in like a mistrial or something like that. But it's not enough, I guess, at this point, because there's been multiple court cases where they've kind of reduce the amount that Miranda. I mean, that's kind of one of the conservative goals, is to like they don't want to tell you your rights, at all.
It's crazy.
But
I mean, there's just I feel like this trial should be thrown out because there's just been so many that's not protocol. That's you're not. I don't get it. It's just so funny. And then the same thing. A lot of people are like, well, how come Luigi Mangione's getting the death penalty, but Charlie Kirk's killer's not? I'm like, because Charlie Kirk was a fucking podcaster. Luigi Mangione is a threat to capital. They want to set an example. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. Well, so much of our justice system is about setting an example. I mean, I don't know. There's nothing really when it comes to people's fixation on capital punishment, right? With it, which a lot of countries have done away with because it's been proven really not to be that effective of a deterrent. People don't really think, well, people always think they're going to get away with it. So they're not really thinking, hey, maybe the idea that I could get the death penalty, like people's brains go, I'm the one person that can get away with it regardless of what the punishment is. You know what I mean? It's not, the deterrent factor doesn't really work out that way a lot of the time. And, it's horrifying to think about the fact that even if it's 1%, but it's not 1%, it's higher than that of wrongful convictions ending up with somebody getting executed. Even if it's 4% or 8%, the numbers there, right? Like if one person gets executed wrongfully, and then because of the way their criminal justice system is, too many of the cases of people on death row have questions where it's a
lot of times there's new evidence, there's a new suspect, and they're like, yeah, they're still on death row. We spent all this money keeping them on death row. Let's just still inject them and kill them anyway. It's I feel like more innocent people have been given the death penalty than those who've actually did it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll never know a lot of like a lot of those statistics because the people did get executed, and I mean, they
Yeah.
try to push it down, but there's like a good amount of like since 1973, over 200 people have been exonerated from U.S. death rows. Like, there's a lot of people to like have to wrongfully
Yeah.
execute. If you're looking at it, from that angle, but people are talking about like deterrence, and like the only thing that really the death penalty does is in people's minds is it's like it makes an example out of somebody. Like that's why the conservative, like really far right wing kind of freak people are always trying to like bring back public executions because they're like everyone should see the execution, and it's like I don't know, like I mean, number one, no, we shouldn't do that. There's so many times like that's always like kind of a like a fascist trope, I guess, like in movies and stuff, but it really is true. But I feel like it's more like almost like Singaporean. But like when public executions on TV, they're like we should televise this. It's like, but then you guys are just profiting from we profit from death anyway all the time, I guess. But it's like
and people are like, oh, people are so self-centered and they're not nice, but I'm like you are contributing to the problem.
Yeah.
Like I'm just saying, it's like what I say. South Carolina is the epicenter of the measles outbreak in this country. I'm sorry, but we lived in a time where people didn't remember what it was like to have these preventable diseases eradicated. So we have to be reminded of how good we had it. And if people are gonna die because they refuse to vaccinate their kids, especially, I'm sorry, I can't sympathize, empathize. I'm sorry, you were selfish for not. The whole point of vaccination is to protect the immunocompromised. Vaccines work on someone like myself. I'm not immunocompromised. I'm not one to catch everything, but when I do catch it, it does get bad, like a flu or a virus. But like, I have a mother. I have a friend who has 4 kids, and she's like, they are all immunocompromised. Unfortunately, she's like, they get their shots, but they're not that effective. That's why people whose the vaccines are effective need to be vaccinated. I'm like, and these anti-vaxxers can't get it through their head.
Yeah, I mean, there needs to for that kind of immunity to work, right? There needs to be a certain percentage of people vaccinated in the community writ large, and it's like the less people that are allowed to, the more people that are allowed to be unvaccinated, in that society, the numbers go down pretty fast. I mean, when you get down to like 70% or something, like it's there's a lot of holes in that sieve, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, back in our day, we had to be vaccinated to go to school. Now you don't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I went to because I needed like smaller class sizes. My brain wasn't working until I was older. I went to like a private school. The school, the public school paid for it, but they were like, you need smaller class sizes, and they didn't force anybody to get vaccinated there. So I went to a place that was, and there was it was kind of like a lot of hippies that were there, and they didn't quite vaccinate as much as. By the way, wait, so the shooters are Indian and not Syrian? Yeah, the shooters were Indian.
Yeah.
I mean, well, the son was Australian. I don't think the son's. I was reading a BBC article, I think, about it, and the father's only gone back since 1998 6 times, pretty much, to India. So it's not like, I mean, so the son's been pretty much in Australia his whole life, but yeah, they were Indian nationals from Hyderabad. They weren't. Yeah, the guy that stopped the shooting and grabbed the gun off of the other guy was Syrian.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I hope they find out more information. They're looking into it right now about the trip to the Philippines because I find that to be interesting because there's certain. I mean, the Philippines are just all islands, so it's like there's one island in particular that's been seized by ISIS members.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's. I was reading earlier at the wait. I'll look up the article. I'll show the article that I was talking about. It was 6. I'm pretty sure that they said that he had. Maybe they found a few more times. But they weren't close to the family. They were saying they weren't very close to their family in India. Even they got in touch with the family. I think the BBC got in touch with the family and they were talking to them, and they're like, oh yeah, we didn't it's surprising to us because they didn't seem particularly even religious, right? The family was staying at home. When they had gone to the Philippines for a little bit of time to train or whatever, they had told the rest of their family they were on a fishing trip or something, and they were like surprised to learn like, oh no, they're learning from ISIS militants in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, see it emerged that the father and son had traveled to the Philippines in November. The Philippine Immigration Bureau told the BBC that they were in the country from the 1st of November to the 28th of November. Long fishing trip. Their final destination was the southern city of Davao, an immigration spokesman said. Naveed Akram traveled to the Philippines using an Australian passport, while his father had an Indian passport. Sajid Akram was originally from the southern city of Hyderabad, but had limited contact with his family there. Yeah, let me see. I gotta try to. I'm pretty sure they said 6 times that he was there, but I might be wrong. So
kind of crazy though. Yeah.
I mean, it's incredibly crazy, but it's just like, you know, like I mean, I know that like it's hard to even process that like it's nothing to do with the Israel and Palestine stuff, because that's obviously where everybody's you know, mind automatically went. Yeah, because the one guy that got shot, which insane thing that he did. He like the one guy was a I really hate this guy. He was a guy that famously in 2023, right after October 7th, had put he had put that picture up of it like a cockroach, but like it was dressed as a Hamas person, and then like an IDF boot going down on the cockroach, and everyone like freaked out about it because it was like one of the most fascist things that someone had posted at that time. We've hit way past that by this point, but he was like a
we had that one guy make a menorah out of pagers to be like Happy Hanukkah, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but maybe part of the reason why anti-Semitism is on the rise is because Zionists just don't know when to shut the fuck up. You know, like I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely some of it. I mean, I think, you know, the whole Groyper thing is another really big part of it.
Yeah, it's just crazy because it's like, you know, we learned about the Holocaust, and it's kind of crazy that even people who grew up learning about the Holocaust still ended up denying it. I mean, people were denying the Holocaust as it was happening, which is crazy.
Well, yeah, I mean, well, people were denying the Holocaust, but also nobody in America. Well, I think I've always tried to figure this out, like the timeline exactly. But as far as I'm aware, the timeline is that FDR learned about the Holocaust. Right? They knew about concentration camps. They knew about that part of it, but like the Holocaust, like the extermination camps, they learned about it in 1941, and then the government didn't tell American citizens until 1942. Essentially, like that was like later information that they're like, hey, by the way, we should tell you that, you know, this is happening at the same time.
We're killing millions of people. You know?
Okay. Akram moved to Australia in November 1998 to find work and married a woman. Here, I could pull this up on screen so that everyone knows I'm not just you know, trying to so I'm not just you know, doing my trying to I'm accountable here. Yeah, so Akram then moved to Australia in November 1998 to find work. Then married a woman described as of European origin, with whom he had a son and a daughter. He went back to India 6 times for family-related reasons, such as property matters and to visit his parents, but did not return when his father died, the police statement said. It said Akram's family seemed unaware of any alleged radicalization, and local police had no adverse record of him before he left in 1998. There was an investigation in Sydney of possible ISIS members. I guess that they thought within this community that they were living in, and the father had come up within this thing, but they cleared him, and then they let him keep his guns. In the process of that, but they had Australian intelligence looking into him, and I think 2019, same as when the NRA got founded.
Yeah. So yeah, this whole situation is just a lot of people are like, you know, how come we hear about this mass shooting and not but what's happening in the United States? I'm like, because Australia doesn't really have mass shootings like this anymore. That's why it's national news. And plus, during Hanukkah, big deal. You know, mass shootings are just, you know, part of American way of life now. So we don't really have to be, you know, I mean, a shooting can happen tomorrow where 50 people get killed, and it'd be like, okay, whatever, you know. I mean, look at the one at the Jason Aldean in Las Vegas. 60 people died. Said
anything? You see that one was interesting because the Like that was the most, the most devastating. I'm pretty sure.
And we
or at
still
least
don't know a
one of
whole
the
lot
most,
about the guy.
yeah, Stephen Paddock or whatever. But he was
Yeah.
he was way outside of the door because the FBI and law enforcement tracks. I mean, it's kind of weird they don't have a uniform definition across these agencies, right? Like the mass shootings can mean something different depending on what agency you talk to. Like Congress has a different definition of it than I was looking into this for talking about this. And it's like Congress has a different definition than the FBI, and then local law enforcement, and then there's a much broader definition from like every town, right? Like from the places that try to keep track of school shootings, pretty much after after Sandy Hook and after Parkland. So they have a much broader definition of what they consider a mass shooting than, let's say, the FBI, which the FBI tries to put together a profile of who's likely to do this. Stephen Paddock, far outside of the profile, not just because of his age, which obviously he was like 60 or something like that, but also because he was wealthy. Like he set himself up in one of those in the casino and then just started taking shots at people. Still don't really know the reason why. He just, I guess,
Is it amazing that? Is it kind of interesting that the mass shootings under Trump, we know very little about the shooters? I've noticed that we know very little about the people who did mass shootings. Really, under it's just I've noticed that for quite a few of them.
By the way, yeah, it was the Bondi Beach in Australia, which. Yeah,
you keep calling it
I was
Pam
having
Bondi
trouble
Beach.
not calling it. Yeah, I was having trouble not calling it Pam Bondi Beach. But yeah, I was just looking into like the Australian list of mass shootings. What they consider a mass shooting. I mean, there's Wikipedia, so it's not like but what they consider a mass shooting is a lot different than what we consider a mass shooting. Like, so
if people just get injured, already, right?
Yeah. Well, this year they had one mass shooting already. After these months and months of like. Places like the Guardian running these things, they're like, hey, they're like the actual infrastructure of our gun control laws in Australia, or I guess the Guardian's more based in the UK, but I think it was like, they have an Australian part too. So they're like, hey, this is kind of crumbling right now. There's too many guns for us to keep track of all of them. And they ran like multiple stories about that. So then in October, a man opened fire from a restaurant rooftop in Croton Park in Sydney. So they're both, both Sydney, mass shootings, injured 18 people but killed nobody, which in the U.S. somehow would not be really considered a mass shooting because the numbers. But that already had happened, and then just 4 months later, this happens, and it's like, like the increase. You could look at the exact statistics is as more guns come along. More guns come along, obviously, there's
more violence, more death. I wonder. That's surprising. It's so funny too because a lot of people are like, "Oh, but what about like mass stabbings?" I'm like, you can subdue someone with a knife.
Yeah.
Like guns cause the most damage the fastest. Okay, like it's a miracle that one man actually tackled one of the shooters with an injured leg, mind you.
I don't think. I mean, how often has that ever happened here? I mean, like I think there are
Look
some
at
like
the cops in Uvalde.
Yeah.
But
there's also there's a lot of instances I think in school shootings of teachers putting their bodies on the line for their students. Like I think that happens all the time.
Not the fucking cops that are there for security.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
Yeah,
like
Uvalde, like really.
I
remember following that live, and it was really. Yeah, there's like hours where like following it live online or whatever. It's like the cops are not in there then. They're like, well, they've cordoned off the scene. Oh, so they've cordoned off the guy in the place where all the students are.
They literally said that we had the thing was like we had to do as little damage as possible, and by having these kids be sacrificed, we did good. And I'm like, no, you did not. Like even Parkland, the cop, the security guard, was in the car when it happened. Like it got like I think HBO Max has a documentary about like the mass shooting for profit industry, because a lot of people are like, we're selling these book bags, we're selling these vests, we're selling these doors, we're making so much money selling these these things that can help with mass shootings. I'm like, but not have legislation be passed.
The things
building fake classrooms.
Australia, when you start looking into the things, right, what they consider mass shootings, number one, they consider, all right, I hate this term and it really skews me out, but like the term family annihilator. It's when somebody goes, nuts and kills their family. That's not considered a mass shooting in the United States. That's considered a mass shooting in Australia, though. Like that's considered its own its own kind of spinoff when somebody kills their entire family. And our definition is like it has to be in a public place. It can be in multiple locations, but they have to kind of be in the same event essentially, like, or else it's a spree killing. And all of these things happen at a pretty high rate. So it's like, I don't know, family annihilators though, I think across the world are like, by far, like, I'm not saying they're the most. I think
like familicide or whatever. It's like when some Muslim fathers kill their daughters for being too westernized or whatever, like in honor killings or whatever. But
you could see during this entire thing, like for a while there, Australia was it was a lot easier to kind of keep control of this stuff. But they also consider like drive-by gang activities. They'll consider that a mass shooting, which we don't. We consider that a drive-by. They consider when a cop kills a bunch of people during like a shootout or something, or when hostages die, those are also mass shootings. Those are not things that we consider mass shootings. We consider those accidental casualties, we'll say. So it's like there's a bunch of different things there. But I don't know. I do not agree that it's not the abundance. I think the abundance of guns is, I don't think it's all of it. I think it's part of it. Like it's if you don't have guns, right? Like it's kind of harder.
You can't commit the worst of the worst offenses in violence,
But I also think it's the way that we revere guns. It's not just the existence of guns. It's like the cultural place in our society that guns have, which is would be a much harder thing to combat. I think
pink rifles for 5-year-old girls. Anyone like that?
Yeah, like the way that we like almost both sexualize and like hold up guns within our culture. Like I think that is the difference between us and the rest of the world. Yeah. Which
that's
other
why
places,
I like those two.
Yeah,
that's why I like those 2 episodes of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia that tackle gun culture, because it's funny as hell.
I go back and forth between like, I don't know. I go back and forth between is that the one where Frank? Anyway, I started blasting.
That and then at first one team's like, we gotta get these guns off the streets, no, we gotta get them on the streets, and then they both end up switching because they were exposed to a different rhetoric. And they're like, it's so funny.
I just have like I think the way that we revere guns, or the way that we treat guns as if they're like we're the only place in the entire world that has more guns than people. Like more guns than individual citizens, and it's like that shouldn't be. Like there should be some kind of limit on that, right? Like I think that like I'm pro people having hunting rifles. I'm pro people like I'm obviously not pro hunting. I'm not saying people should go out and like, but I'm like I think people should be free to do
Forrest,
that.
You want endangered species to be more endangered?
Well, I'm yes, but not from guns. I just put them into data centers, and the data centers just. AI, I want AI to chop up these species.
It's funny too because like my electric bill is like $600, and we don't really use a whole lot of electricity in this apartment, so it's like what the hell. But like a lot of some of my friends who are moderates who brag about listening to Barry Weiss all the time. I'm like, what's wrong with you? They're like, the problem is the infrastructure. We got to bring up the infrastructure. I'm like, listen, until AI is regulated, these data centers are not going to be helpful at all. I'm sorry, they're not. They're using up so much electricity, they're using up so much water, they're using up so much computer parts now that you can't even build your own PC.
Yeah,
like it's crazy.
I like listening to. It's kind of funny because they've had some really good conversations with Matt Binder, but Ed Zitron that does he reports on this kind of stuff a lot. He's like the British guy that he's been on a lot of different shows, but Matt Binder has some like really good episodes with him. He's like one of the the big AI kind of reporters, but on like the the AI negative side of things, I guess. He's talking about like I was listening to him on Chapo at one point, and he was talking about how they don't even have the infrastructure to actually utilize these data centers. Like they haven't even invented the technology that they're going to need to build. What they're doing right now is they just take the data center and they just build it as like, oh well, here's a new data center and here's a new data center, and they just kind of fold them into like this giant data center. But they haven't actually figured out really how over a bunch of time, right? Like over a long time, they're going to be able to keep this up. Like it's gonna be a huge expense, and we're not talking about it as like a society. Like it's not a decision that society has kind of made. It's a decision that
I just think it's funny that they're like, oh, we just need to update the power grid, update the infrastructure. I'm like, with what? I'm like, with what money? You really think that they're gonna rebuild the communities that are very poor, very rural, very black, where these data centers are going? No, they're not gonna do that. They know that they could get away with taking all this land in this area that no one's gonna really, want to revamp. So the argument that we just got to fix up the infrastructure, that'll bring that electricity, the water. No, it's not. I'm sorry. I just don't. There are other, if they were using solar panels to run these data centers, maybe
I'm worried about the fact that 90% of new new investment, I guess, right? Like new investment in our economy this year during the the first Trump year, has been just the data centers, like just building more data centers, and they haven't even been built yet. It's just people investing in NVIDIA, pretty much, and like
3 Mile Island.
What happens when that all collapses?
I'm ready for that bubble to burst.
I'm ready. I
remember the 3 Mile Island.
I remember when they I remember growing up, they were talking about 3 Mile Island all the time.
Yeah, because it was a nuclear reactor that exploded or whatever.
It didn't explode.
Maybe if we invested in nuclear energy, maybe, but there's always that worry of something happening like Fukushima or whatever. I don't know. I was very anti nuclear power for a lot of I'm not though anymore. I think that probably is the way that we have to. Well, now we're going in the opposite direction, but if we had stayed on our trajectory that we were on, I think that is the only way at this point that you could actually reduce climate change. So I'm feeling more amenable to that, because I think it melted down. Nothing really happened at 3 Mile Island when it melted down. It just freaked people out so much that culturally we kind of went back for the next few decades, right? A big problem with it is, where do you store the waste? And it's that is not a thing that they've really figured out as much as everything else. I was looking into the data centers, and they've got 62 million tons of waste already this year alone. I'm more polluting more than what New York City could do in a full year. And I'm like, what the hell, man?
Yeah.
Also, I think a lot of people, not to talk about Barry Weiss for the next few minutes that we have left, but that whole Erica Kurt town hall didn't do her any favors. No one wants to see her on camera. She's not pretty to look at. I'm sorry. And she's not charismatic. And CBS realized, advertisers and the key demographic don't care about this stuff.
Well, also they did it on Saturday night with Saturday Night Famously, which Barry Weiss has never been Barry Weiss has never been a TV person, right? She's always been doing her own kind of thing, and then she was working at the New York Times, and then but Saturday evenings is when nobody's watching TV, because they're all out socializing, or they're doing other things, or they're taking a break from the week. So she put the Erica Kirk thing on that they were promoting nonstop at 8 p.m. on Saturday, the time that already advertisers are not advertising, because it's not any kind of prime time. That's not when people are sitting in front of the TV. So it's she already fucked up by doing that.
Yeah.
The numbers are really bad on it.
Yeah. I can't believe this timeline. I'm kind of glad that that Warner Brothers is not accepting Paramount's bid. Unfortunately, that means 2-day windows for new releases because of Netflix. But as long as Donald Trump doesn't have someone that he's friends with in charge of another news media outlet, I'm a little happy. I'm a little relieved.
Yeah, but isn't one of the CEOs of Netflix, or one of the leaders, is a Trump supporter? It's not an Ellison, right? It's a little bit different.
And this is what pisses me off, because a lot of right wingers yes, more, no more woke. I'm like, here's the problem: lefty media or art was never being pushed upon you, because we don't have the funding to push your algorithm. The problem is that a lot of the tech CEOs now that are in charge of all these social media outlets and media companies are right wingers, and they're using all their money influence to influence the algorithm. So back in the day, you could just opt out of not seeing stuff. I like, but now you cannot opt out. I mean, no matter how many times I try to fix my TikTok algorithm, it just feeds me stuff that I don't want to see. Same with Facebook, same with Instagram, same with Twitter. It's like you can't opt
Twitter
out
does it
anymore.
on Twitter. Yeah, Twitter does it on like Twitter's thing is that
Elon.
they were afraid of it's such a billionaire mentality, I guess. But it's like they're like Elon's like, I'm gonna stop. We need to stop echo chambers. That's the number one problem that people are having right now.
I don't want to be in a right wing echo chamber.
So they give,
it's
like
weird.
I was wondering for the longest time, like, is it just because you would think maybe like it would be a sneaky way to get right wing propaganda onto left wing feeds and not do it the other way, because Elon's in his Chud era, I guess. But it's not. It's everybody, and that's what, like, it's all it's done is make people angrier. Like when you see people swarming, like now swarming somebody's thing, like a lot of it is the fact that it's just been pushed onto their feed, and the people who previously would not have encountered it are now encountering something that they disagree with, and they're really angry about it. And they don't realize.
I don't like engaging in content that I don't like. That doesn't make that I don't like. Like, I don't understand how people can, watch us on streams 12 hours a day and then be like, nitpick every little itty bitty thing that seems off and like make a big deal about it. I'm like, you guys need to find something better to do, better hobbies. So that's why I'm like, I don't want to see this stuff. This is not content that brings me joy,
Yeah. I can't watch anything 12 hours a day. I maxed out at like one.
Redditors do apparently on live stream fails, but other than that, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, I'll watch clips of people's things, but I don't like sitting live streams. I just can't do it. I don't have the attention span. Like I know people put it on and then it's like in the background, but it's like, I don't know. I either have to be watching or I don't. Like I'd listen. Like I read a lot of books or a lot of audiobooks. I like that I can get up and move and like do stuff while I'm listening. That's like my go-to for stuff.
Yeah,
I'm the last person maybe reading. I don't know. No. Plenty of people do, I'm sure, but
yeah.
It just feels like it's been like the most depressing possible. Well, I mean, I'm
last
very,
few years.
I'm very concerned about whatever the fuck Trump. I mean, maybe it'll just be another thing. Sometimes he just is like, I'm giving a speech at 9:00 on this day, and then he shows up and it's something stupid, and like maybe it'll be that again. The funniest one, I guess, was Hegseth when he made all the generals come in just tell them they were fat.
Yeah.
And then, but like everyone was very worried about it up till that point because it's like, what the fuck is he gonna say? He's calling all the generals then. But this one seems like they might actually start announcing that they're. I guess Trump briefed a bunch of senators and congressmen like within the last couple of days that he's going to declare war on Venezuela, and it's like, is that what he's announcing at 9 p.m.? I don't know, but it's concerning looking into it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it just feels like that would be like what a capstone to a week where every time I've checked the news, it's worse. Like. Yeah. There was a crazy moment at 4 a.m. the other day where I was trying to watch along with getting the brown shooter, like because at the time we still thought that was going to happen within the night, and they're like, oh, we're doing a chase of this guy, and at 4 a.m. it suddenly switched to like news about the Australian like anti-Semitic mass shooting, and it was like, oh, this is like and then my whole feed was flooded with that. And it feels like it's been something else every day since then.
And then the Rob Reiner thing, and then we're like, oh,
yeah,
my God. And then,
it's like there's not even
it's like dying from surgical complications. Luke Spencer's at our hospital. I'm like, oh, man.
I just need this year to end. I feel like this year's got to it's almost there,
Cleanse itself,
we gotta start over next year and be like, new president. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I wish.
Just think if Bernie had won in 2016, where would we be?
I mean, we would have slowed some of this, but I feel like a lot of it was inevitable. Not inevitable, but you know what I mean. Like, yeah, things go in one direction, and you can get them to go back the other direction. But it's like it's hard to stop the flow of. I don't know. Maybe everything feels inevitable when you're in it, though. Who knows?
Yeah.
But we can call it here. 7:00. We'll be back next week for Absurdity Space, episode 4. Movie Night Extravaganza also. Subscribe to that if you haven't. It's Absurdity Space. We do have a YouTube page and we have a Twitch. If you're not watching on that and you're watching on, most people are on this space, you know, give us a sub, subscribe, like, everything.
And we're all
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. Really, American Wasp on this space. I'm just subbing him for Deter. He's got meetings. He might pop in, letting you know. What's going on, folks? How's it going? That was a cool conversation with Kristina and Forrest. Yeah, man, the week, it's been a week. It's been a week, and I forgot about that Trump announcement tonight. So I too am going to be looking forward, hesitantly paying attention with dread about what he's going to say or do. But yeah, man, I have a couple things I wanted to talk about. Speaking of Deter, going to play a video his. Just wanted to point out, folks, if you missed my conversation with Gina yesterday, I have it up on my channel. We did the collab thing that you could do now on YouTube, where it like shows that this video was created by 2 different channels. Very cool. Again, all the Game Awards stuff, and yeah, man, I'm trying to just. I mean, I'm at 336 subscribers. I'm getting there. This time last year, around like it's December now, I started really making videos in like last October. I had less than 50. Somewhere on here is a thank you for 50 subscribers video. I don't know. It's all the way down. And a thank you for 100. So we've come a long way. Lots of stuff on there. But like I always say, I'm trying to be a counter voice to the like quartering, the Asmongold's, the nerdrotics out there who just kind of use that as an excuse. Use your pop culture or nerd culture or whatever. Ben Shapiro does it too. I remember years ago seeing his review of Black Panther to just funnel people into the right wing. I want to be a little bit of a counteraction to that. So that's what I do. If it's your first time seeing me. Eminent Prof, what's going on? Jeff, you just started Expedition 33. I guess the Game Awards got to you. And hype that game. It is very fun. You're having a good time with it, is the question. But yeah, man, that's my channel. I also stream on Twitch like I did with the Game Awards. Jeff popped in from Good Morning Comrade. We also had Carly Wynn dressed as Harley Quinn. That was very fun. And Visora came in the beginning before she started her show here on this space. She came in to watch the pre-show of trailers and whatnot, and awards being handed out very fast. He's enjoying it, folks. He's enjoying Expedition 33, and there may be some games today on the show. I got a free game on Epic that I think I can play with the audience. So look forward to that. But I just wanted to start out with some stuff that I saw. I didn't really know where else to put it, or how else to talk about it, and this was one of them. Just more ICE craziness. ICE was here. Pope Leo inspired nativity scene sparks MAGA outrage. A nativity scene missing Jesus and marked with an ICE was here sign has triggered cries of politicizing Christmas. The parish priest says he's answering Pope Leo's call to welcome the stranger. So this is the nativity scene. I think this is kind of perfect. I mean, it says everything right there, man. And politicizing Christmas, it's a religion. It's already politicized inherently. Yeah, of course, you know, the Christian, the conservatives are pissed off about it. The priest himself said, you feed the hungry, you take care of the homeless, you clothe the naked, take care of people and their needs. Invoking the gospel's commands. ICE raids are the complete antithesis of that on so many levels. This is a Christian trying to be Christian, trying to actually be Christian. Like we have our own Pastor Ben on this space, who also tries to preach real Christianity, care about people, help people. That's what the government is for. Fox News pundits and right-wing Catholic lobbying group lambasted Gisoma as a dissident doing political publicity stunts and politicizing Christmas. As if they haven't been running a war on Christmas for 20 years. And I mean the right wing. The right wing created that out of nothing. Out of you could argue annoying parents at school boards being like, I don't want a Christmas play because I'm going to feel like my child's excluded because they're not Christian. Arguable. There's a lot of Sheila Broflowskis out there in reference to South Park. Okay, my mother's one of them. But does that mean that you just can't say that saying the words Merry Christmas have been outlawed? That you will be in a gulag? Never happened. Not once. Not once. The only time anyone's ever been like, hey, criticized for doing like Christmas stuff is the reactionary conservatives who feel like this is an attack on them and go overboard in reaction to it, show up somewhere in like full Christmas, I don't know, yelling at school board meetings. That's when people go, excuse me, what the hell is this? And they go criticize, and then, oh, I'm further attacked. I've been under attack, and now I'm being attacked for responding to being under attack. Very Israeli, very, very Israeli of them. But yeah, that was just a little thing that I wanted to share with the class, folks. What else do I got? Oh, well, this is from the Game Awards stream, but I kind of really want to show it to y'all. Visora shared this with me. I thought it was so funny. I was going to share it with Gina yesterday. I forgot because we were talking about AI and creativity and how uncreative people are just putting in prompts to generate. It makes them feel like they're artists. After that conversation, I happened to watch a whole hour-long video by Red Letter Media talking about AI and what's that going to mean for YouTube and movies going forward, and of course society writ large. But I wanted to use this as an example of something that humans are doing. Human modders modded Elden Ring to create Elden Mamdani. And I just thought this was so funny.
This way, Mr. Muzani. Will you enter into my service?
AOC.
I can play the role of maiden. I offer you
fucking Hassan as the maiden.
An accord.
Foul tarnished in search of the Elden Ring.
This feels like an aim animation. Does it not?
I can't remember the last time a new tarnished made their way to the round table.
The name is Mamdani.
I love the Statue of Liberty in there.
It's up to you, New York.
Get rid of that. There we go. I love that he has the torch. He's holding the torch from the Statue of Liberty as the weapon. Amazing. And that's something where human beings created that game. Human beings took that game on their PC and went into the code themselves. They know how to code. They know how to change code. They made their own models. They put them into the game. They made their own version of this game. And that's human creativity. Okay? AI could not do that. You can tell AI, hey, make a video of Zoran Mamdani and Elden Ring. And it would look like that, kind of, but shitty. It would probably just be him in medieval times. But yeah, man, that's just a funny thing that Visora sent me, and we talked about on the Game Awards stream. But I thought actually relates to the discussion around AI. It cannot make video games from scratch, man. It's hard to describe. I draw, right? I used to draw a lot when I was a kid. And I'm trying to get back into it now. But when you draw, when you start out drawing, you're trying to draw things you see, right? Fucking cartoons that you like, characters that you like, and you try to just go by the outlines and then fill everything in. What you realize eventually, if you keep drawing, you need a structure. You need the bones of the character so that you can get a perspective. That's what those modeling things are for artists. It's so you can get perspective and you know what an arm looks like when it's outstretched, right? My hand looks real big. It looks bigger than my head right now, but that's perspective. And we understand that. Okay. You get better as an artist. You'll draw this as a bone. You'll understand how to do this part all the way leading up to the hand and do the hand. AI doesn't do that. AI just does it from the outside because it can. But that's why you keep getting the mistakes, the 7 fingers, the like weird distortion. Even the AI videos that look really real, there's an uncanny valley feeling. Now, some people who are older don't feel that. The younger people, like Gina was telling me yesterday, younger people are more aware of what is fake and what's not through video and photos than any other generation, but are also the ones being targeted to purchase the product of AI. And the Red Letter Media discussion I watched afterwards, they came down to like, well, it's going to be market of how many people buy this. And it dawned on me, it's going to be like the .com bubble or the blog bubble. Everybody made a blog. Everybody made a podcast. Everybody had a website. And or even earlier, TV stations, radio stations. Everybody makes a TV. You can figure it out. Okay, I got my own radio station. Some of them last, some of them don't. And they'll just fall away. The uses for AI that they're promising investors, they're not really promising you. They're promising investors. It can do all this stuff. People are just going to realize, and businesses, money is going to realize the limitations of it when they try to replace their workforce with AI, when they try to run their companies using AI. It's going to fail, and there's going to be companies that crash because of it. There's going to be people who are hurt in the process, lose their jobs, all that in the process, of course. But when big money starts realizing, oh, this is another lie, like the self-driving car lie that Elon sold us years ago, like they were going to go to Mars lie they sold us years ago. It's not happening anytime soon. Let's adjust and start projecting and organizing our business around the idea that we're probably not going to use AI for all these things. Probably not going to go to Mars. Probably not going to be able to rely on self-driving cars. That was the whole impetus behind Uber. Uber thought they were going to be able to, for a little while, we'll hire people to like drive the cars and be cabbies or whatever. But eventually self-driving cars will come and we won't even need this workforce. It'll just be an app that we run, and we run all these cars, and that's it. And we could just make oodles of money. And they are making oodles of money, but they still have to hire people. That's why, now you're a cab company. Now you're starting to get regulated. Now you're starting to get looked at. Now, again, people in government, Biden, Trump, whatever, they don't care. They're getting paid by these people. What they're worried about is AOC, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, people like this, the people who are going to come into power. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. There's no way this lasts. Because fascism never lasts. Because it loses money. It loses money ultimately. Another thing that doesn't last is patriarchy. Now, it has lasted a long time. But again, if you're on the fascist right and you're a woman, it's not going to end out well for you. And I think this is a great example of that. We're already talking about JD Vance and Usha are having problems. This is Mike Johnson and his wife, I believe, on Katie Miller's podcast. So Stephen Miller's wife has a fucking podcast. It's what she does. Again, if you're a trad wife, you should be at home making sandwiches. Why do you have a podcast? Why is Erica Kirk in charge of Turning Points now? You should be at home making babies and making sandwiches. What the fuck? But anyways, according to you, your philosophy, this is Mike Johnson and his wife.
And you know, men and women are different in this way, is that men can compartmentalize things better,
men's brains are like waffles.
Yes.
They have little compartments, and they can think on one little compartment at a time and close it. And men actually have a compartment that has nothing in it. So when you ask him, what are you thinking about? And he says nothing, he means it.
He means it.
He really is thinking about
He's
nothing.
not thinking about like the Roman Empire.
Right, well, there's that too.
There's that
There's
too.
a whole compartment for that.
But women, we cannot do that. We are always thinking. In fact, our brains are like spaghetti because it's the meatballs, the pasta, the sauce, the oregano, and we're thinking of all of it. And we can't stop thinking.
So you know what? I honestly forgot that she was the one who said it. I thought he said it. It's even worse that she said it, dude. But like, I suggest watching Kenny JD, great channel on YouTube. She and Olay will talk about the similar thing. They'll talk to each other about it. But there's this crazy story of this dude who like constantly is cheated on his wife. The wife in defense of him, 10 toes down. They're on this podcast and she's kind of just explaining like, this is what you got to do. You got to deal with like the demons taking over him. And he goes out and cheats. And yeah, we yell at each other. And yeah, he threatens to run away. And yeah, we fought physically, but like eventually the demons leave him. And I know I'm his one woman because he may go out and cheat, but he'll always come home to me. The crazy delusions that they put themselves under is insane. It's insane. I also want to talk about this. Sorry, excuse me, folks. This is a sports story, and I am not a sports guy. Okay. But I played sports as a kid. I did. And this was something that happened, I don't know, a week ago. But a football player couldn't tell you what team he's on, couldn't tell you what position he plays. But a football player was talking about a game they used to play as a kid, a football game that I used to play too. But he says the name of it. he says something that I wasn't expecting because I never heard it called this. I don't know if you can hear this, by the way.
Screen clear. That's what we do.
Right. All right. So that's a trigger warning, folks. But sorry. What he said was this. I don't know if you can see that. And then someone tried to like jump in and say, kill the carrier. Because that's what it was called when I played it. It was kill the carrier. One person has the ball and runs around, and everyone else tries to tackle him. right? So then, understandably, people were upset. And he put out an apology. He said, "Hey, everyone, I want to apologize for the insensitive comment I made in the broadcast. It was a football game I used to play as a kid, but that's not an excuse. I recognize the mistake and make sure to do better in the future. It was not reflective of my beliefs, and I'm so sorry to those I offended. Seriously." That's all. That's standard apology. Hey, misspoke. Didn't realize this was like bad. It was literally the name of the game that we played. But you know what? I'm sorry. Reasonable. Under here, you'll see more disappointed that you apologized. It's what the game was called. Who gives a shit? This one says, "You can fuck my mama and we still with you, goat. Don't have to apologize. Bijan shouldn't have apologized." His own tweet. I don't know what this is. People are all up in arms because Atlanta Falcons running back Bijan Robinson referred to the kids' tackle football game. Blah. Right? This is a non-story. There's no need for Bijan to apologize. That was the name of the game. If you want to call it kill the character now, go for it. But the sensitivity to anything LGBTQ now is ridiculous. This comment was not disparaging or insensitive. It was. The name of the game is disparaging and insensitive. That's the point. It was called multiple different things. Kill the character, a carrier, hot potato. Like, there's a million other things you can call the game. To choose to call it that still now is wrong, right? That's Elon's whole thing on Twitter, is basically trying to be like, it shouldn't have ever stopped being okay to say the R slur or the F slur. Those are the two ones that Elon's really upset about. Okay. I talked about it in the first episode review of South Park on my channel. And I said the words because not everybody will know what the R slur and F slur are. But in the episode, they're constantly saying it to reinforce, like, hey, the world kind of bit our style. We're the only ones who still say that because we're joking, because we're making fun, because we're silly and outrageous. We're a cartoon show. It shouldn't be culture. It shouldn't be acceptable. The reason we still do it is because it wasn't acceptable. Now that it is acceptable, it's not funny anymore. It's not funny anymore. South Park said that. So that's just another piece that I wanted to kind of bring up today. And it's a shame Deter's not here, but we do have Deter in absentia because he was on the Vanguard show, which I'm sure y'all love. And what is it? It's their second channel. I forgot they have two channels. And yeah, he was talking about sports betting. Now, I think he's the perfect person to talk about it because, again, he knows sports more than I do, more than a lot of people do. I still am campaigning for Emma Vilgin to revive ESVN on this space, co-hosting Deter and Jeff and Lumen and everyone else who knows about sports, rotating co-host for Emma. But I thought this was a good clip and interesting. So let me just play this for you. Here's Deter in absentia.
We should get into the gambling conversation. I think you guys have a pretty brilliant position. You are of the opinion that you can go, that sports gambling should absolutely be legal, but the limitation, the bottleneck in terms of how we make it available would be you have to physically go to a sports book, put down cash, get a ticket, and then go watch the game, come back after the game if you win and collect your winnings.
I think it makes sense, because here's my instinct, right? I was like, I'm not a prude. I don't give a fuck about sports gambling. I like to gamble. All my friends like to gamble a little bit. I've lost too much money on gambling before, and I've had to take breaks for a while, right? Like, I'm not a perfect gambler. All that stuff being said. And then you start to see how pernicious it's been and how unregulated it's been. And it starts to change the whole vibe. And so I think, yeah, Gavin and I have talked about that a lot. It's like, if you just had to go to an actual sports book or a casino and bet with cash, it would be a much better situation.
I think it seems like I remember I was in the chat one time a couple of years ago and this came up, and I'm as someone who has done a lot of sports gambling over the course of my life, I do not agree with the proliferation of its availability, especially.
I think that's key. When I was watching this, I'm like, yeah, man, that's key. Because look, I'm someone who, I don't watch sports. I never really had a predilection to gamble. Because I don't want to lose money. I have so little money. I don't want to bet it and lose it. So I never really had that. But I'm someone who understands addiction. I had an ex fall to that. I don't get it with alcohol, again, because I get nauseous very easily. So I don't drink that much. I'm not a big drinker. But I get it. I understand feeling the urge to do something compelling you. Gambling is one of those things. And while I might not feel that, I know a lot of other people do, and especially young people. It's the whole point of why they're marketing it as like a game. And this has been something that I know about in video games, right? I got my fucking Diddy and Dixie shirt. Play a lot of video games. It's been popping up in video games. Loot boxes. You pay real money to open a box in a game where you get in-game prizes. Any video game, most video games now have some kind of purchasable stuff that you can get. It started with Elder Scrolls Oblivion, where you could buy like special armor for your horse. It's in World of Warcraft. It's in lots of ongoing games, but also singular games that you just buy. And there's DLC for it, costumes, whatever. The loot boxes in particular, because they're randomly generated, you don't know what you're getting. It's not like you pay $5 for one specific costume that you want for a character. You're paying $5 for the chance to get that costume. And maybe it's a rare costume, so you got to keep putting money in the slot machine and hoping that you get it. EU has done some regulations on this because Star Wars Battlefront came out years ago now and had this so ingrained in the game where you couldn't like unlock certain characters unless you kept putting money into loot boxes, to the point where the EU was like, this is gambling. You're selling people on a false product. Change this. And they had to change it. Also, player backlash and being very angry that you kind of ruined a fan favorite game. But this was already litigated. And it needs to be litigated more and regulated more because, dude, FanDuel is just the beginning. DraftKings is just the beginning. Now it's everywhere. Now you got Polymarket and Kalshi that are just like, bet on anything. They're prediction markets. As in, we're our own stock market? Question mark? It's just unregulated money-making machines for the wealthy. Because the house always wins when you gamble. And particularly with Polymarket and Kalshi, again, check out my South Park reviews. They break this down where like they win anyway. They take a cut of whatever money you're putting down. So whether you win or lose, it doesn't matter to them. They're making money that you're just using the site. So yeah, let's go back to this video here.
Having to do with credit cards and playing with debt, like you automatically.
I mean, I think you're right, Snicks. They should pull the brakes, but Trump's in office, man. The dude ran it into the ground, but ran a casino. He loves. It's Biff Tannen. We're living in the Biff Tannen timeline of Back to the Future 2.
They're going to get hit with like a 15% fee when you deposit, so you're already behind. And then usually if you do the bonus, God help you, because you're going to need a 60 times rollover or whatever, which means you have to bet and win that money like 60 times.
I was explaining that to Gavin. Can we pause there for a second for people who don't know? Will you tell everybody about how this giant scam bonus bets
Yes.
became a huge, huge problem, and in my opinion, should be outlawed?
Yeah, so it's been going on since the inception of internet sports gambling. But basically, when you say, "Oh, first time deposit, put down 100, you get 25% back as a bonus, or 50% back as a bonus." So you're thinking, "Oh man, great! I put in $100 on my credit card, got $50 as a bonus bet. Like, here we go, bada bing, bada boom." You win that bet. All that money, usually, it depends on the terms. Every book's got its own terms, but the worst version of this is that all the money, all $150 that you just deposited, you have to bet and win that money several times before you can withdraw. And there's also usually a 90-day minimum for that money to be able to be withdrawn, which of course gives you plenty of time to blow it. I mean, look,
that's crazy. That's crazy that you'll have to bet multiple times and win multiple times in a row. Again, just increasing the chances that one, you'll lose and just give over the money, but two, that you'll keep getting addicted, because if you do win, oh, I could do it. I can keep going. The only time I ever bet anything, well, one was the GameStop stuff. I got sucked into that. I'm not a perfect person. Okay. I thought it was easy money. Hey, I got some money lying around. Put it into the GameStop stock. It'll go up. Wrong. The only time I bet anything now is when I'm playing Red Dead Redemption or Yakuza and I'm playing poker. Or I'm playing Balatro. I play video game, in-game poker. The only thing I'm losing is my character's money. And I can always save the game before I play poker. And if I lose, reload the game. And if I win, save the game again and just keep my money just keeps going up. That's the only way I'll bet is in a game where I literally can't lose. In Red Dead Redemption, you can actually cheat. It lets you cheat. Like, that's really fun. But again, this is just insane shit. And I think this is an interesting conversation.
Look, sports gambling is like, we should talk about like the narcissism of gambling. And the narcissism that you are special, that you can beat the odds, that you see the game better than others. That rollover system with the online gambling, yeah, I mean, it basically just puts your money in a lockbox even if you win. And no one wins. Like, everyone gets caught up in parlays, and even if you hit your parlay, a lot of people, they'll be getting drunk or stoned, and then they'll go play poker on the same site, and then they'll lose their money that way. You know, like, it's just, I think you guys came on with a great limitation, and I think we've talked about it before. Limitations are creativity's best friend. So insofar as the concept of gambling like creates value for society, which is like the entertainment value and people going and spending money and creating jobs, yada, 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 right? The physical experience of holding the cash in your hand and handing it over to someone else and saying, if I'm wrong, this is now yours and no longer mine. I think that's extremely valuable. And I think if we're going to get through this technological adolescence, this painful puberty that we're in, we're going to have to be empathetic and sensitive, really, to how naive and narcissistic Americans are in particular. I'm the exception to the rule, right? Like,
that's every gambler. Every gambler thinks they're the exception to the rule. Hey, Pickerbell, welcome in. Deter is hustling to his computer. But I think that's a great way to put it. I put it that way. We're going through a technological adolescence, a technological puberty, growing pains of having the internet, having the ability to communicate with anyone on earth, having the ability to have gamified gambling in your pocket. Hell, first of all, I didn't even know gambling was legal. I thought it was illegal state by state. The only place it was really legal was Las Vegas. I didn't know how prolific casinos were across the country growing up. You know, I heard about Atlantic City, but I'm like, I guess that one city, it's okay to do that. They want to build, I think Cuomo wanted to build or Eric Adams, a casino in Times Square. Which, again, like they're saying, if it's a physical place where you have to go use your money, okay, that's an entertainment place. You know the risks going there. It's still like going to a bar. Like, the alcoholics exist, gambling addicts exist. You can't not allow everyone to experience something because some people have a problem with it. That's why drugs should be legal. All of them. Fucking Trump this week classifying fentanyl as a WMD. What are you going to do? Put the Sackler family in a gulag? Because they're still running around. They're the reason most of the world is addicted to opioids, especially over the last 20 years. Why do they get a pass? He's pardoning drug lords. It's fucking Trump. But anyway, let's keep listening to Deter here.
I tell you, like that overtime bet that I made for the Super Bowl on this show a couple of years ago, that was my peak. Like since then, I have throttled back. I've lost a little bit. I've won a little bit, but like that was a huge day for me. Like that was the best day that I had in like 3 years. Well, because the odds were so, I know, but it was just, I mean, I had made that bet before and missed it, like the previous season where the Eagles played the Chiefs. Remember that game should have gone to overtime too. And, you know, for all of those of you like who are maybe lukewarm about the NFL, I would just say like, even in terms of watching, start watching in Thanksgiving because it's so much fun. And you watch the whole league because if your team makes a deep playoff run, you're going to want to have seen that team that they're playing against play other teams. It makes it much more fun to watch. And
I remember, you know, just on the point about like overtime, whenever I remember my dad would go to like his local bar and they'd have like a pool for the Super Bowl or March Madness or something. And you know, it's fun. It's between, you know, bar patrons and whatever. It's not that big a deal. It's not that, and there's like money limits to how much you can spend. That's probably also a good regulation. There's a limit. You can't take out a mortgage to come back into the casino. Like they kick you out of a bar if you drink too much. It's at their discretion. Now, casino is obviously incentivized to keep you there as long as possible, to have you spend as much money as possible. That's why you need the government to step in and go, hey, you can't fucking do that.
Way, yeah. It's did you guys watch
but
that?
Also, my point was the fact that you can bet on like they're gonna win, they're gonna have this many points by the end of this quarter, or this player in particular is gonna have this many yards. There's so many different factors that you can bet on in sports. It's so mind-boggling to me. But again, it makes sense now why Kalshi and Polymarket are here, just like, well, why limit it to sports? Why not politics? Why not wars? There's a 67% chance now that Elon's going to be a trillionaire on like Polymarket or some shit. Like, bet on anything, but then it gets dark. There's a school shooting. How many people, how many victims are you going to, is there going to be? Right? You can bet on that. Why not? Why not? Everything's a game. Everything's a fucking game. And that just, the desensitization that's happened with social media of seeing carnage all the time, crazy shit like Trump and whatever all the time. You know, we meme it. Charlie Kirk gets memed right after he dies. Now there's the Kirkification memes everywhere. Hey, made it. There he is. How you
Yo.
doing?
You hear me okay?
Yes.
Welcome. Excellent. Yeah, look at this pause you got me. I'm fucking yelling. I look ridiculous right now. Way to time your pause so well. Jesus. Okay, then. Guess we're playing it that way.
But yeah, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Because this is a good segment.
Good.
Watch documentary, by the way.
I did. I watched the whole damn thing about Jerry Jones.
Yeah, what'd you think?
Yeah. Well, it was like from a film bro perspective, I was like, oh, this is put together like Netflix paid somebody to do a Jerry Jones documentary. But I did learn a lot about the guy, and I think that he is 100% responsible for the failures of the Cowboys as an organization.
Well, let me ask you that, because I don't know who Jerry Jones is.
Owner of the Cowboys.
He's the owner of the Cowboys. Why is he a failure?
The problem, because he doesn't hire a real GM. He doesn't hire a real football guy to be their general manager and manage their personnel pipeline. So he manages it himself. He wants to evaluate the talent himself. basically thinking that because he was good at oil speculation, he will be good at NFL talent speculation. Yeah, the entitlement and really serious Cowboys fans hate him because he has accumulated so much power. And, just early on in his ownership, he was able to squeeze out 3 Super Bowl wins, and that gave him a lot of power within the league.
Okay. That makes
so he's
sense.
not going anywhere.
How long ago was that? Because I vaguely
90. The mid 90s was when
that's what I'm saying.
The Cowboys.
That's when I remember, like, oh shit, the Cowboys are one of those teams, one of the top tier teams.
They used to be, yeah. They won 2 Super Bowls with Roger Staubach, I think. Or no, I can't remember exactly, but I know Roger Staubach went 2 and 3 in the Super Bowl when he was a Cowboy, and then they won 3 Super Bowls with Jimmy Johnson and Barry Switzer in the 90s. But no, so I think these guys, the Vanguard guys, Gavin and Zach, have a really great idea for how to not take away the availability of sports gambling, but regulate it in a way that that people are responsible.
I mean, it was like, that's the thing to me. Like, I wouldn't have known where to go to place a bet a couple years ago. Now I could just open the apps on my phone.
Yeah, and it's also ruined. Like when I was growing up, it just wasn't talked about. Just everyone knew that there was sports gambling going on, but it just wasn't talked about on ESPN. And now they had their own betting market. They have ESPN Bet, and now it didn't work, so now they're going to have to do a deal with Caesars.
But isn't it illegal federally still?
Oh
or no?
It looks like they've managed to legalize the online part of it.
I guess, yeah.
Unless you go with
something else, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually like an Antigua-based sports book, but no, those guys have I hope the audience saw them the last couple of days. By the way, they had Taylor Lorenz on yesterday.
Yeah,
and they had Ro Khanna on today for a really good interview. So
yeah, I've been meaning to watch that later.
Yeah, I'm proud of those guys. I appreciate them having me on. I wish they'd have me on more because I love talking shit about conservatism. And that's why I am here. So what have you been covering?
Yeah, man. Just some. I was going through this video here. I'd love to meet them too. I'd love to go on the show and talk about movies. That's my wheelhouse: movies and video games and music and whatnot. But I was talking a little bit actually about Bijan Robinson. Have you heard that controversy?
Yeah, sure. The Falcons running back.
Yeah, where he made an apology because he used an insensitive term for a game they used to play as kids. I played that game. I'm sure you played that game. Keep away, essentially. Keep the ball away. Kill the carrier, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Put out an apology, and then everyone under his apology is like, you shouldn't have apologized. It's just the name of the game. Why is everyone so insensitive? Blah, 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 blah.
Oh,
of course.
No, I haven't seen that.
Backlash is that we should never have stopped. We should never feel that saying the F slur or the R slur was bad. That they want to turn the clock back on that. And you just can't dictate culture. It's not up to you. It's not up to any of us. It's up to the younger generations and what they think is cool. And that's always going to change. And sometimes we're going to cringe at it and we're going to go, what the fuck is this? This is Skibbity Toilet. This is fucking 6'7" or whatever. But that's what they think is cool. That's what they like. They like K-pop Demon Hunters. They like fucking Minecraft movie. I think it's lame, but whatever. It's fun. The Demon Hunters movie was actually good.
But yeah, I think younger generations are definitely. I think younger generations are definitely the voice of our conscience and our moral compass or whatever. But I think that we've kind of people talk about wokeness. We should talk about wokeness for a second. Because wokeness is nothing more than our generation's political correctness repackaged. Okay? It's all it is. And political correctness in and of itself is a good thing. All it translates is as cultural sensitivity. That's all it is. In a diverse society, cultural sensitivity is a good thing. The right called it political correctness so that it invoked condescension. and superiority for people who know the rules versus the people who don't know the rules.
Yeah.
And so wokeness is also like, I don't have a problem with someone saying I'm woke or whatever. Like it means different things to different people. It means I'm just basically I think it just in general means I hate conservatism first and foremost. And I want big change, because there's a lot of big changes that are long overdue in our country. That's kind of what wokeism means to me. But for some people, it's just basically like you just care about transgender people playing in sports, and that's an automatic DQ for them.
Yeah.
That's
the frustrating part being that woke, the term woke, is African American vernacular, so it came from the Black community. It just always meant, are you aware of the structures of racism? Like, are you aware that you live in white supremacy? That's what it meant. It was amongst Black people.
Right.
And then the right heard it and said, oh, what's that? Black people are criticizing us somehow. We're going to take it and apply it to everything we don't like. Again, like you said, it is the repackaging of political correctness. Now, again, I love South Park. They were very politically incorrect in the 90s. They railed against it. And in one of the rare interviews that they do, they talked about why. And I agreed with them. It is the way liberals used it in the 90s, especially, is a Band-Aid. Don't say Black person, say African American. What material difference does that person then experience in their life? Do they have higher wages? Do they get to live in a better apartment? Redlining still exists. Racism, implicit racism still exists. It doesn't change anything. You're just bullying people. You're admonishing people for using the wrong word. And it does feed into exactly what the conservative critique of it was, which is these group of people know the rules and they'll criticize anybody else who doesn't know the rules. So
and they're looking down on you. They think they're better than you.
From their ivory towers in Harvard.
Right. Yeah. No, it's interesting. I would like to see the Black community reclaim the term woke, because it needs to be defined in more concrete terms. I think it's just, cultural awareness. And I'm trying to bring because there's a softness to that, right? There's like this accepting, loving, like mother type of personality associated with what we're talking about. And I'm here to kind of encourage people towards outright conflict with people who are in the way of making America a better place. And I tell you one thing, Letterhack is in our backyard here. Do you want to bring him in? Do you want to come in, Matt?
Yeah.
Yeah. Come on. What's up, dude?
What's up?
How are you?
What's going on?
Good. How are you guys?
Chilling.
I was just, I saw the Deter signal in the sky, or I guess it was the Alex signal in the sky. And I was like, oh no, Deter, I better jump in. But you're here.
Yeah, it was good. I was at a meeting actually for a project that comes out of the Green New Deal that is affecting local populations here, including indigenous populations. And it's a really bad project. It's not, I won't go into too many details yet, but it's just for people who don't know, the Green New Deal has a lot of capitalism in it. It's got a lot of for-profit private companies building projects for municipalities that the municipalities will not own. So not only are these private companies building these energy facilities, but they're owning and operating them after the fact. And a lot of them, go ahead.
I thought the Green New Deal was just legislation that AOC wrote up that has never been brought to the floor. That's what I thought it was.
It's a package of policies, of projects.
A package of policies and
it's
whatnot,
a package of it's a package of green tech projects, but it's just slapped together. It's not.
But it's not actually in
there
law,
wasn't like a team.
it?
What should happen is a team of 5 to 15 MIT green tech engineers should put together a Green New Deal. And it shouldn't be called the Green New Deal, by the way. It should be called the next New Deal, because we might need another New Deal in 20 years. Okay. So let's get rid of this. Go ahead.
Let's merge topics. Why isn't South Park championing things like this? Progressive policy. Why aren't they using the platform, do exactly what they do now, but like give us more of a moral to the story then it's fuck Trump and it's okay to be irreverent. You know what I'm saying? Like, really, why can we not do that?
Like what's the alternative? Not just
Like
criticizing.
give us like, oh man, I know about the Green New Deal because fucking South Park.
I thought they were going to do something
instead
about.
of oh my god, did you see they showed Trump's little thing?
Yeah,
Well, it's a matter of. I mean, I don't think people want to hear from a lot of people. Probably don't care what the creators of South Park have to say about green tech. You know what I mean?
I think
just work
honestly,
it in
that's
there.
their point. That's been their point for
We're not
almost
experts.
going on 30 years. That people don't give a shit what celebrities have to say. Rob Reiner just died, R.I.P.
I don't
But,
believe
like,
that.
They criticized. Well,
Look at how many celebrities
That's
end up
true.
in fucking government and how many
And-
congressmen end up celebrity.
but
Like,
is that not
we
a
do care.
failure of society?
Yeah, but
And
here we
the
are.
media?
So
But
let's
here we
fucking
are.
use it, right?
I
And we
agree.
can do it.
I agree.
This is why
Jon Stewart should run for office.
it's like how Deter says, you know, like, I think we all agree on the left. We wish we didn't have to fight, but damn it, we need to be brawlers in this case. We need to fucking throw down and get on top of this. Otherwise, how's it going now?
Yeah.
How's it working out?
Right.
It's not. So,
No,
so
it's-
there
it's-
are
I-
alternatives to what we want. And I'm just saying, why can't South Park sprinkle in a little?
I know, 'cause
without
they have
making
the
fun of
attention,
shit.
right? Because they have the attention, and it would be next level. You're kind of asking them to level up their game a little bit and not just criticize the status quo, which is MAGA, not just criticize the woke leftists who are more preoccupied with cultural battles as opposed to real policy that makes
like, do that
a
too.
socioeconomic difference.
Look what they did for enlightening people about the Mormon church and the religion, right? Like, I think that was huge.
Gay people, even in the 90s with Big Gay
Yeah.
Al. You know, South Park did they did.
It's
They were
the
out
funniest
there.
shit
That
now.
was counterculture to be like, it's okay to be gay. That's what they did in the first season.
Did you ever go to Spike and Mike's Twisted Film
I've never
Festival
heard
with the animated festival that was like a tour? That's where South Park debuted.
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't know.
I saw the original South Park in that. Like, we went there, we were watching a bunch of animation. It was all this really cool, like, edgy stuff, and then there was South Park, where Stan was Cartman,
Right.
and it
Yeah,
was
the Spirit of
it
Christmas.
was it was like Jesus versus Santa or whatever.
Yeah. That's awesome.
I
that you
was
saw that live.
thinking about what you're saying, Matt, is why don't they, instead of like weighing in on specific policy issues or just whatever, it would be cool to see what they did with like an episode about the DSA. Like, hey, are you sick of the establishment? Like, you want big change yesterday? Join your local DSA chapter. Because I really believe like that's how people are going to get activated and informed. That's why I keep trying to get my hands on the DSA YouTube channel, but with limited success. But that's really, I think, how people are going to get activated to kind of be a catalyst for change within the Democratic Party. I was talking to some people who are activists today, and they're boomers, you know, well-intentioned progressive boomers. And they're like, you know, it's about participation. It's the same problems that we've had since the 90s of participation, and getting that message out there to even people who are just out of college, like Gen Z voters, of you vote twice in even years, not once. You vote twice in even years in America. And that's how I think the movement really has electoral success, because the pendulum's going to swing back the other way. It's a question of how hard and who is on top when the pendulum swings back left in 2026 and really 2028. And I'm worried that it's going to be Newsom, because he's so corporate. He was talking about being a big tent party and not wanting to and by extension of that, not wanting to be an advocate for a wealth tax. I'm not saying wealth tax is the answer, but the fact that he thinks that we're stupid enough not to do the math and realize that you're talking about 1% of the population. So you're not making the tent that much bigger by making sure that you don't offend 1%ers. Okay. Like, get with the program.
You know,
Newsom.
Okay, my last pitch, and then I should go. I got to prep for like many shows tonight. Here's the thing. What if South Park made fun of FDR?
Yeah.
However
sure,
they're going to do it is some fucked up way of making fun of the guy, right? But like, in the end, everyone watching is like, why don't we have a new Deal? What the fuck is this? Why,
You know,
why
I
are we
think-
settling for less? What is going on?
I have two things.
But like, also, it's funny how they made fun of the guy for being, whatever.
Two things. One, in 2016, during that season of South Park, during the election, they were doing a serialized story over the entire season. And they thought, because whenever they had seasons during elections, they would look at the Vegas odds so that they could prep the show, because they make the show in a week, who's going to be the win and how we're going to, write around this if we want to talk about the election. In 2016 was the most explicit I've ever seen South Park get with their message, where they basically looked direct. They had to couch it in something else to tie it in with the story they were telling and to criticize Star Wars. But they basically said, if you think The Force Awakens is reheated A New Hope and garbage slop created by J.J. Abrams to make everyone happy and appease everybody, then if you don't like that, vote for Hillary Clinton, who we have criticized for 30 years on South Park. If you like it and you like the nostalgia, you like the member berries, then vote for Trump. And that's what happened.
Interesting.
So they literally came out and endorsed Hillary Clinton on South Park in 2016. The other thing I was going to say is Jon Stewart. I remember when The Daily Show was big and he was getting invited on real news networks, NBC, Fox, CNN, and they would ask, like, what's your success? How are you speaking to the youth and blah, blah, blah. And he was like, you shouldn't be coming to me. I am a comedian. I am making fun of stuff.
That's why he could be the guy. We don't want people saying I should be president.
Right.
We want them going, no, not me. It's like too late. We put it up the yard signs, dude.
As
You're
you
the
pointed
one.
out, it's too late now. Like at the time, he thought there was still time for the news to correct itself. It's like it's a failure on your part that young people are turning to me for the news.
Right.
Yeah,
it should be boring. But now, like you said, we're 10, 15 years past that. It's too late. John, run. Run for office, man.
Right.
What do you think about you got to run, Matt?
I was gonna say thanks for letting me crash, and
Yeah,
thanks for what you guys do and for holding it down. I love this matchup. If you want to change the name of the show ever, just let me know. We'll get the graphics done in a day or so. Keep it moving. But thanks.
No problem.
I want to hang with you guys more, so we got to do something soon.
Yeah, we'll collab soon.
Absolutely.
All right, cool. Take care, guys.
I think we have a couple minutes left. I was interested. I mean, like I know this Jon Stewart thing, which came out of Kalinsky.
Yeah, I think that was. I was like, who said
like
that?
it's look, it's an interesting idea, but don't you think someone like Ro Khanna would be a better alternative?
I don't think. Well, look, if we're going off like fuck it, we're throwing in the towel on like
making a point. We're running to make a point.
Whatever.
Running to make a point.
Yeah, put in Jon Stewart because everybody knows who that is. Not everybody knows who Ro Khanna is. Just generally in the country or whatever.
Okay.
I think I wish it didn't have to be like this. But again, if we're going to have like, dude, Zoran Mamdani came out of nowhere. And now he's a national figure. People know who he is. Graham Plattner, Kat Abugazela, hopefully they win. And they also came out of nowhere and are making traction. You don't have to be a comedian.
Right.
You shouldn't be a comedian. Hell, I was just watching like a 2-hour breakdown about Louis C.K. and that whole situation. And just like the fact that comedians are lauded in this way, like we all see them as Carlin. They're not all Carlin. Okay.
Right.
Joe Rogan was not a great comedian. He was funny enough.
So do you know George Carlin wasn't technically a stand-up comic. George Carlin was a humorist. He was basically reading you an essay that he had already written in his head. Whereas stand-up comics will adapt to the audience and throw in stuff and add wrinkles and stuff like that.
But like Bill Hicks, Richard Pryor, these are truth tellers. Lenny Bruce, truth tellers, but they are still telling jokes. They're still telling jokes and still being funny. Someone who gets on stage and just starts pontificating, it's not fucking funny. And then you get Tony Hinchcliffe, you get fucking Joe Rogan, you get these Theo Vaughn.
Well,
Jim
it's
Brewer
bully comedy. It's like bully and idiot comedy.
Yeah.
Like comedy used to require some basic understanding of how the world works,
and it just
now
just
it's just like
doesn't
picking
anymore.
now it's like picking a lot of these people that you're mentioning here are people that just like pick on trans people and
it's just the lowest
perpetuate
the lowest
stereotypes.
hanging fruits. The stereotypes are the lowest hanging fruits, right? Hey, there's a black guy in the audience. So how long has it been since you've seen your dad? Just something easy, right? Because it's immediate. You get it. We all understand. But like, that's a crowd work joke. Okay, it works for a second, but you have to have your real material to be successful. But if you're Andrew Schultz, you can kind of just ride on crowd work and just ride on the lowest hanging fruit. And enough people who just like that, like quick stereotype, Legion of Skanks kind of humor, just follow you, and that's enough. Okay, I got my audience. I don't need any more. I'm making enough money. I'm good. And it's the death of creativity. Someone like Bill Burr,
but it's had its day, don't you think? Don't you think it's had its day? It's waning. It's waning.
It's so tired. Yeah, man.
It's waning.
Because again, younger people are going to find better material.
On that note, we are going to hand it over to the leftist mafia is going to take over from here. But before we go, please check me out on my channel and on Blue Sky. And I'm going to be starting to have some interesting guests in the new year. One in particular I'm very excited about that. I don't know how it's going to go, but I'll tell you guys about them as they get closer to being on the show, which will be in sometime in late January, early February. But it's basically just like someone that's trying to repackage neoliberalism and say that, we can still, the American dream is still like paramount above everything. It's like, George, what George Carlin said about the American dream? That's why they call it the American dream, because you'd have to be asleep to believe it. So anybody that's drawing from that paradigm is going to have flaws in their argument. So I'm looking forward to that one. And I can, talk about it on here because I'm not co-streaming. But just everybody, please check me out on my channel. Don't forget to subscribe. And never forget that you don't get change in America by asking nicely. Wrap us up, Alex.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Matt, to everyone watching, thank you for this space. It is so fun this year. We're coming to a close of almost a year of this space, starting in June, so half a year. But like, we're getting to Christmas, we're getting to New Year's. I'm celebrating Hanukkah as well. Share it. We're talking to 18 people right now. Share the clips that you see, spread it around. Tell the other content creators that you like watching. Have us on. Tell them to come on here. If I'm not misunderstanding, I believe that the plan eventually is to have this space run 24/7 and also have its own website, so that if something happens to YouTube with banning political speech or social media in general, there's a place that you can still get this kind of stuff. And it'll be protected from the overlords, the tech overlords. I know Nebula is another platform that I see like FD promote a lot, Jesse Gender promote a lot, but like this is what we're building here. We're building a new media landscape, and I'm very excited about it. So folks, follow us, follow Deter, follow me, follow this space, share it, spread it, get it in front of everybody, and we'll see you next week.
See you guys.
How much lower can he possibly go? So, filmmaker Rob Reiner, along with his wife Michelle, were found lifeless in their home yesterday in an apparent homicide, with their son Nick currently in custody. Rob Reiner, of course, filmmaker behind such films as This Is Spinal Tap, When Harry Met Sally, A Few Good Men, my personal favorite, as well as The Princess Bride and many others. And Donald Trump had something to say about this, which is I gotta say, still surprising people. It's hard. I mean, I have a hard time being surprised at all, generally anymore, just because of the state of the world. But that said, it's stunning. Just the level of depravity that we see on a regular basis from this disgusting human being known as the American president. So I'm going to get to his reaction as well as a couple of Republican lawmaker reactions to that, which I think is worth sharing as well. And I also want to focus on largely here just Rob Reiner. A few clips from, more recently discussing Donald Trump, but also the fact that he has been a lifelong activist. This is something I just wasn't aware of. I'm not too deep into the world of Hollywood, so I don't follow these individuals closely. But Rob Reiner, even as someone who hasn't followed Hollywood too closely, he has been somebody who has been more vocal, one of the more vocal celebrities in Hollywood, speaking out against Donald Trump. But he's also been, as I said, a lifelong activist. So there's a great piece here from the Guardian. I want everyone to be happy. How Rob Reiner became a great director and political hero. And this is something I was not aware of. He co-founded the American Foundation for Equal Rights, which was instrumental in overturning the ban on same-sex marriage in California. He also successfully campaigned for higher taxes on cigarettes in the state to be funneled into prenatal care and young childhood programs. And worth noting, he was also the son of U.S. comic and actor-director Carl Reiner, meaning he was raised in enormous privilege. And this is, compare Rob Reiner, raised in privilege, to Donald Trump, also raised in privilege, and just how different the two people are. One clearly stood up for marginalized communities, spoke out against authoritarianism, while the other is just a complete piece of shit. So, worth sharing some recent comments, or I guess more recent comments about Trump from Reiner. Quote, Trump is the single most unqualified human being to ever assume the presidency of the United States. He is mentally unfit. Not only does he not understand how government works, he has no interest in trying to find out how it works. This is just a factual statement. There's nothing you could even disagree with. This isn't even an opinion. This is just fact. Here's Rob Reiner, more recently, back in September, discussing the current state of the country.
It's going to take a long time to rebuild the shining city on the hill, the beacon to the rest of the world. You go to outside of our country, and I've been out in the UK and other places. They don't know what the hell's happening in America. They don't understand what's happening. This used to be the place that welcomed immigrants, that welcomed people, and it was our strength. The diversity was our strength, and now it's looked upon as it's people are being thrown out of the country without due process. It's nightmarish what's happening in America, and hopefully people will be able to see that. Unfortunately, voters, they only feel when it hits them personally in the pocketbook, but when they feel that, which they're going to start to feel, and they also feel their rights being taken away, it may start to change things, but hopefully it's not too late.
Again, just straight up facts, and somebody who clearly is not afraid of speaking those facts, saying how he feels, unlike a lot of celebrities, for one reason or another, don't feel like they should engage, need to engage. I think a lot of that, of course, comes down to them being afraid of losing supporters or losing potential viewers of their movies or shows. But Rob Reiner doesn't care. He fights the fight and has done that consistently. Here is Donald Trump's reaction to the news of Rob Reiner and his wife's death. A very sad thing happened last night in Hollywood. Rob Reiner, a tortured and struggling but once very talented movie director and comedy star, has passed away, together with his wife Michelle, reportedly due to the anger he caused others through his massive, unyielding, and incurable affliction with a mind-crippling disease known as Trump derangement syndrome, sometimes referred to as TDS. He was known to have driven people crazy by his raging obsession of President Donald J. Trump, with his obvious paranoia reaching new heights as the Trump administration surpassed all goals and expectations of greatness, and with the golden age of America upon us perhaps like never before. May Rob and Michelle rest in peace. I'm going to get to a couple of reactions from Republicans to this, because not to give them credit, just to acknowledge how this is so insane that even Republicans feel the need to come out and denounce it because they don't want to be associated with this trash. Look, I know we shouldn't be surprised by this, and in some way I'm not. I didn't think about how Trump would respond to this when Rob Reiner died, but when I heard that he responded, I figured it wasn't going to be good. But it's the level that we are at. That this has any support at all. This kind of person, this kind of leadership. I remember being a kid, and this was wrong for other reasons, not quite to the degree of Trump. But we would look up at world leaders, whether it was in Canada, whether it was the U.S. president. These were people to look up to, people to understand. Okay, look at the level of professionalism. Look at the dedication to public service. Now, again, there are massive gaps in all of that, but not to this degree. This is just a level of depravity, a complete lack of humanity that I'm afraid people growing up now, they think this is normal, that it's perfectly normal to have a world leader, not to mention the leader of the most powerful country on earth, to be a complete lunatic. Understand, there was a time before Trump. This is not normal. This should not be normalized. We should not see this and think, oh, it's just Trump. No, we need to get back to at the very least, a level of humanity where we can respect one another, respect human life. Now, again, these are comments about an individual. This isn't a policy. This isn't something that's going to impact, millions of people like his other failed, disgusting policies, whether it's the policy of blank check for Israel, whether it's the policy of throwing people out of the country for no good reason, whether it's the policy of ensuring nothing's affordable. Those things affect more people, but this is just a great example, a microcosm of how this man operates. It's all about him, how he personally benefits or doesn't benefit, his personal vendettas. This is his entire thing. He doesn't actually care about anybody but himself. So I saw comparisons out there. This is, in terms of the timeline, this is the closest comparison we can make, is when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And I'll scroll through this. You can pause and look at the reactions from Democratic lawmakers, including Joe Biden, which would be the analog to Trump, and their reaction to what happened compared to what you just saw from Donald Trump. And then you have Rob Reiner.
You first heard about the murder of Charlie Kirk. What was your immediate gut reaction to it?
Well, horror, absolute horror. And I unfortunately saw the video of it, and it's beyond belief what happened to him, and that should never happen to anybody. I don't care what your political beliefs are. That's not acceptable. That's not a solution.
So a mature, responsible reaction to what happened to Charlie Kirk. Also, it's important here. We don't compare these two individuals. Rob Reiner and Charlie Kirk are not the same kind of person. Rob Reiner stood up against authoritarianism, stood up for the marginalized. Charlie Kirk did the complete opposite. So I don't want to make you think that I'm trying to compare these two in some way. They're not the same. But in terms of the shocking nature of the events and the reaction from either political leaders, the president, you can see the difference here in what happened to Rob Reiner and how Trump reacted, comparing what happened to Charlie Kirk and how a lot of Democratic lawmakers and Democratic figureheads like Rob Reiner reacted. Now, I want to get to a couple of reactions to Trump's post from Republicans. Tom Massey here, saying, regardless of how you felt about Rob Reiner, this is inappropriate and disrespectful discourse about a man who was just brutally murdered. I guess my elected GOP colleagues, the VP and White House staff will just ignore it because they're afraid. I challenge anyone to defend it. Also, just think back to how Trump, but even especially JD Vance, who hilarious. I forgot his name for a second. That's how unimportant he is. JD Vance, how often he tried to make it out like, oh my, Democrats, the left, they were so terrible, inhumane in their reaction to Charlie Kirk. When I showed you the reactions, but this is what they do. JD Vance and others try to invent these narratives, and how they're going to react to what Trump just said, because they're not going to react. JD Vance is not going to come out and denounce the president in these comments. Like it just look. I know hypocrisy is baked into the pie, but it's just worth acknowledging how insane this whole thing is. Here is Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has had awakening. I don't want to give her any credit here because I don't know where any of this goes, but in this moment of time, saying a lot of things that her former self would not recognize. But here she is saying Rob Reiner and his wife were tragically killed at the hands of their own son, who reportedly had drug addiction and other issues, and the remaining children are left in serious mourning and heartbreak. This is a family tragedy, not about politics or political enemies. Many families deal with a family member with drug addiction and mental health issues. It's incredibly difficult and should be met with empathy, especially when it ends in murder. Again, I don't know who this woman is, but it really goes to show just they know. Republicans know how insane Trump is, and the vast majority of them do not care to do anything about it because it is personally benefiting them. Last clip I want to share here. This is Rob Reiner back in October 5th.
Make no mistake, we have a year before this country becomes a full-on autocracy and democracy completely leaves us. And we're looking at the election in 2026, and Donald Trump knows. He knows that in a free and fair election, he will lose. He will lose the House. The House will flip and will become into Democratic hands. There'll be committee chairs that'll be able to hold hearings. And this is the last thing he wants. So this little, these ICE agents and the National Guard, and now he's called the military in from all over the world to talk to them about, don't be surprised when polling booths are surrounded by American military in the guise of making sure that the elections are fair and that nobody's tampering with anything. And when you see violence breaking out, which there'll be protests, there'll be inciting violence, there'll be some violence, and they'll kick back. Then you'll see the commandeering of voting machines, ballot boxes, to make sure that that election is secure. Well, what that means is that he will then commandeer the election. So we have to make the public absolutely aware that their democracy is being taken from them. And we have to do everything we can to make sure people understand that. People don't, it's a vague term, democracy. It's like, what does that mean? The Constitution, we don't know what that means. People care about their pocketbook issues, the price of eggs, they care about their health care, and they should. Those are the things that directly affect them. But if they lose their democracy, all of these rights, the freedom of speech, the freedom to pray the way you want, the freedom to protest and not go to jail, not be sent out of the country with no due process, all these things will be taken away from them. And we have to educate the public that this is what's happening right now in America.
Look, as somebody that follows the news every day, talks about this for a living, I am just impressed that somebody of his age, in his 70s, still willing to discuss this day in, day out, follow it, trying to educate people to a degree that I have a hard time imagining myself doing this at his age, let alone when I'm like 50. It's exhausting having to follow what is going on in the world every single day. I'd much rather be playing video games, watching movies, taking pictures, making videos, like being creative, doing something else. When you have somebody who made a whole career off of being creative, a filmmaker, a successful filmmaker, and still finds time to dedicate himself to real world issues. Look, it's impressive. And I think anyone that reads news every day can understand that because of how absolutely exhausting all of this can be. If you enjoyed this video, please hit like and subscribe and check out some of the other videos I have on this channel.
Hey ho, let's go. My name is Mark Allen Derry, and you are watching Noise Filter. And today we're going to be talking about COVID-19 vaccines. So across the United States, access to COVID-19 vaccines is becoming increasingly fractured. Fracturing not just public health, but trust in our system. And a new report shows that depending on which state you live in, you might have a very different experience trying to get a vaccine. Two patients with similar health needs can face vastly different barriers or ease of access purely because of political boundaries. In many Republican-led states, lawmakers have aligned with federal recommendations to limit who is encouraged or eligible for vaccines, and in some cases have restricted access even further. Meanwhile, several Democrat-led states have taken executive actions to preserve broader vaccine availability, issuing standing orders allowing pharmacists to administer COVID vaccines without a prescription and mandating insurance coverage for recommended vaccines. These efforts aim to protect public health, even when federal guidance narrows vaccine eligibility. So clinicians warn that this patchwork approach creates confusion and doubt, especially amongst patients. Anti-vaccine rhetoric emanating from federal and state officials has muddied the waters, leading families unsure as to what information to trust and complicating efforts to maintain routine vaccination schedules for children. The result is a public health system fractured by partisan politics, threatening to undermine decades of progress. To grasp the impact, imagine trying to navigate a critical medical treatment where the rules change as you cross the street, or worse, a state line. For many, vaccine access, something that ideally should be simple and universal, has become unpredictable and politicized, with real consequences for health outcomes. So, the takeaway: healthcare should be based on science and equity, not geography or politics. Ensuring vaccine access across all communities is essential, not only for individual protection, but for community safety and the nation's collective health. So in a country where your health can depend on your address, let's raise our voices for equity, clarity, and trusted science. Because when it comes to vaccines, access isn't a privilege, it's a right. So stay informed and stay safe. And you've been listening to Noise Filter. My name is Dr. Mark Allen Derry.
Please don't scroll and give me a minute or two of your time. Engage with the video. It helps my family out. We're homeless.
Can you save me for 1 minute so I can pay off my massive medical debt from my cancer treatment? Please?
Please stick around for a full minute to help me save my dog.
Just watch the whole thing. Watch for the full minute so I can get paid.
This is day 2 of me trying to pay for my son's spine surgery out of pocket because he no longer has insurance.
This is day 18 of secretly posting on TikTok every day to try and help fund my brother's brain surgery.
Can you guys watch this video for a minute so that I can get my son a wheelchair for school?
As many of you know, I have a brain tumor and I'm unable to work due to having seizures, and I was having trouble with starting a GoFundMe.
Please do not scroll.
My dog Max has recently been diagnosed with a cancerous tumor that has branched off near the spine. In result, he has lost majority of function in his left leg due to the tumor pressing on nerves. If you can stay on this video, watch it in its entirety. Like it, comment, repost. It literally will mean the world to me.
You just heard from multiple Americans who are trying to take advantage of TikTok's algorithm basically so they can survive, which is becoming increasingly difficult for a lot of Americans these days. But the trick is to grab your attention and then get you to interact with their video by commenting on it and liking it. And that should then boost its reach within the algorithm. And if enough people see it, then their account could eventually become monetized, which will then help them pay for medical bills, vet bills, other emergency expenses, or just basic necessities. And they're also using this same method to bring attention to their GoFundMes as well. For example, the man that you saw whose family became homeless, he managed to get 13 million views on his video, and as a result, his GoFundMe raised more than $100,000, and now he's almost certainly monetized on TikTok, so he can keep making money by posting content. And I think that his video was successful because he managed to keep people's attention for the entirety of his 3-minute long TikTok, as he explained how everything was fine for him and his family until he had a stroke, and then his employer decided to terminate him. So out of desperation, he was forced to get creative and ended up turning to TikTok, and it worked out for him. And this trend has become so common that people have actually created accounts exclusively for the purpose of paying for medical expenses, like McKenna, who created an account called McKenna's Mission, where she asks for help going viral in order to raise money for brain surgery for her uninsured brother who has epilepsy. And in the 23 days that she's been posting, she hasn't gone viral yet necessarily, but she still managed to accumulate thousands of followers, putting her a step closer to getting monetized and actually funding her brother's surgery. Now, in her very first video where she asks for help, she makes it abundantly clear that she's not trying to do a GoFundMe or looking for donations. She's just asking for people's time so she can capitalize on TikTok's algorithm to help her brother.
This is day 1 of me secretly posting on TikTok to help pay for my brother's brain surgery. My brother has a condition called epilepsy that he was diagnosed with in 2022. And if for those of you who don't know, it is a seizure condition. He's been on medication for the past 4 years, changing it all the time, and no combination has ever worked for him. The last option is to do a brain surgery, which is coming up this January. However, currently my parents are paying for my mom's cancer bills because she was diagnosed with stomach cancer in July and has had surgery since then. Since my brother is 26, he does not have insurance, and so this is a huge financial burden on him and on my parents. So all I ask is that you like this video, share this video, comment on it, do whatever you can to get this video attention. I do not want anybody's money. Do not donate to me. I don't need that. I just want TikTok's money if these videos go viral, so please share and like.
So as you saw, she's not asking for donations from people, although some people do ask for donations and ask people to check out their GoFundMes or ask for Venmo or CashApp donations. But she simply just wanted people to watch her video for 1 minute and interact with it, which I think is a very reasonable ask. And it's something that anybody could do regardless if they have the means to or not. Like, you can help somebody simply by watching their content for 1 minute. And some of the people will use that minute to tell their story. Others will cook or clean just to kind of keep people entertained, because I don't think they're expecting people to stick with their video for a minute if they're just sitting there in silence. But, you know, they'll do something just to get their attention, and then they'll thank them for sticking with them if they watch for the full minute. And the reason why so many people are doing this is because sometimes it actually does work. Jocelyn, the mother who's trying to fund her son's spinal surgery that we heard from, she managed to actually break into the algorithm and get 65,000 likes on one of her videos, and she surpassed enough followers to finally get monetized. And she explains how big of a difference it made for her.
So today's day 5. Day 2 sort of blew up, and you guys absolutely blew it out of the water, and now I am monetized. I have a ton of, don't mind my kids in the background, I have a ton of new followers, which is absolutely amazing. And in the last 72 hours, you guys collectively have raised $8,190.34, which means that my $19,200 total is now $11,009.66. That absolutely blows my mind, and I just want to say thank you so much. I also wanted to just say, If you could watch this video for the entire minute or like 1 minute, 4 seconds, whatever, just a little bit over a minute, that way I can begin making something off of these videos now that I'm monetized. That would help me out so much.
So just by asking for a small amount of time from strangers, she found a little bit of success and was able to get a large chunk of the money needed for her toddler's surgery. But she's not alone, because some of the other TikTokers that you heard from at the start of this video also shared really encouraging updates after they found success doing the same thing.
On the video I posted asking you all to stay and watch to help me pay off my medical debt for my chemotherapy treatment, not only did you show up, but you showed out. And I thank you so much. I appreciate it, because the bills from my cancer treatment are massive. Yeah, I do have medical insurance, but the out-of-pocket is still, it's expensive to treat cancer. It's really expensive, but I thank you all.
We were successful in raising all of our funds on our GoFundMe, and from the bottom of our hearts, we so appreciate it. We dropped Max off this morning. The doctor said that his surgery should have started around 10 o'clock today.
Let's go.
Can you say cheese?
The look on his face in his new wheelchair melts my heart. And also, it's so nice to see Max the dog get his surgery and Cheryl get a little bit of support paying for her medical bills. But she did go on to say that she still does need people to continue to watch and interact with her videos. And she explains that she's 1 year in remission, but she still feels a lot of anxiety because the cancer could come back. Nonetheless, it's still nice to see her get a little bit of relief from healthcare expenses that she should have never had in the first place in the richest country on the planet. But just because some people found success doing this doesn't mean that all of them will. And please don't mistake this as a feel-good story, because it's not. As nice as it is to see people come together to game TikTok's algorithm for a good cause, this is not a feel-good story. This is a dystopian nightmare story, and people shouldn't have to do things like this just to get by. But it's not surprising, seeing as how 59% of Americans can't afford a $1,000 emergency expense, and this was already the case prior to COVID and before Trump's dumbass tariffs, but things are about to get so much more worse when healthcare costs double or even triple after the expanded ACA subsidies expire. Not to mention, Fortune points out at least 20 signs of an affordability crisis in America, which you're all already familiar with, including a rise in the cost of groceries, housing, utilities, electricity, as well as an increase in buy now, pay later, which is fueling the debt crisis. Not to mention, people are already defaulting on the debt that they have. And while Trump might try to deny the affordability crisis, this is one of the few times that he can't lie his way out of this mess. He can't even get his own cultists to live in an alternate reality here, because everybody feels the strain. You can't not feel the strain. Case in point.
My kids' daycare went up. Can't afford the cost of food. Using credit cards for everyday expenses. No money left after their bills are paid. Pretty much just a whole bunch of financial mess.
We changed presidents at the beginning of the year.
We did.
And the guy who moved into the White House said that he was going to fix it. Several times he said it would be easy.
Absolutely.
Has he fixed it?
Absolutely not. I'm definitely waiting for him to fix it.
Jones is a 3-time Trump voter, but she says he has simply failed to keep his promise to lower the cost of living.
I'm very let down by that. Very, very let down, because I feel like it's only gotten worse.
So as you can see, Trump isn't going to be able to gaslight his way out of this crisis, because people are working longer hours for lower wages and they still can't afford to get by. More and more people are falling behind, and this was already the case like a decade ago, but things are getting so much worse, so much quicker these days. More people are falling behind and they can't afford emergency expenses, hence why they're resorting to side hustles like Uber or DoorDash, or turning to TikTok during times of need. But this isn't unique to America, by the way. We just learned that the lion's share of prominent right-wing accounts on Twitter are actually people in India, Nigeria, Bangladesh, and other countries that are gaming Twitter's algorithm by farming negative engagement in order to supplement their incomes or get by. And this has become common because Elon Musk allowed people to monetize their posts and made it so that way the most outrageous tweets float to the top of the algorithm. So similarly, TikTok made it so that way people on their platform are rewarded for maintaining people's attention for a long period of time. time. Now, it's not a one-to-one comparison, obviously, because Nazi posting on Twitter is objectively harmful. With that being said, though, I don't blame the people for doing the bad. I blame the algorithm for incentivizing bad behavior. But the reason why I raised this point in the first place is because I think it's important to point out that global late-stage capitalism is fueling these kinds of social media trends where people have to game algorithms to supplement their incomes or pay for medical expenses or emergency expenses. But I do want to go back to the people that we talked about at the beginning of this video and be very clear about the fact that what they're doing is not as easy as it sounds. And even though some people that we talked about today did find success doing this by taking advantage of TikTok's algorithm, it's so much easier said than done. We only know about their stories because they managed to break into the algorithm in some way, but we may never hear from the thousands of others who are still desperately trying to gain traction. And some of the people that we touched on, they still haven't gotten the help that they need, even though they did break into the algorithm, namely McKenna, who's still trying to raise money for her uninsured brother's surgery, and the following two individuals who are still grinding away on TikTok as we speak to try to get by.
My name's Nathan, and I've been diagnosed with a brain tumor, and I have not been able to drive or work for over 2 years. I've used TikTok as an income, and I have just been denied again for my disability.
So I can never operate a motor vehicle and heavy equipment. So how am I supposed to get to work? I'm not even supposed to use stovetops. So explain to me how I'm fit to work.
This is Annabelle. If you already know us, thank you. Welcome back. If you don't, she is a 12-year-old pit bull. She's the greatest dog in the whole world. Also has a bleed in her GI tract. People have been asking for an update, so I just wanted to continue updating you every day so you knew where we were at. Her medications are working well. So she's definitely more comfortable. She's falling a lot less, which is good. One side effect of the bleed, in fact, is that she's losing blood. She is very severely anemic with really low blood pressure. So often she'll stand up or just suddenly fall over. And if you are able, I will continue to drop my Venmo in the comments here. If you are able to do anything 50 cents, $1, we are already over $1,000 in on vet bills with her, and we still don't yet even know what it is.
Yeah, so I'm going to put both of their Venmos right up on the screen somewhere in case you want to send them a couple of bucks if you can spare that. I'll also link to all of the TikToks that we've watched, as well as their GoFundMes or whatever they're asking for. Some of them are just asking you to watch and interact with their videos. Others are specifically asking for donations via CashApp, Venmo, GoFundMe, and whatnot. But, you know, if you can't afford to help, I think that just watching and liking their videos really does go a long way because it can help them break into the algorithm and get them the help that they need if they can monetize their videos. And I just want to make sure that we participate in the trend that we're talking about and not just, you know, talk about their struggles in the abstract and gloss over what they're dealing with as if they're objects of a news story for our entertainment purposes, because they're not. These are human beings who are struggling to get by like many other Americans right now. And, you know, if we can help, then I think that we should try to do that, right? So just give them a nudge in the right direction, help them maybe achieve viral success to alleviate some of their financial strain. And, you know, if we can do that, I think that that would be a wonderful thing. But I do want to end this video by saying that they shouldn't have to fucking do this in the first place. America has failed each and every one of these people and millions more like them who we haven't heard from today, who are all struggling to survive in this dystopian hell that we're living in. People should be able to make enough money. They should be able to afford surprise expenses. But I mean, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, how are you supposed to save money? Even if you do manage to put away a couple $1,000, it shouldn't be wiped away like that, all because you were unfortunate enough to get cancer, or because your toddler needs spinal surgery, or because your dog needs surgery. Like, we shouldn't leave people out to dry when they turn 26 because everybody needs healthcare. That doesn't change when you hit a certain age. In fact, the need for healthcare goes up as you get older usually. But the fact that these stories are so common speaks to the barbarity of our system. It speaks to the barbarity of capitalism. And as much as we all try, no amount of mutual aid could ever fill the void left by the government because there's simply too many people and too many crises that can be solved possibly by the kindness of strangers alone. You need the state to step in. We need a government that is going to stop letting billionaires and corporations profit off of our pain and suffering. We need a government that is going to redistribute wealth that's being hoarded by billionaires and corporations because all of that money could be used to help so many people in need. And I'm sorry, I don't think that Jeff Bezos should be allowed to buy 3 mega mansions when mothers can't afford wheelchairs for their sons unless they go viral. Mark Zuckerberg shouldn't be able to colonize a Hawaiian island and kick indigenous people out of their homes when Cheryl can't afford medical bills even though she already has insurance. Like, the fact that all of this is happening is a choice. It's a choice of our corrupt government. And they chose to let billionaires and corporations have it all while we're left with crumbs. So don't let the brutal reality of our system demoralize you. Let it motivate you to change the system so shit like this doesn't happen anymore. As Americans, we've been conditioned to hate our neighbors because, quite frankly, class solidarity is a threat to the ruling class. If you're too busy fighting your neighbors because you think that they're the root cause to all of your problems, you might not notice who the real enemy is. So elites deliberately pit us against each other to distract us while they rub us blind. It really is as simple as the classic meme of the elitist with a plate of cookies convincing the worker with one cookie that the immigrant is trying to take his only cookie. Although I think that this version of the meme is probably more apt these days. Or, as Mamdani eloquently put it, they're trying to convince somebody who's making $30 an hour that the guy making $20 an hour is who he should hate. And their scapegoating of minorities is not subtle. And I say that because on November 20th, DHS tweeted out a list of societal problems ranging from housing to healthcare to the cost of groceries. And as you can see, no matter the issue, immigrants were always to blame according to them. But Representative Pramila Jayapal retorted by crossing out immigrants and replacing them with billionaires, rightfully so. Now, there were basically 3 different responses to Jayapal's post. There were lefties who thought that it was based, there were neo-Nazis who said, actually it's Jewish people, and there were centrists who smugly claimed that her post validated horseshoe theory and argued that both sides are equally dumb and have an overly simplistic worldview. Now, is Jayapal's analysis simplistic? Yes, like that was the purpose of her tweet. She's countering propaganda put out by the Trump regime. But nonetheless, what she's saying is still objectively true. Immigrants and minorities are not responsible for all of society's problems like they want you to believe, whereas almost every single crisis that we are experiencing is a direct result of billionaires and multinational corporations either lobbying or buying off politicians and rigging the rules against the rest of us. You don't have free healthcare or a living wage or a union or affordable housing because elites paid the government to not give you those things so they can make money off of those things and profit off of your pain and suffering. It really is a zero-sum game because there's only a finite amount of resources to go around. So teaching Americans to hate billionaires is important, not only because they're justified in hating these leeches, but because it helps foster class solidarity among working people, which never really existed in this country in significant ways. It's not like we would suddenly live in a utopia if we Thanos snapped billionaires out of existence, right? Because the real enemy really is the capitalist system itself, which allowed billionaires to exist in the first place. But just getting Americans to direct their anger towards elites who are hoarding all of the resources as opposed to, say, innocent immigrants, that is a political necessity if we are ever going to beat fascism, because that right there is how you facilitate meaningful change. You have to have class solidarity. Billionaires are manifestations of our late-stage capitalist system, and if you're viewing them as the common enemy, you're just one step away from having class solidarity and understanding the issues with the system itself. And just think about it this way. The right's answer creates more societal problems, whereas the left's answer solves society's problems, as simplistic as it may sound to centrists. Because if you believe that immigrants are the problem, what do? Well, you deport them. Then you're not just destroying their lives, you're taking away hard-working taxpayers who contribute to their local economies. It's a net negative, objectively speaking, for everybody involved. Whereas if you believe that billionaires are the problem, the policy solution then is to have, say, a 10% wealth tax to fund education and universal pre-K, which would then be a net positive to communities. And if you take it a step further, and you eliminate billionaires, and you redistribute resources to the rest of society, imagine all of the other things that we can do with that money to help regular working class people. But we've been conditioned to think that rich people have to have everything because that wealth is going to trickle down to us one day. So it's actually good that they're getting money because it's going to benefit us. You know, as right-wing economist Peter Schiff put it, if you want to help the poor, then lower taxes on the rich. What helps the poor is a productive economy that makes goods and services more abundant and less expensive while creating employment opportunities. The capital investment that makes that possible comes from the rich. Now, multimillionaire CEO Ramit Sethi responded to this saying, "I'm rich and this is a lie. When politicians lower my taxes, I don't create additional jobs. Only demand does that. I simply save that money." Trickle-down economics has been repeatedly debunked, yet conservatives lie to you so they can give their wealthy overlords more tax cuts. And good on him for saying that as a wealthy person, because I do appreciate class traders so long as they're rich class traders, not working class bootlickers of the elites. But I feel like it's not even necessary to debunk trickle down in 2025 because most people with functioning brains already see it for the scam that it is. But if you accept Jayapal's premise, you implicitly acknowledge that the solution is to tax the rich and redistribute wealth. So I'm thankful that more Democrats are finally starting to understand that you have to teach people who the real common enemy is if you want them to stop falling for the right's divisive class warfare tactics, if you want them to stop falling for xenophobia and racism and transphobia and homophobia and all the phobias and isms. And if you're not already sold on Jayapal's premise, my goal in this video is to sell you on it. Because if I can get you to hate billionaires even just a little bit after you finish watching this, then I'll have accomplished my mission for today. And if you already hate billionaires, then I want to explain to you why you don't hate them enough. So I'm going to start with some just mind-blowing stats from Oxfam that demonstrates just how greedy these parasites are.
We've entered this new era that we're calling survival of the richest, where the ultra-wealthy are amassing fortunes like never seen before, frankly, because the economic system is rigged in their favor. Here's some data for you. The world's richest 1% since 2020 have captured nearly 2/3 of all new wealth created in the world. That's the richest 1% grabbing nearly twice as much money as the rest of humanity, the 99% of us put together. Meanwhile, 1.7 billion workers now live in countries in which inflation is outstripping wages, and you've got massive corporations raking in record profits. They're hiking prices, but also exploiting and driving inflation. And I think we're all feeling the impact of that at the cash register. The good news is that none of this is inevitable, that we can do something about this, and we can do a bunch of things, but a fundamental start is ensuring that the super wealthy pay their fair share in taxes. A wealth tax, for example, of up to 5% on the world's multimillionaires and billionaires, that could raise $1.7 trillion a year. That's enough to lift 2 billion people out of poverty and to fund a global plan to end hunger.
So if your only political analysis is tax the rich, redistribute wealth, as simple as that may be, it would drastically transform society because every dollar that they're hoarding could be used for the greater good. And it's not just about using that money to help people. It's about justice. It's about taking money back from them that they stole from their workers. And I say it was stolen because nobody can work hard enough to earn $1 billion. That's preposterous. Like, does anybody actually believe that Elon Musk, who sits on his ass tweeting all day, is working harder than any of his employees at any of his companies? Of course not. Him and his C-suite buddies, they pocket Tesla's profits while their employees barely get crumbs. But it's even worse than that because, as Oxfam points out, about 60% of billionaire wealth comes from one of three sources: inheritance, cronyism, and corruption or monopoly power. Trillions are being gifted in inheritance in particular, creating a new aristocratic oligarchy that has immense power in our politics and our economy. In 2023, for the first time, more new billionaires got rich through inheritance than through entrepreneurship. All of the world's billionaires younger than 30 inherited their wealth. The next 3 decades will see over 1,000 of today's billionaires transfer more than $5.2 trillion to their heirs. Oxfam calculates that 36% of billionaire wealth is derived from inheritance. Worse still, this transfer will be largely untaxed. Oxfam's analysis shows that 2/3 of countries don't tax inheritance to direct descendants at all. Half the world's billionaires live in countries with no inheritance tax on the money that they will give to their children when they die, which is absolutely outrageous and egregious. And in a global capitalist system, wealth equals power. So billionaires buy politicians and lobby the government to make sure that the rules never change, to make sure that there's never any laws that benefit workers like you in order for them to keep maximizing profits, to make sure that they never have to pay their fair share of taxes, so you're the one stuck with the bill for the public services that they also use. Their companies drive on our public roads and use our water and fire departments, all while they produce propaganda calling poor people leeches on the system, while they're the ones leeching off of the fucking system. It's incredibly ironic, isn't it? And mere talk of wealth tax is enough to send these parasites into a fucking tizzy. Here's how one billionaire reacted back in 2020 to a 2% wealth tax proposed by Elizabeth Warren.
It's kind of obvious people can not only see the emotion on your face, but hear it in your voice when you talk about this, Lee. Why?
I care. That's it.
Families in America are going hungry and bankrupt due to medical bills, but a 2% wealth tax is too unfair because you just don't understand that they don't have billions in liquidity, so, they're going to be forced to sell assets and stocks to pay that tax bill. Yeah, we do understand, and that's kind of the point. And to add insult to injury, they cry victim when they're the ones victimizing the rest of society with their greed. Here's just a few examples as to how they're doing that. They stick you with their tax bill, as I pointed out earlier, and they force you to fund public services that they also benefit from, such as infrastructure and national defense. They destroy democracy by diluting our political power by lobbying and buying politicians who do their bidding. In fact, a 2014 Princeton University study found that Americans have no impact on policy outcomes because our entire government has become beholden exclusively to elites. On top of that, quote, billionaire demand for luxury housing is driving up the cost of land and housing construction, supercharging the already existing housing crisis. Billionaire speculators are buying up rental housing, single-family homes, and mobile home parks to squeeze more money out of the housing shortage. Global billionaires are coming to tax haven USA to park their money in U.S. farmland, timber, and housing. As I mentioned earlier, they're also inflaming existing divisions in society by buying up and or investing in partisan media to sow division and scapegoat black and brown people, as well as LGBTQ people and Muslims and immigrants. They're also destroying the planet, not just because of their individual CO2 emissions with excessive private jet usage and whatnot, but through the corporations they own that pollute, or through the investments in corporations that pollute. And as they profit off of the climate crisis, they're blocking action to mitigate the effects of climate change by disseminating climate denial propaganda and by buying politicians that won't rein them in. They're also literally making us more sick and profiting off of it, since billionaire-backed private equity firms are buying up hospitals and pharmaceutical companies and investing in private insurance companies that profit off of our corrupt healthcare system, and they disseminate more propaganda to fearmonger about the threat of socialized healthcare as well. And on top of that, they're even coming for your pets. Quote, billionaire private equity funds know we love our pets like family members and are sometimes willing to go into debt for their healthcare. To squeeze more money out of us, the billionaires are buying up veterinary care, medical specialties, pet food and supply, and even pet care services like Rover.com. They're even dictating what's on your food plate. The food barons, the billionaires that monopolize almost every sector of the food economy, are dictating the price, ingredients, and supply of most food. And guess what? Their goal isn't to provide Americans with balanced nutritional diets. It's to load food up with cheap filler ingredients that are addictive in order to maximize profits, because that's what it's about at the end of the day. Life is getting worse in so many different ways, specifically because billionaires are trying to find more ways to squeeze even more profits out of us. And we kind of just breeze by climate change, but it's really worth emphasizing that they are literally destroying the planet for short-term profits. And they know that that's what they're doing to make matters even worse. Like, ignorance is one thing, but they know that's what they're doing. And if all of us tried to get our net emissions down to zero, it still wouldn't be enough to save the planet, since just a small fraction of multinational corporations make up the lion's share of global greenhouse gas emissions. So they've decided for all of us that we just don't get to have a future with a habitable planet. And to make matters worse, as I stated earlier, they fund climate denial propaganda when they know damn well that climate change is real. Hence why billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg are gobbling up land from indigenous Hawaiians to build doomsday bunkers under their mansions, because they want to be able to insulate themselves from the climate crisis that they've created. And speaking of Zuckerberg, since billionaires like him have so much wealth, they're essentially taking over cities to maximize profits even more. For example, Meta is building a new data center in Louisiana that is the size of Manhattan. You heard that right. The data center is the size of Manhattan. And even though locals do not want that, Meta is running ads bragging about how much small towns love intrusive data centers that suck up all of their clean water and drive up electricity bills. Now, here's a breakdown from More Perfect Union. This is shocking, but nonetheless not surprising at all in this late-stage capitalist climate where
Meta's new Manhattan-sized data center is being built. Meta's new ads claim these communities welcome data centers, but residents painted a very different picture.
We had no voting on it, no community meetings, no nothing. It was done all under the table, and when it was said and done, there was nothing nobody could do.
You're planning to leave?
I've been here 81 years. I can't stay here with nobody I can talk to. My mom has been out here all her life, 82 years. She's really not happy about it, but does want to leave too.
Do you think they care about the people that live here?
No, I sure don't.
Residents emphasized the increased traffic violence from Meta's trucks. I dug through police reports and found a 600% increase in vehicle crashes on the roads surrounding Meta's construction site in the last 9 months.
The playground at the front of the school, they're not letting y'all play on that, right?
No. Meta trucks don't watch out. If they try to stop, they will they wrecked into the gate, and that's why they're saying we shouldn't go out there and all that, because there's too many wrecks and Meta trucks, and they could crash. I really love that playground.
Just totally different. I mean, who wants to live like this?
Certainly not billionaires, which is why they build shit like this in your backyard and not theirs. And I came across this article from Realtor.com where they talk about how Jeff Bezos bought a third mansion on Bunker Island, which is near Miami Beach, just so he can stay there temporarily while they demolish the other 2 mega mansions that he bought back in 2023, so he can combine both of those properties into one mega mansion. And it is astonishing to me that he thinks that he's too good to even stay at the most luxurious hotel in the world. He can afford that, but he's like, no, I'm going to buy this mansion just so I can stay there temporarily while my castle gets built. Listen, until we eliminate global hunger, and on the planet, and the answer is an unequivocal no, because they effectively have brain damage and lack the capacity for empathy. And I'm not saying that, by the way, to be mean. I'm saying that because it is factually true. Studies show that power granted to you by numerous means, including wealth accumulation, it actually has a profoundly negative effect on the human brain. In a 2017 issue of The Atlantic, Jerry Usim writes, the historian Henry Adams was being metaphorical, not medical, when he described power as a sort of tumor that ends by killing the victim's sympathies. But that's not far from where Dasha Kelter, a psychology professor at UC Berkeley, ended up after years of lab and field experiments. Subjects under the influence of power, he found in studies spanning 2 decades, acted as if they had suffered a traumatic brain injury, becoming more impulsive, less risk-aware, and crucially, less adept at seeing things from other people's point of view. Sukhvinder Abhi, a neuroscientist at McMaster University in Ontario, recently described something similar. Unlike Keltner, who studies behaviors, Abhi studies brains, and when he put the heads of the powerful and the not-so-powerful under a transcranial magnetic stimulation machine, he found that power, in fact, impairs a specific neural process, mirroring that may be a cornerstone of empathy. In other words, it's not just that power corrupts, it literally impacts your brain in a plethora of ways. And in a capitalist society, the amount of power you have is directly proportional to the amount of wealth that you have. So if you're a billionaire, that much power fundamentally changes your brain chemistry in a significant way. I mean, just look at Elon Musk, who's on track to be the world's first trillionaire. You can't look at that man and tell me that he's normal, because he is not. Perhaps he behaved like a normal person at some point in his life, but you can see how his brain rot seemed to grow at the same pace as his wealth. So they're never, ever going to think about the pain and suffering that they're causing, because once you accumulate a certain amount of wealth, you just lose your humanity and view life exclusively through the lens of wealth maximization. It's why they have no problem demonizing marginalized minorities and pitting working class people against each other, because they're so detached from the average human being's experience that they can't possibly comprehend the pain and suffering brought about by the things that they're doing. So go back to the start of the video where we talked about the common enemy on the left versus the right. How can anyone with a straight face tell me that immigrants are to blame for all of our problems, given everything that we've talked about in today's video? You just can't, right? Which is why Jayapal is right to shift all of the vitriol that's currently being directed at immigrants towards the rich, because they really do deserve all of our scorn. You should also save some of that energy for capitalism itself, since, you know, billionaires are inevitable consequences of that system, which incentivizes greed. But I mean, at the end of the day, if you focus on the wrong 1% and falsely believe that trans people or immigrants or Muslims are the cause of all of your problems, you've been duped by the people responsible for your suffering in the first place. So don't be a useful idiot by attacking minorities. Let go of your bigotry and work with them to disempower elites. Otherwise, nothing will ever get better.
Okay, here's my hot take regarding people who do this sort of work online. You very much leave the door open behind you. You're very, very cool about that, as you were just saying, like you and Brittany are about lifting people up. It's not a competition. So here's my hot take. Respond to this. There are no smaller creators, only people who consider themselves bigger creators.
Yeah, I think I do agree with that.
Okay.
The reason I say that is because even when I had, and even my platform now, of course, I don't take it for granted. I don't think that it's tiny or minuscule, but there are people with way bigger platforms than me. I got $1.25 million or so on YouTube. When I was a small creator, and still probably in my head thought, oh, I'm really making it because I have 250,000 subs or whatever. I tried to lift people up and post in my community tab, hey, this is somebody up and coming that I think is doing awesome work and needs to be appreciated. I've done that with you. I've done with others. And it's not like, look at me, I'm so altruistic or whatever. But I do believe that it's just, we're all in this together. And then the larger creators who get all ego-rific about it, kind of blowing the Cenk Uygurs and the Anna Kasparians, those fucking types are too cool for school, too big. If you question the things they say, they mock how small your platform is, or it's that kind of shit that it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I'm not into it. So there are certainly people in this space that think they're better or bigger or whatever than the rest of us, and I don't buy it. Whether your platform is 100 subscribers or 100,000. Or, 1.2 million or whatever, we're all in this together. We're all on the same team. We're trying to move the needle. We're trying to make the country better. We're trying to heal from our divisions. And it's going to take all of us, as whether you're small or whether you're, medium sized or, however you would categorize my platform.
I think
something to think about a lot.
I would categorize your platform as necessary. Yeah. And people should be tuned in, period. I do think you touch on something that I also talk about a lot, which is how you will get to a certain point where just based on your popularity alone, you may very well be the truth that needs power spoken to, and not realizing that is a misstep. And because that's when people like Jank and Anna get defensive and start to say, if you don't like it, get out of here. And it's like, well, wait a second. Are we inclusive or not? And in their case, I don't think it is about inclusivity. I'm not sure.
Well, we know it's not about inclusivity with their anti-trans bigotry and anti-homeless people nonsense and a misrepresentation or a regurgitation of what the actual facts are. They're bad for the political discourse. Anyway, this isn't about Anna.
No, I get
Jake,
it, though.
But
it comes up.
You know, they're just one of the biggest in the space, and could be. I think they misuse the privilege that they have with their platform, the size that it is, and I hope because something went wrong in there. I don't think they've always been this way. I don't know much about their entire operation, but and again, we're continuing to fucking talk about them. I don't want to ever be in a position to be get too big for my britches, as it were, and then think that when people criticize, because I get criticized all the time, and I onboard that. I try to think, oh, is that valid? Am I being a piece of shit or am I not? I try. I'm gonna fail continuously, in perpetuity, forever. I will fail. But I hope people know that I'm really trying to get my shit together and be better every single day. I want to grow and learn and be better tomorrow than I was yesterday and today and, blah, blah, blah.
Hello and welcome. I am the Letterhack, aka Strackbein, aka the Letterhack. The most annoying thing about muting your mic is you can press the button to unmute your mic and it won't. Okay? I mean, okay, look. I want to thank everyone for being here. I want to thank you for watching this space all day. We've had a bunch of live content, original content. We've had some syndicated content, the best of the best. I'm having a great time. I sit here watching it as much as I possibly can. I even jumped on earlier to hang with Alex and Deter. I want all the hosts to be able to do that. Why not? I mean, make sure it's cool. Don't just jump on screen when somebody's doing a show or whatever. But, collaboration should be, a fluid thing here. So anyway, thank you so much for watching. I'm so glad you're all here. I know you have other things to watch like Donald Trump's speech, but if you're thinking, oh, well, I won't be able to see this on any of the lefty shows later tomorrow, you're wrong. You will see that shit 100 times. So there's no point in watching it live. And that's another reason to be here. Alternative content. All right. One of the big touchstones tonight that I'm going to talk about that I don't want you to miss, so I'm going to say it at the top, is that in future episodes of Hey Funny Book, we will be discussing graffiti as used in resistance and wartime efforts. That is something that I want to be talking about a lot here. How graffiti is used in resistance and wartime efforts. On this show, I talk a lot about how much I think AI images are theft. And also, not art, like in any way. And also, it doesn't make one an artist.
We won't need our easel or our canvas. We'll just need some colorful prompts for our AI generative software. What about a serene lake at midnight, the full moon? Maybe there's a bullfrog bobbing there on a log, and maybe there's a little fisherman's boat off there in the distance, there under the moonlight. Okay, let's generate it. Oh, would you look at that? That is something very special. You can print off your AI-generated paintings and frame them in your home. Or similarly, you can shove a popsicle stick all the way up your rectum. Okay, let's get another prompt going. What about a painting of a foggy forest at dawn with a little cottage under a giant oak tree? With generative AI, anything you can imagine, you can see. And the companies are working on what's called AGI, which will be able to do anything you can imagine, even manipulate every human being on Earth. Yes, on the eve of a dystopia we can scarcely understand or plan for. Coupled with a looming autocracy, it makes one long for the woods. Okay, now let's see what we got. Would you look at that? How about that? It almost conjures some kind of feeling, but not quite. Well, that's it for today on The Joy of AI Painting. Welcome back to The Joy of AI Painting. Today we won't need our canvas or our turpentine. We'll just need some wonderful prompts for our AI generative software. What about a painting of a snowy mountain in the morning with a frozen lake and a little ice fisherman out there on the lake? All right, let's generate it. Let's see what we got. Oh, would you look at that? It almost inspires a thought, but falls just short. You know, it's projected that $4 trillion will be spent on AI in the next 10 years, which is the same amount of money it would cost to build and maintain homes for every unhoused person in America for the next 160 years. Well, there's no ROI in a project like that. Whereas this tool allows you to see what Squidward would look like if he was crossing the Delaware like George Washington. No, those people will have to sleep out in the cold, the frigid, frigid cold. Okay, let's get another prompt going. What about a painting of the future of humanity with AI? Oh, would you look at that? It looks like the people are staring and watching powerlessly as greater things are happening. Well, that's it for today on The Joy of AI Painting. Join us next week as we generate an image of a hamster eating spaghetti in Prohibition-era Chicago.
Joe Nunnick, everyone. Do you see what I'm saying? Am I making my point? It's not even a tool that would make you a better artist. It's simply not creating art. And it's an image, but it's not art in the truest sense. And even though that could be reinterpreted and debated till the end of time, it doesn't make a difference. It's true that it's theft and it doesn't make you an artist. It's not just semantics or my personal opinion, because AI doesn't exist without previous information. AI lives in the past, not the future, so it does not produce new things. Just a quick note about AI commentary. Every now and then I hear folks saying the left isn't covering fill in the blank, or not enough people on the left are talking about pick a topic. It's so random how they just say it's not this. Why aren't we talking about this? And when I hear that, I often think to myself, yes, they are. I hear the left talking about that topic all the time. Okay, well, it's fair enough to say that we each live in our own algorithm, right? We are shown different things for different reasons occasionally. That's just how it goes. It's weird being online, but we should know that. And it's also fair to say if you aren't seeing content on any given topic or subject, it's basically your responsibility to seek it out. Just because you aren't seeing it doesn't mean it's not there. You know, otherwise you're just letting the algorithm tell you what's what. For example, I've heard a few times in the last couple of weeks that the left is focused purely on AI slop, while the real issues with AI aren't covered, and that amounts to a misstep. Well, I don't agree with that. I have heard plenty of the alternatives. I've heard a lot of both. In fact, on this show, I do both. I always talk about alternatives to AI slop, but that's, you know, before, during, and after railing against AI slop. So I can see how maybe the rest of it got drowned out. But here's my advice to them. And anyone who's listening to that commentary and may agree with them. First of all, the left exists outside of YouTube. So you got to diversify your media outlets, okay? All right? Subscribe to some newsletters where find somebody talking about the stuff you want to talk about on the left, subscribe to that, and share that information with everyone else. That's what we do on live streams. That's what this is. We are reading and sifting through a whole bunch of articles and videos, and we are sharing it, and we are making it more accessible and digestible and spreading the good news, right? This is what we do. So the left exists outside of YouTube. So don't just go off YouTube. And instead of focusing on the invaluable thing the left is doing all the time by criticizing them for focusing on this and not the other stuff, be the content you want to see. Lead by example. Show us what we are supposed to be focused on instead. What's the really big important thing that we're not doing? Just do that instead of riling people up in the name of disappointment. Rile them up in the name of taking action. And if you are somebody who's been writing articles about a certain topic and you don't see enough people talking about it, and they're also constantly asking you to go on their show, go on their fucking show. I can tell you there's one person right now who was on a show, a very popular show 2 days ago, and they said not enough people are talking about that. And that same person isn't responding to invites to come on shows and talk about the shit they're writing about. So, like, what are we doing here? You can go, this person, guaranteed, can get on any show they want. They can go on all of them. And then guess what? Everyone's talking about it. Instead, you're trying to monetize people not talking about something. Give me a break. I'm starting to digress. But look, the overall point is, maybe we can shift the algorithm for everyone. Maybe not, but at least we're all focused on what matters, which is ultimately the point, correct? Like, if we should all be focused on something, by all means, say it. Let everyone know. But if that's like what I hear you say every other time I listen to you, come on. So make no mistake, while I criticize AI slop, and we are definitely going to do some of that tonight, we already have, for fuck's sake, I'm also offering a contrasting perspective on what I think art really is. Human-made emotional expression that shares a personal point of view or communicates a message with the rest of the world through imagery. Once literal billionaires set out to destroy that, we have to rail against it. We have to. But we shouldn't just rail. We should provide the alternatives. Are you anti-AI or are you also pro-environment? Are you anti-everything or do you stand for something that is, affected by the thing that you are anti? You see what I'm saying? It matters. Okay, rant over. I just had to get that out. Gotta get these things out. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. The key word from the opening line is theft. We're going to talk about that tonight. I personally believe that most crime is designated to protect capitalism. Just look at the ways in which you can buy your way out of jail. Or even like a day in jail. Like, you could buy your way out of jail time as a penalty. The harshest consequences. You can just drop some coin and you're out of there. The judge says, hey, you have court costs and fines. And if you can't pay it, more jail time. Oh, and guess what? Those costs are going to increase over time. But wait, if I can't pay it now, how am I going to pay it later? Plus, I'm in jail. Or how am I going to raise money? I'm in jail. They're like, not my problem, buddy. Money rules all. Likewise, if you can pay those fines and more fines, you can avoid jail time completely. When they're always like, well, he had a lot of lawyers. No, those fucking lawyers went in there and said, he's got millions of dollars. Fine him something crazy and skip the jail time. And they're like, let me think about it. Okay, let's do it. Because, look, if you're doing that to the little guy, the people who can afford to get out of jail, then why wouldn't you overcharge the people who can? This is so silly. It's so silly. Look, victimless crimes can send someone to prison indefinitely, while a financial crime with thousands of victims can result in appearing in court and going home that same day. Look at this. Look at this shit. 14 of the 20 wealthiest people on the planet are from the United States of America, controlling over $3 million. Meanwhile, the United States of America ranks last in health outcomes, first in gun violence, first in maternal mortality, third in child poverty, 34th in education. And that's just a wealth inequality statistic. What would those top billionaires have to do to go to jail. Primarily, the main thing that happens is other rich people lose their money, and we can't have that shit. That's when, like, the Bernie Madoffs, he fucked with other rich people. Of course you're going down. Of course. But we bailed the banks out. When a crime equals preying on the innocent, the weak, the vulnerable, however you want to say it, that's where I think we need to draw the line. That's when, you know, someone should be taken out of society and reformed, hopefully, or punished for their actions. And in those cases, by all means, make it difficult for them to get out. Sure, we can study all of the, you know, all the things that factor into any given situation and what lead to, you know, someone committing crimes at all in order to avoid them. Like, let's address it societally. But the first step is to stop them from doing it again, from being a repeat offender, right? I bring this up to illustrate a distinction. And we're going to get back to art, trust me. When someone steals something as a means of survival, even if there should be consequences, we can immediately begin to rectify the overall problem, poverty, wealth gaps, etc. Or we can throw them in jail and keep them there until they pay the fines we just determined they can't afford because they can't even afford to eat or survive or pay rent or whatever it is. Here, and how about rent? It's not a crime to increase rent for no reason or to gentrify an apartment building and then start charging everyone more. People who have lived there forever. While it is a crime for someone to, like, live on the street because of that rent situation or to sleep on a park bench or whatever. And don't you know, one of the thriving industries in this country is the private prison industry. You got to keep those full. They're not going to have private prisons and tax subsidies from different states and whatever and, like, keep them empty or be empty. No, that's any business needs to be, like, doing substantial output. Your product has to sell. Their product is incarceration. In most cases, you can't even take food that was thrown out from a grocery store because of an expired sell-by date, when that food may still be perfectly fine. We overproduce and we underprovide. So in terms of theft, if you're doing what you can to live in a system and a society that is already against you, we should address that positively, not negatively, by throwing people away and you know, keeping them locked up. It's literally throwing people away. It is. It's like, well, we can't literally take you out of the map, so we can literally remove you and just be like, not my problem. But if you're stealing for personal gain, like in a situation where you aren't struggling to get by and you're just, you know, you're just being a prick, just a greedy jerk, that should come with consequences. Again, we look at, you know, all the factors that lead to your poor decisions to take what wasn't yours. But if it's determined you know better anyway, then, well, I don't know. You get what you deserve. But look, I can be moved on this. There's a whole bunch of individual circumstance and different kinds of crime and you know, like art theft, I don't like. Stealing art from a rich guy, make your case. Capitalism is corroding. Like, I'm fine with hearing different arguments on this stuff. But I want to look at some comic book theft via the Wayback Machine. These are older videos. One's only like a year old, and I covered it last year. But first, I want to start with a story I completely forgot about. This happened in 2000, I think. This happened a long time ago. And there's a similarity in both that I want to point out. It's really fun. But I basically am just trying to tie comics and art back into, you know, theft. And you tell me, I don't think these are necessarily like The real old one with Nick Cage. I'm going to show you one with Nick Cage. That I don't know how I feel about that in terms of like get the criminals, but the first one is messed up.
Remember last week we told you about what seemed like a simple break-in case. Surveillance video caught burglars smashing into Crush Comics, a bookshop in Castro Valley. The suspects got away with dozens of valuable comic books and other items. Well, a few days later, the Alameda County Sheriff's Department made an arrest, even announcing a suspect had been linked to a robbery at another store. But it turns out it wasn't just a couple of isolated break-ins. There were at least 3 other burglaries over several weeks at comic shops and toy stores across the East Bay. And here's the kicker. It wasn't the police who tracked down the suspect. Katie Nielsen explains how an employee at the Castro Valley comic book store cracked the case.
A brazen thief who doesn't try very hard to cover his tracks,
Okay.
and a ragtag.
A brazen thief who doesn't try very hard to cover his tracks. You're not going to steal collectibles. Oh, okay. There's a chance you're going to steal collectibles and just keep them for yourself. Most of the time they try and resell them. It's not really hard to not catch them doing it.
Group of detectives who are hot on his trail.
Here we
It
go.
sounds
I
like
love
it
how
could
they
be
do
the
this
plot to
story.
a new comic book series, but actually, this is the true story of the Castro Valley Avengers.
Local news at its finest. Look at these guys. I love these guys.
Crush
Nerds
Comics
rule.
store manager Cole Sanders and owner Josh Hunter never thought they'd find themselves as real-life comic book vigilantes.
It's wild. It's so funny.
They're on the cutting edge of crime.
Is this like a yeah?
Yeah. We got some clues.
But that's exactly what happened after the shop was
We got some
burglarized in the early morning hours of March 22nd.
When I got down here, I was like, okay, it's not as bad as it could be. I'm going to try to be really positive about this.
The burglar cleared the wall where the most valuable comic books were displayed. Josh thought they were gone for good until one of his employees spotted a very specific comic book for sale on eBay less than 12 hours after the burglary.
This is
The real collectors know which comics are out there and which aren't. Like coin collectors, if you have a coin collection at home and you're like, oh my God, look at this coin collection. I bet there's some rarities in there. No, they're all spoken for. Everyone knows who has those. There's only a certain amount. And it's been long enough that there's no mystery left. So it's kind of the same with like comics. It's like, there's only so many of a certain rare comic that's actually out there.
one that really, solved the case. The absolutely unique one-of-one sketch cover from our artist friend Dan. When I saw that on eBay, I was like, I'm just gonna buy that and see what happens. And we got the guy's name and address and everything, and there it was.
From there, Josh went to an Instagram page for someone with the same name and found this. A Lego Bandit figurine offering to buy, sell, or trade Lego sets in the East Bay. Plus a photo which looked very similar to the mystery man in the hoodie on the shop's surveillance video. The honorary detectives didn't stop there and contacted a competing shop in San Leandro that had also been broken into recently.
I called him and I was like, hey, we found this eBay page. They looks almost certainly like they stole some of our stuff. You should check
Doing the
too.
cop's job.
And they got back to us and they were like, yeah, there's like 10 of our books on there right now. And I was like, wow, okay.
When they saw Lego items on the eBay page, they reached out to a toy shop in San Ramon that had recently lost a number of valuable sets to a shoplifter.
I smell trouble. She's like, do you think this is him? And she sent me a picture of the guy that they had, and he wasn't mass in this one. And based on the Google searches and stuff that we did, we're like, okay, this is probably the guy.
They turned the information over to police, and just a couple days later, another toy shop was hit.
And my wife and I are looking at each other, and same thing. They broke the window, they got in, they stole a bunch of stuff and left. Do you think this could be the same guy? So I go to message them on Instagram. We had already had a message from them saying that, hey, we think it's the same guy.
The very next day, the Alameda County Sheriff's Department served a search warrant at the home of 29-year-old Narula Amiri of Livermore, where they say they found tens of thousands of dollars of comic books, collectibles, and Lego sets, the majority of which were returned to their respective stores.
Everybody's really appreciative. Everybody's really cool. We have now like a little text group chain of shop owners talking about it.
Reflecting on the entire experience, you know the Castro Valley Avengers could only do one thing. Quote, another comic book superhero.
What did Peacemaker say? Who knows why crazy men do the things that they do? Yeah. Yeah.
Josh and Cole say they're now actually thinking about publishing their own comic book series based on the break-in and subsequent detective work. But they said they'd have to change it up a little bit and make the villain a little harder to catch.
Of course they will. Comic store superheroes. If the employees at Crush Comics actually do end up publishing a story based on their exploits, there's still a cliffhanger for the next issue. The other suspect from the break-in is still at large. So we reached out to the sheriff's department for an update, but have not heard back just yet.
Okay, pump the brakes. Pump the brakes. You got your stuff back. They're like, we reached out to the sheriff's department. Relax. You're just the news. Like, come on. Don't get in the way. Okay, here's another news report. So look, if you're in the Bay Area, check out Crush Comics. Give them some support. Here's another one. This is an older story I completely forgot about. Check this out.
New at 6, along with being a fine actor, Nicolas Cage is also a collector. One of the things he likes to collect is comic books. 10 years ago, someone broke into his home and stole a rare first edition Superman comic book. Eyewitness News reporter Carlos Grana tells us after all these
They're talking about like the year 2000. I think this report's from 2010.
years, the comic book finally turned up.
It is one of the rarest of all comic books, Action Comics #1, where
Can you believe
Superman
that?
makes his first appearance. It was 10 cents back in 1938. Now it's worth more than $1 million.
I hired the security enforcement, armed security.
Comics were 10 cents like well into the 60s. Isn't that amazing? And later.
Enforcement, just because the fact is, I knew there's $1 million sitting in front of me.
Collectibles expert Mark Bolello says when a man brought it into a Simi Valley warehouse a few weeks ago, he knew it was valuable. Only about 9 exist in this condition.
He immediately hired security. That's the first. They're like, what'd you do when you found it? He goes, I hired security.
And this particular copy was stolen from actor Nicolas Cage.
Sometimes it's, story sounds too good to be true. And therefore there was, and it was a stolen book.
That's when the LAPD's art theft detail got involved, setting up an undercover operation where they posed as comic book buyers.
I was there along with a comic book expert who happened to be the person who originally sold it to Nicolas Cage. And so we were able to
what's up,
determine
WYCD,
that in fact
folks?
it was the same comic
Welcome
book.
in.
The man told detectives he found it in a storage locker like this one, but he says he bought the contents of several lockers at auction and can't remember which one. Police are checking out if that's true.
We don't know, and so that is his story. Ultimately, what we're hoping for is that maybe this paper trail and witnesses will help us find how the comic disappeared from Nicolas Cage's home in the first place.
Meanwhile, through his publicist, Nicolas Cage
He got it
issued a
back.
statement saying, it is divine providence that the comic was found, and I
He
am
got it
hopeful
back.
that the heirloom will be returned to my family. And Nicolas Cage's insurance company paid him when this comic book was stolen 10 years ago.
Sorry, buddy.
So it now belongs to the insurance company, and no one
Sorry.
is sure who's going to own it when all of this is over.
I think we are
Reporting
sure.
from downtown Los Angeles,
I
I'm
think we're
Carlos
sure.
Ronda, ABC 7 Eyewitness
And
News.
it's not Nick Cage who's going to own that. But look, check this one out. I love this.
Books back. They were
Hold on,
stolen.
hear this. You got to hear this. I hate how the volume isn't. Maybe I can set it so the volume.
Books back. They were stolen. I bought those books at a really good price, and now there are treasures that are like in the $10 million range.
New at 6, along with being a fine actor, Nicolas Cage
So-
is also a collector.
There you go. When he's like, I just want my comics back. In 97, he paid $150,000 for Action Comics #1, the first appearance of Superman. When it was stolen, it was up around $2 million. He got the insurance payout, and just over $2 million, I guess. And then when he got it back, or now it's worth $10 million. So, like, I'm sure the insurance buyout or payout was pretty decent, but like, just imagine if he had paid $150,000 for a comic that ended up costing $10 million. I paid $50 for a comic that now costs $900 or is worth $900. That's pretty good. Out of the whole bookshelf, I have one book that's $900. So like imagine what the bookshelf is. Like hold on to that shit. Like if I got robbed, I would be so pissed, but it's insured. So that's how it works. Anyway, now let's talk about art itself as crime. And welcome in WYCD Raiders. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Good to see you. They also rated this space. Very good to see you. Thanks, Jake. Looking forward to hanging out later. Now let's talk about art itself as crime. It may seem like a fairly new thing to some of us. The idea that images can be theft or that some forms of art could be considered illegal. But the concept has been around for quite a while. Propaganda, for example, anything from posters to flyers to flags. Is it currently illegal to hang a pro-trans flag at your house? They want it to be. It may be tomorrow. These are serious questions. Is graffiti art? Of course it is. But one common mistake is conflating graffiti with vandalism. I once woke up and took a walk through a local park in where I lived in Colorado that had been vandalized overnight with tons of like anti-capitalist slogans spray painted everywhere on rocks and all kinds of stuff. It was everywhere. There was already a spot reserved in that park for graffiti art. Like they're helping you along here, right? So that was pretty fucking cool of them, and it was a cool spot. So why not spray paint the side of a bank or an insurance company's building? If you're trying to send a message, put it on their front door. Graffiti art can be used to send signals and messages during a resistance. Okay? This is something I'm going to be looking into and talking about more. It can be a sort of code to alert people if friendly or enemy territory. And that's not just the kind of thing they use in fictional movies and TV series, although they totally do. It's been used throughout history. And like I said, we'll look into it more. But, you know, we should recognize that some graffiti is vandalism and some vandalism isn't graffiti. Graffiti art, let's talk about skateboarding. Graffiti art is one of the primary elements in skateboarding culture, but nevertheless, some of these guys took part in this ridiculous anti-graffiti campaign back in the 80s. Does anyone know about this? And there's Banksy and there's like Shepard Fairey that his art is heavily inspired by graffiti. Does anybody remember this video from the 80s where the Pal Peralta skateboarding guys were doing an anti-graffiti campaign? I guess it was just one ad. It wasn't a campaign. As soon as they got any sort of fame, they fell right in line with the man. They did this anti-graffiti ad, which is just lame. We're going to look at it, but first, I want to look at another video that's a more recent aftermath. Skateboarding legends Tony Hawk and Jason Ellis spoke about this anti-graffiti ad on their podcast, which was called Hawk versus Wolf. And this is back in 2023 when they had Seth Rogen on as their guest.
Sending me video on Instagram of you talking about how bad graffiti is. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah.
Don't do graffiti, guys.
No. That was my
bad.
God. Yes.
It's bad. You can do other things with
I'll
your
tell you
life.
what that was. That was like 90. What? Do you have any idea what he's talking about?
I do have. I've seen it.
Oh my God, Seth Rogen.
Everybody's seen it. I can't believe you're so anti-graffiti.
They get you all.
It's like a creative.
I'm out there saying some ridiculous shit from the early 2000s. You know, they get you.
I'm gonna put
this to rest.
You had a ponytail at the same time.
Hold on.
What the hell, dude?
That was
hell?
That was like 1990 or 91.
You should have been saying, "Hey, everybody, don't get a ponytail."
Give me 1 second to explain.
Ponytails are bad.
Yes, that was the biggest crime in that video was the ponytail and the shorts. Stacey Peralta said, "Hey, they want to do this PSA for
blaming it on Stacey Peralta
public service announcement." I was a kid from San Diego. I didn't associate with anyone that was doing graffiti or appreciate the artistic elements of it.
No,
or anything like that,
not
right?
at the time.
So, but also, I wasn't anti. I was very much like Stacy Peralta told me to do this.
You were pro Stacy Peralta,
right.
yeah.
So you're saying it's Stacy Peralta's fault?
I blame him.
Nice one, Stacy.
And it was like his friend that was doing. He was like, "Oh, you're tasked to do this. Get Tony Hawk to do it." And I was like, "Okay,
How did
I'll
they
do
get
it."
sucked into that? They must have got paid. There must have been money going around.
Did you
for
get
that.
paid for insulting?
No, I
the
didn't get
artist?
paid.
For insulting an entire art form?
And I do remember. I remember thinking about it like, what? I don't really even understand the script that much because I wasn't. They filmed these other kids.
You look like you didn't believe what you were saying.
Yes.
If that helps.
You didn't sell it.
But the ponytail made it look like you might back it.
I hereby denounce the PSA. I apologize to any of the street artists that offended.
Into the camera.
My apologies. You should make the right choice
when it comes
and
to
tag
graffiti.
stuff.
Yeah.
And make it look good.
Tag it up, baby.
There you go.
Get on those trains. Tag people's
The
legs.
ghost of Basquiat will stop haunting you now.
It's so.
He never
It
did
really
that,
that whole thing. I've been trying to ignore it because I see it.
Me
People tag
too.
me. I'm like,
On your
oh man,
behalf, I've tried
that
to
stupid
ignore
thing.
it.
That stupid thing. And now Seth Rogen has seen it.
Yeah, we've all
It's out
seen
there.
So
it.
it's
It
been
made it out
everywhere.
there.
I know that you would have seen it.
Why wouldn't he see it?
Why would he be lurking anything that's
I'm not
I'm
lurking
out
you.
there.
These are like you are. People are forcing you on me, and I try to defend you by not responding. I can't be like, look, Tony likes graffiti now.
Trust me, he loves it.
Totally.
I was tagging with him yesterday. He loves it. We did a whole wall.
Here's the funny part to all that. We had a challenge in our video game that you tagged.
That's right. That was a big part of the game.
That was an actual part of the game. Like you get points for tagging things.
Were you a part of it? Were you okay with that?
Of course I
Right.
was.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And we had legitimate street artists creating the tags.
Yeah, that's right.
Using the game.
You should have the greatest
I hope
street
that I've made
artist.
amends by now.
You should have the greatest street
Holy
artist
shit.
on this show to apologize to him.
One by one.
Yeah.
That'd be a good podcast. Tony Hawk apologizes
How about
to
if
all
we
the great
just
street artists.
how about we just do the walk of shame like Game of Thrones?
Yeah,
Would that
just
be all
so
right?
they all throw paint at you.
And they just spray me. Shame.
Oh,
Shame.
that is awesome.
Why didn't we
that
do
would
that?
actually be cool.
Yeah, they
All
just
right.
tag you.
Yeah, why didn't we do that? Here's that commercial. Check this shit out.
Skateboarding is so cool, especially
I was talking to my friend.
the way Tony Hawk does it. Did you see those moves?
Well, Tony made a decision to be the best skateboarder in the world. We all have to make decisions. Remember when you had to make a decision about graffiti, Bobby?
That's right. It was tough, but I know I made the right decision thanks to you guys.
You can write our names on a couple of buildings you're in.
But no cheap places. We want to see it. The bigger the places, the better your chance of making it.
But remember, if you decide not to do it, you're chicken and you can't be one of us. Come on, let's go.
The acting. Oh shit. I hope I don't get tagged for this music. Fucking Zach.
Hey, Bobby, what's going on? Nothing, guys. Not a thing. Where'd you get that kind of spray paint? You're not old enough to buy it.
Yeah, it's illegal for store owners to sell spray paint to anyone under 18.
It's illegal.
You didn't steal it, did you, Bobby?
Fuck yeah, dude.
No,
Stole the
a friend
shit
gave
out
it
of
to
it.
me. What are you planning to do? Spray paint someone's wall?
Screw you guys. I'm going home.
Where's he going? I was just kidding.
Boy, he sure seemed jumpy. I hope he's not thinking about writing graffiti.
Love
I
those
know.
OPs,
and if he gets
dude.
caught for writing graffiti, he's got to pay $1,000 plus be on probation for a year.
And now Anaheim has a graffiti hotline where people can call to report graffiti.
And there's a $500
Jeez.
reward if people give the police
Rat your
information
neighbor
that
out.
leads to someone getting busted.
I saw Bobby hanging around a couple of losers the other day. They were
Loser?
treating him like one of the guys. But I like Bobby. I
You like
hope he makes
jocks?
the right decision.
Chess club. Punk rockers.
Bobby has a tough decision to make.
Fucking
Maybe
do
you had
it,
to make
Bobby.
the same decision.
Spray paint.
Hi, I'm Tony Hawk. We've all seen graffiti on walls, fences, utility poles,
Kaiser
even
Permanente.
sidewalks. Maybe you haven't thought about graffiti and what it does to our neighborhoods.
Damn.
But remember, graffiti is against the law. Besides, it's not cool. It's ugly. Don't you make the wrong choice. Let's see what Bobby decided to do.
That was that ponytail they were talking about. They were like, that the crime. Huff it like a man. And he looks around. Broad daylight. He's like on a street corner. Oh, and look at this guy. Mr. Capitalism himself here. That kind of looks like Sam Cedar.
Skateboarding is so cool, especially the way Tony Hawk does it. Did you see those moves?
Well, Tony made a decision to be the best skateboarder in the world. We all have to make decisions. Remember when you had to make a decision about graffiti, Bobby?
That's right.
Jeez.
It was tough, but I know I made the
Oh.
right decision.
Okay. It's pretty rough. But no, that's like everyone in that video is pretty young, but then here comes Tony Hawk and he's like an adult. Know what I mean? It's like square as hell. And if Stacy Peralta made him do it, I bet you anything Peralta got something out of it, because that looks like somebody was directing it in a way that could be like, hey, look, this could just be the pilot episode. We could do a series of these. You know what I mean? Because they really did like put a commercial break in there, and that's an after school special. That's like a 30-minute episode with one 8-minute commercial break or whatever. And then another station identification before the big, like when Sam Cedar showed up. Okay. I've got some great comments about graffiti in the chat. I do want to read those. Let me quickly show you. So get like a real artist. This shit is amazing. I will say real quick, there is a comment about this. Like he makes the graffiti artist, the street artist in this makes a comment that people are like, well, how'd you get the 911 call to play over your video as narration? And he talks about Freedom of Information Act, but also like you gotta assume people are calling the cops on people doing this kind of stuff, because people call the cops on people for literally fucking nothing at all. Check this guy. I'm gonna Lakey360 on Instagram. I'll put a link in the chat.
Bear County Sheriff, this is Matthew speaking. How can I help you?
Yes, I wanted to let you know that someone is how can I say it? They're using chalk to graffiti, if you will, the sidewalk, and it's really
God damn it,
marked up a large area, and he's still there working on it.
Okay, he's doing it right now.
Yes.
All right, give me 1 second. Is he black, white, or Hispanic?
Looks Hispanic.
So he's doing a series of circles overlapping.
And what is he
then
wearing?
Fill some in to make it say something.
All black.
All right. And then did you want to leave your name and number for this, sir?
Sir, my name is Israel. I have a gentleman.
These are like
doing
sewage
he's
ravines.
drawing on the ground with chalk.
Like, who cares?
I told him he's not allowed to, but he's still drawing.
There's a bunch of trash in there.
Israel, like the country, Israel.
Is he black, white, or Hispanic?
Did I what?
Is he black, white, or Hispanic?
Come on, Israel.
He's white.
Okay.
He's
And
white.
what color shirt
He's
is
white.
He has no shirt, just purple shorts.
Okay. And you've already told him he can't be doing that?
Yeah, I
Okay.
notified him.
All right. We'll get somebody over there. I appreciate you calling. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you.
I mean, first of all, tell him where he is, right? He's like in a sewer ravine. Who cares? What do you call those? Who cares what he does? Somebody should be decorating that shit, right? But this guy's amazing. Like, I love this guy's art.
San Antonio Police, how can I help you?
Hi, sir. My name is Israel. Yes, I wanted to let you know that someone is
he plays the same 911 call. Somebody did call into 911, unless it's totally fake. You know, both those calls, somebody called into 911 and complained about somebody doing chalk art. It's chalk. He said, yeah, it looks like he's drawing with chalk or something. It's chalk. It's not permanent. What's wrong with you? Yeah, aqueducts. I thought I was like sort of exaggerating by using aqueduct, so I didn't say it, but it's not. Aqueduct was like a larger thing, like you could drive in those. It just looked like a drainage ditch. Maybe not a reservoir. Is that what I was saying? Ravine. Yeah, it's a ravine with a drainage. We'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, it is straight up snitching. But look at this guy's art. Like the sense of space and knowing how large the circle needs to be every single time you draw it. That's amazing to me. Graffiti is generally just something that I just don't think I can do because it's not the kind of thing that you do messily. You know what I mean? This guy's cool too.
San Antonio, multiple different nonprofit groups that have sort of come together to get this free vending machine out there in the wild. We're gonna have masks in there. We're gonna have
look at this,
Narcan in there. Gonna have emergency contraceptives. Gonna have pregnancy tests.
Amazing.
Feminine hygiene products, toothbrushes. Like, we're gonna just test all the different things that can possibly go in there.
I love this guy.
And try to help out the community that way. If you like this idea, if you think something belongs in there, you can let us know. If you think something belongs in there so much that you want to pay for it, go ahead and drop OneUpSATX a message and we'll let you see the prices and see what we can get in there. If you want to contribute to stuff that we've already gotten, we can do that. Stuff that we're not able to get rid of in the machine will be given out in distribution around the city with different nonprofit groups and just community groups of people getting together trying to do good for their community. Peace.
Peace to you, man. It's fucking awesome. So yeah, check that out. Check that out. I put the link in the chat. That guy's name is Lakey360. That's cool. He's not just a street artist. He's also like decorate. He's like, you know what? Our communities need this stuff. These are essentials that people need. Let's provide it to them. Oh, and I'll get an empty vending machine and just trick it out. Fucking cool. You know, do you ever see those like book lending boxes all over neighborhoods? I feel I used to be like, when did we vote on this? Where did these come from? Whose idea was this? I feel like white women just went out and did that and got away with it. Like a couple of house stay-at-home moms were like, we should do this. That's a great idea. Should we tell the city council? What? Why? No, let's just fucking do it. No one's gonna tell us not to do it. Okay. Great comment. It's like Robert Downey Jr. doing a Dare ad campaign. Graffiti is the counterculture crossover from B-boys and skateboarders. B stands for Broncos BMW base. Bambos on a barrel bomb. When you see us coming on down the aisle, you'll act like we are stars. Not trying to make a joke, just trying to make it known that people of the world that call B-boys and barns on a Cadillac wrong. Bronze on a Cadillac. Okay. I'm going to get a copyright strike. That was the dude from Freaks and Geeks. That should be everything Seth Rogen has ever done. He should only be like, and just introduce me as Seth Rogen of Freaks and Geeks. 5 pillars, elements of hip hop, graffiti being one of them. Let's see. I saw, yep, Boom. Absolutely, it is. I have a stairwell that in my house that I want all graffiti. I was like, what should we do with all this? I want it to be all graffiti. I think it would be rad. Knowledge. Hey, they were kids. Leave them alone. I saw them hanging out with losers. Name names, dude. What are you talking about? Is your school that big? You don't know who the losers are? Good point. That's a good point. I wonder how many people have said that in the comments over the years. Good point. Yeah, and it's like, hey, welcome to the audition. Why do you think you're right for this movie? I mean, what else have you done? They did, I did this anti-graffiti campaign that Tony Hawk had like a 2-second spot in. He'll take all the heat. Bobby sounded cooler, and he was cooler, except for when he was painting and he did this. Because everyone knows that's not how you look around to make sure. So here's how you look around to make sure somebody's not watching you, okay? All right, nobody goes, huh? Like a fucking cartoon. Don't be a nerd, Bobby. Don't listen to those virgins. Yeah, it was like a group of Nick Fuenteses being like, how dare you spray paint on the side of a building? I used to work in a shipping and receiving dock where we'd open the bay door and FedEx and UPS would pull up all the time. And the train would run right by there. And the graffiti was amazing. It was so cool. It was so cool to see all the graffiti. Yeah, I'm telling you, it was just a pilot. I know they were going to try and do more with that. I'm so sorry I put you through that. Oh, wait, no, I'm not. That guy did look like Sam Cedar, though. That was pretty funny. That's good. But yeah, graffiti is cool. I love watching graffiti. I love watching when they do like sign writing and you know, like on windows and stuff. And it's somehow they just don't fuck it up. They can do consistent lines flawlessly. It's just amazing. But I'm glad you enjoyed that. We'll have more AI Bob Ross next week. There's more of those. And we'll talk more about, you know, more Christmas-oriented AI slop, I think. For now, I just want everyone to remember, so let me remind you that Mondays are back. The Monday live streams at 9 p.m. Eastern have returned. My first guest was Jesse Dollamore. I believe we'll have Josiah Pondering Politics next week. Boston Bryan's lined up. Jessica Burbank's on the hook. J.R. Jackson eventually. We're just going to have a different guest every week for a new segment called I've Got Questions. And so I've Got Questions for Jesse Dollamore is up now. It's a blend of random, fun, lighthearted stuff. Also, more serious, topical, political stuff, you know, current affairs, whatever's happening that day or that week or whatever. But like, it's meant to get a more well-rounded perspective from somebody. When we go on each other's shows and we just talk about one topic or just politics or just Trump or whatever, you're left, whether you realize it or not, you're left wondering what else. And so I'm going to try and get all that out of one interview, and I'm not sure anybody's really doing that. You know what? It's like no one on the left is doing this. How come more people on the left aren't asking dumb, pointless questions? So that's what I'm going to do. I'll pick up where the left has dropped the ball and I'll ask the random stupid shit. And it's going well so far. I thought the first interview managed to cover a lot of different topics. Somehow, some way, we pulled it off. It was really fun. So that's Mondays, 9 p.m. Eastern. The Virginia Hemp Alliance is coming on. The Virginia Hemp Alliance is going to tell us all about what's going on with the farm bill and what to expect and what might not be such a big deal. Maybe it's not a big deal for them. Maybe it is a big deal for the rest of us. We'll see. I want to ask for their opinion about the raids that the authorities did in South Carolina on December 9th. 30 different counties all in one day. It was an organized hit. There's no way they did that without organizing for a long time leading up to it. Anyway, I just want to get their perspective on it. That's going to be next week as well. So we're back hot and heavy. Go to sitegrind.com and subscribe to the all-new audio podcast with myself and my co-host Chloe Humbert, sitegrind.com. Every other week we'll put out an episode, we hope to, and then we will play them on this space. And on that note, thanks for watching this space. We're Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, generally starting around 1 p.m. and going until, who knows, 10 p.m., 1 a.m. The ultimate goal, the dream. This is what you do is you identify the dream, and if you fall just short, that's got to be pretty good. The dream is 24/7. Our own website. So we don't have to rely on algorithms. We don't have to rely on, copyright strikes that aren't even real and shadow banning and all that bullshit. In the meantime, it's your support that keeps us afloat. It keeps us motivated monetarily and especially by liking the stream, sharing the stream, and tuning in, and interacting with us in the live chat, whether it's a syndicated or live show. We are here together. That is, in many ways, the very best part. And so thank you for doing that. I really do appreciate all your support. It feels good to be back on Monday nights because I frankly missed everyone. Left Past 10 starts right now. Hello? Is this thing on? Testing. 1, 2.
No,
testing.
it's not.
Test. Oh, it's off.
Yeah.